Last night I witnessed a horrible first date. I'm sure my story can be topped. I was at a fairly empty cafe one evening. Couple came in and sat so close that I had to move my chair to let them pass. WTF. He looked a bit Adam Levine-ish except with a mad stare in his eyes. She was a very petite woman who turned out to be from Spain. He then spent ages lamenting how awful British women are and how exotic she looked, alternating between how his ex-GFS had treated him badly and dumped him and gushing about how feminine and perfect she was. He didn't seem to notice how quiet she was getting. He then said, "God, I absolutely hated it when my ex used the wrong chopping board for fruit again, WTF." And she replied in a heavy accent, "I do not like you," and walked off. He sat there for a bit and then eventually left too. No doubt to carry on his quest to find someone to put up with his appalling personality. She's my new hero. I had a very awkward date a few years back. I ran into an old high school friend I hadn't seen in years. We sit down and chit chat a bit and he asks me out. He seems like a very cool guy and I said sure. He takes me out to the Sonic drive-thru. No big deal. I like their shakes and burgers. He asks me what I want and orders nothing but what I asked for, which struck me odd. I thought we would stay parked but we ended up eating as he drove us around, which was awkward. I offered some of my burger to him and he finished it off for me. I felt a little bad, guess he didn't have much money. I would have gladly paid for my own way. Then the conversation turned to fricking. Out of the blue he asks me, "So when do you think it's appropriate for someone to start fricking after dating?" I said, "Well, I'm an absolute prude." I thought he was just messing around but he was actually quite serious. He kept pushing it. Then all of a sudden at a red light he leans in, grabs the back of my head, and kisses me. He slammed his slobbering tongue in my mouth and starts swirling it around. His hot breath smelled of burgers. I pulled away and asked to be taken home. He takes me home, chit-chatting like nothing happened and still about fricking and other inappropriate topics. When we got home he asked me to call him later and I didn't. I went on a date with a phone sex operator. Yes, you heard me right. It was senior year of high school and one of my friends at the time was starting to get into online dating. Naturally, as a teenager I was intrigued by the idea of meeting a woman online and possibly having physical relations with her. My friend had met this girl who was pretty cute and told me she had a friend who was also looking. Jackpot. I asked him to hook me up and the girl instantly agreed. We had a group date for the end of the week. But as the days went on I realized I had no idea who this girl was or what she looked like. My friend told me she had a steamy voice and was a phone sex operator, but I didn't even know how old she was or anything. So I asked my friend a couple questions. "How old is she?" 24. He says, That's a little old. I was only 17 at the time. What does she look like?" "She's a little chubby but she's not too bad. You want to talk to her?" "Well, yeah, that'd be good." Calls her up and I talk to her. Hottest voice ever. Everything seems cool and I wait until Saturday. Saturday comes and my friend comes with me and gets me to go pick up the girls. First his girlfriend, who is, like I said, pretty good looking. A little chubby but cute in the face and her figure is well proportioned. Then we go pick up my date. Holy Jabba the Hutt. This girl was large. Definitely over 400 pounds. My friend said she was light enough to sit in my lap. I see now he meant that figuratively. She was very unattractive, which sounds mean to say but she was. Her hair was very frizzy and unmanaged. Her clothes were very tight fitting and too revealing and she smelled terrible. Not BO, but just way too much perfume. It choked you as she approached. Well, she gets in the car and we head off. Now, where do you think we're going? To see a movie? Go to lunch? Walk on the beach? Perhaps? Number. We go to Walmart. This is my date's idea of a good time, I guess. Well, that's kind of lame but I say nothing. I hope this might be interesting. Well, it was, but not in the way I'd been hoping. Turns out we were going to Walmart because she needed to get some things. Jewelry, feminine hygiene products, a couple DVDs, that sort of thing. Oh, and we weren't paying for this stuff, I guess. Yes, that's right. My date brought us to Walmart to fricking shoplift, and they were all three of them doing this. By this point I am completely checked out. We go back to the car and start heading back. She says now she needs to go to Target and then they can head back to her place for some fun. Nope, I'm out. I tell her I need to get home to help make dinner. She says they can all come drop me off at my house. I say the park is fine. So they take me to the park and drop me off and I freaking run home. I never spoke to that friend again. TLDR. Went shoplifting for a first date with fat phone SX operator. Whoa. Talk about how Jabba started his criminal empire, one Walmart at a time. So I went on a date with this guy. He was 45 minutes late. I should have known right then to head home, but I looked cute and I was already downtown. He finally shows up. We head to a pub and he is feeding me beers. Like, I haven't had 2 sips of this beer yet. So after about 3 beers he asks me what I'm doing after this and I tell him I'm heading home. He kept asking me to come over. I continuously said no. Then, he says he is heading out for a smoke. Never comes back. I kept waiting for the camera crews to jump out. They didn't. Worst date of my life. Wow, frick that guy. I got one. Met a girl in one of my classes and we hit it off pretty quickly. Same major, from the same area, same interests and so on. She was a few years older but I figured what the heck. She's cute and we get along, so I asked her out. That Friday she meets me at my local hangout and we have a great time. So great that after a couple of beers we decide to roll to my place. We leave her car there and head out. At my place things start off great. We are in bed doing our thing and just before I take the panties off she tells me, by the way, I have herpes. Now I give her props for telling me, and she didn't have to and she wasn't having an outbreak so I wouldn't have noticed, but I wish she told me earlier. But that's cool, we can just chill. Till her phone rings, which we ignore. And then it rings again and again and again. Finally she listens to her voicemail and things get even more interesting. Her boyfriend of 10 years, who was watching her kid that I was unaware of, has tracked her phone's GPS and is trolling my block with a loaded .45 looking for us. Fortunately I parked in the garage and her car was at the bar, so he never found out which house I was in and gave up. So now it's time for some answers. She tells me she really likes me and wants to leave her boyfriend for me. She also tells me he owns the house, so her and her daughter are going to need a place to stay, and she doesn't work. I explain to her that this is not what I'm looking for and after a bit she seems to accept it. I take her to her car and drop her off. Crisis averted, right? Number. For the next 3 days I receive walls of texts about how perfect we are for each other and how great things would be if I allow it. How good of a role model I could be to her kid. After 3 days it devolves into begging and then into messages about how it can just be about fricking with no emotional ties. And on and on and on. Skip to the morning of our next class together. There is no way in heck I'm going. 5 minutes into the class and my phone starts blowing up. Constantly. Eventually I send her a text and tell her I am sick and would like to get some rest. Could she please stop calling texting? Within 20 minutes my doorbell rings and I have absolutely no intention of answering it. After a few rings there is tapping on my window. Frick all that noise. Eventually she leaves and sends me a text letting me know there is chicken soup from Fresh and Easy on my doorstep along with some cold medicine. Holy frick. That means she left class and after everything thinking that all was great and I was going to let her in. It was weeks before the text stopped and I only went back to that class for the final. It was quite the first date. TLDR. First date almost results in herpes and a gunshot wound but ends instead with some delicious chicken soup. I would not have eaten the soup. I visited LA by myself and witnessed a pretty stereotypically bad LA date. I went to this pretty expensive restaurant on a lark. Later learned it apparently has a bit of a reputation for bringing in people who are big shots and stars. If that paints a good picture. The table beside mine is a 45-year-old man and a young early 20s woman. I'm reading my book, chilling out waiting for my entree to come, just eavesdropping shamelessly. He apparently picked her up in a coffee shop where she's a barista. He dates too much, and unsuccessfully. All she talks about is this friggin' coffee shop, and boring minutia, and he's just looking at her being quietly bored to tears. She's also ordered arguably one of the most expensive things on the menu, and is just picking at it. Finally though, she finishes, and a waiter comes over asking if they'd like the bill. He lights up, and just as he's saying yes, she cuts him off and asks for the dessert menu, on what is already probably a $250 plus bill. He looked like someone crap on his birthday cake. Long story short, I really enjoyed my meal there. That just made me feel so sad. That poor man. I once sat next to a couple on a date at a teppanyaki show dinner. They had barely said a word to each other when I hear the guy ask her, "So, have you seen the movie Phone Booth?" She replied no. They sat there in silence dodging flying egg for the rest of the show. A friend of mine kept insisting that I meet a friend of hers for a date because she thinks we would go well together. Perfect for me, she says. So I'll let myself get talked into meeting him at my favorite bar in town. I show up and within 5 minutes I know that he is not interested in women. To top it off, she ended up inviting herself and sat between us. I ended up being the third wheel on my own date with a gay man. He came out of the closet a few months later, which was fine with me. It only sucks that I have such a track record of dating men that later come out of the closet that my family now says, "Oh, she likes him. He must be gay." Went on a blind date with a girl from Facebook. Super safe, I know. Well, when we show up, my cousin appears out of nowhere, saying he was going to be my wingman. I told him to frick off, but he didn't listen and just followed us around all night. We were sitting in the theater, and he wouldn't stop whispering for us to make out. I turned to her to say I was sorry, and she stuck her tongue down my throat. I wasn't planning on kissing her, and since I was still kind of new at it, got really confused. I tried to put my arm around her during, and ended up hitting her in the face. She pulled away, screamed, and the entire theater turned and got quiet. My cousin just whispered, "Okay, now grab her boob." Sorry for the cliffhanger ending, but after everyone had turned back around, she got up and went to the bathroom for the whole movie, so no boob grabbing happened. But do not fear, editors, my day did come. 3 years later I finally got that boob grab, and I have to say that victory was oh so sweet. I used to work in a local bar down the road. My friend was going on his first date with a girl and he took her to the bar I worked. My friend is also notorious for his alcohol consumption. He and his date sat at the bar and at first sight, it looked like the date was going rather well. About 2 hours later I look over at my mate, sitting on a bar stool with both feet propped on the bar, absolutely wasted, and lets out a huge fart and he wafts it in the direction of his date's face saying, "Smell that." The girl's mortified. I nearly wet myself from laughing and thought there's not a chance in heck he's going to get laid now. I was wrong, he brought her home that night. Standards. Some people's go pretty low. Who the frick brings a laptop on a date? My reaction was more along the lines of, who the frick brings a lap? Oh, she plays WoW. Well, alright. Wasn't a first date, but a few weeks ago I was in Buffalo Wild Wings, frick yes, mango habanero, and some guy renewed his vows with his wife of 7 years. He got on the loudspeaker and everything. She wasn't exactly thrilled. Whenever I see crap like that I always think it's all for the guy's ego and not the girl's pleasure. Met a girl online. She lives one town over. She was looking mainly for a frick buddy, and at the time, that's exactly what I wanted. The first red flag was that she had only 2 profile pics and they were both black and white of the same angle. I agree to meet her as she's coming to my town that weekend. I meet her and her weird looking friend in a car out in front of this house. Her weird friend immediately tries to hit me up for gas money. I refuse and they say that's okay, but they want to hit up a store for some reason. As this initial conversation is taking place, I get a quick look at the girl I'm supposed to be seeing. She's a bit thicker than her profile pics would make it seem, but really not too bad. She was smoking when I walked up to the car, and as soon as the first cig was dead, she lit up another one. So she was obviously a chain smoker. Add another demerit. We get to this grocery store and now the girl gets out of the car to where I can see her more fully. It's then that I really notice her outfit. She's wearing a 2 sizes too small Mighty Morphin Power Rangers jacket, brown slacks that my grandpa would have worn in the 80s, and these funky shoes. Okay, now I realize she has no idea how to dress or present herself. She walks with me through the parking lot, and as she gets closer, I start to detect a whiff of some kind of funk. Then it hits me, she has BO, and keep in mind that we're outside, and the wind is blowing, yet I can still smell her funk. It's at this point that I decide I need to abandon ship. As I'm thinking this, she turns directly towards me and it's then that I realize the icing on the cake. She has a lazy eye. I've posted this before, and people with a lazy eye get really pee. Keep in mind the context that this girl's qualities were just going downhill at light speed and the eye was just kinda straw on an already broken camel's back. I ended up calling my friend in the bathroom of the grocery store and telling him to call me, informing me that I was late for a made up obligation that I had forgotten about. Weird friend had to leave suddenly, so I drove back smelly girl. On the drive to where she was staying, she told me a story about stabbing another girl in high school. Needless to say, I ran a couple of stop signs on the way to her place. Finally, a story about me. I witnessed a really good one while bartending a few years ago. A guy came in expecting it to be a first date from an online site. It was actually his very pregnant wife, girlfriend, who was sitting at the table. Her friend was sitting at the bar filling me in. I guess the friend came to give her pregnant and newly single friend a ride home after she broke up with the douche. It was beautifully awkward. This is why I want to be a bartender. I'm a shameless gossip. Invited me at her hotel for a sleepover after a really expensive dinner. Boyfriend decided to surprise her at 8 o'clock in the morning. I was sitting at a hotel bar having a few drinks before heading up to my room. It was pretty empty. There was a sailor to my left, who I ended up drinking with after the events below, and a couple halfway down the bar to the right. A very beautiful, haughty looking girl, and a reasonably good looking, well dressed fellow, both probably late 20s, early 30s. At first I thought they were on a terrible first date, but it soon became clear that they were in the tail end of a failed relationship. This was not the stage where things are slowly degrading toward an inevitable breakup. I mean, they should have been broken up last month, but there they were, having a drink together in the smoking wreckage of their relationship. The girl didn't say anything the entire hour or so that I watched them with cringing fascination. Every time the guy spoke, she made a little snort of disgusted annoyance and stared pointedly away from him. I was both disappointed and incredibly relieved when they finally left, and I promised myself that I would never stay with a girl past the point when we were no longer on speaking terms. Sounds like married couple post argument. Been there. Went to a movie with a girl in high school. Her older sister shows up before the movie even starts and apparently that means I can't sit next to the girl. I left. This is the case of her not being allowed to date. The older sister was sent to make sure she was not on a date. I took a girl back to her place once after a first date. It turns out she was a hoarder. I use the bathroom, and kitty litter is everywhere. Piles are in the corner. I come out. She's naked on the bed. Being a guy, I say what the heck. It's not until I'm naked when I realize there's kitty litter on the bed. We start going at it. I look down, and there's tampon strings hanging out. She's on her period. I realize just how unsanitary and fricked up this whole thing is and I start to back away. That's she starts biting me on the collarbone. I get her to back off. She rolls over and turns off the lights and passes out drunk. For 6 hours, I'm awake on this bed with the smell of kitty litter all over the entire apartment. I can't grab my clothes because they're mixed in with the crap all over the floor. As soon as sunlight hits, I start to grab my clothes and dress and get the heck out of there. I had to shower for about 45 minutes to get the smell of kitty off of me once I got home. When I was 16 I went on a blind date with this guy 2 hours away from my hometown. I got there by train and had always the option to meet and call a friend who lived nearby this town. So I was there a bit too early and started walking around a bit. Finally it was 4 PM and we met. He was 23 at that time, student and working. Unfortunately he was just as tall as me and extremely skinny, so not really my type of guy at that time. But nevertheless we went to grab some food and had a good time. At around 7 PM he wanted to head home and asked me if I wanted to get home with him. I wasn't sure, but on the other hand I also didn't want to stay with my friend. And I think I was still in my I am so cool phase, combined with teenage insecurity and a desperate wish to have someone. So I told him I will come with him. I knew that he still lived with his parents, but he told me that they won't be around. When we arrived at his place, his parents were home and I was greeted by a happy mom, who referred happily to me as my son's first girlfriend. I was shocked, but I also couldn't leave, since the next train station was miles away and at that time no more trains would have gone back to my hometown. So I stayed. 30 minutes later we had dinner with the whole family, mother, father and sister, and everyone asked me so many questions. Afterwards we all sat down to play card games and my date didn't seem to realize that I felt completely uncomfortable. 3 hours later we were finally alone in his room and he just jumped in his pajamas, made me a bed on a single mattress and proceeded to sleep in his bed. I tried to kiss him or just hold his hand, but he did not respond to anything. So I also went to sleep and in the next morning we had breakfast with his parents and sister again. His parents had this expecting look on their face and his dad even started to make obscene jokes. Luckily my date had to work that day and dropped me off at the train station before. There he finally kissed me and whispered "I love you" into my ear and that he is happy that I get along so well with his family. I just ran for my train. I felt physically awkward just reading that, yikes. I once took a girl to a bar Christmas party for a first date, open bar, free food, etc. Knowing that I was only 18 at the time and rarely drank, the employees proceeded to get me crap-faced drunk in front of my new lady friend. I then promptly passed out in a pile of cooking grease and had to get carried to my car, driven home, carried to my bed by my sister's boyfriend. During this entire scene I apparently kept telling everyone that I was going to get laid that night. It made a complete butt of myself. I married her 4 years later and she's still freaking awesome. First date with the current girlfriend. She goes to the bathroom and this guy leans in through the door, which we were seated next to, and asks something weird like, "Do you know if that place over the road is open?" I turn around and look where he pointed, turn back and say, "How the frick would I know, mate?" He mumbles something and walks away. I then get a sinking feeling. He's stolen something. I run outside and can't see where he went. Turns out he stole her brand new iPhone off the table where she just loves keeping it when dining. Luckily she has insurance and is dang cool cause she didn't mind too much. Great start. Huh. This is why you always take your electronics with you to the toilets. Well, that and Reddit. Set up on a date by my best friend's girl with a friend of hers I knew only casually. Had hung out as part of a group of friends several times. We meet for dinner at a decent Italian place. Halfway through dinner, after the typical get to know you chit chat, her, "So what will our kids look like?" Me, "They won't." I noped the heck out of there right quick, paid the bill and left. Crazy didn't get the hint, called me repeatedly. I made it very clear I wasn't interested and certainly not going to be her baby daddy. Later, I find she had a scrapbook with photoshopped pictures of me, think face swap, and was telling people we were involved, etc. Eventually, this escalated to driving by my house, stalking my job, ring and run pranks on my doorbell, weird, disjointed letters left in my mailbox. Finally had to get police involved, restraining order, order of protection, etc. TL, DR. Sometimes, you don't have to stick your dong in it to get crazy. Driving home one evening I stopped to help a motorist who had lost a tire off his vehicle. It turns out he was on his way to a first date, blind nonetheless. I ask if he needs a ride somewhere and he says, "Well, if you wouldn't mind taking me to pick her up and dropping us off at my house." Now this is a bit weird but I guess I don't mind. He directs me to her house. Turns out she is in the US as part of a study abroad program. She is originally from Brazil. Now I know being picked up by your date and a complete stranger could be awkward, but this guy smoothed it right over by using this opening gem. "Say you're from Brazil, huh? What was it like growing up without electricity?" 5 minutes of this line of questioning I decided to jump in and try to save the poor kid by asking questions about Brazil's perception of the US versus her experiences here. Conversation begins to flow. He's feeling a bit more comfortable, ready to jump back in. He asks, "I bet you were excited to try McDonald's, huh?" Clearly someone was getting lucky tonight. This is about the time I arrived at his trailer to drop them off. Poor girl. The first date I ever went on was when I was around 12 or 13, early in my dating career, and I didn't understand a lot of the essential rules, like rule number 1, when going on a date, never let her bring her entourage of friends. That was mistake 1. I was a kid with a rather messy face, and no love for those spinny carnival rides, but I was also a kid with a deep need to get his date on, as it were. Hormones won out on this one, much to my eventual demise. My facial inconsistencies, weed, cold sores, came in when one of her friends asked me what was on the corner of my mouth. I said I stabbed myself while eating, and managed to pass that one off pretty well. But the seeds of caution were planted. My date wanted to go on some of the more gastrointestinally disastrous carnival rides, and though logic was virtually throttling my testicles, the Tiny Tim twins won out, and I ended up getting on a ride. Fast forward to getting off the ride when it was over, my hand covered in vomit, and a good deal of her covered in it as well. As we ran off to clean up my stomach's cocktail of hot dogs and funnel cake, my first words to her were, "I guess we aren't going to kiss now." One time I went on a date with a dude I had been into for about a year. We had classes together. He finally agrees. We go to a bar. I proceed to get hammered. Really, embarrassingly so. I essentially poured myself into his car when we wrapped up at the bar. The last thing I said to him as I got out of the car at my place, "Look, I know I'm hammered, but I've been wanting to rest a drink on that end table but for 7 months. Is this happening?" Needless to say, it didn't. You at least had good taste in the dude. He didn't take advantage of an inebriated girl. I met a guy at a bar. He was with a group of people and they all invited me to hang with them. We went back to his apartment and hung out for a few hours. That visit, the place was a little messy, but not too bad. At the end of the evening, he asked me out on a proper date, and I accepted. Date night rolled around and I met him at his place, as agreed. When I walked in, he immediately pointed out that he had cleaned up for me. I oohed and ahed appropriately, then indicated I was ready to go. Halfway out the door, he asked me if I had ever seen the movie 40-Year-Old Virgin. I said I had and he replied, "You know that part where she asks him to blow in the tube to start the car? Yeah, so, can you drive? Okay, fair enough. We all make mistakes." I drove. We had some wings and beer and then went out to the patio to smoke. He was screwing with his phone throughout dinner, but whatever, who doesn't? A few minutes after sitting down on the patio though, an older black man approached our table and sat down. My date introduced the man as his ex-girlfriend's father and his drug dealer. He proceeded to conduct a deal right there in front of God and everyone. Okay, fine. So I know this is going nowhere, but I am painfully nice, so I agreed to return to his place to watch a movie before heading home. I was having a hard time getting comfortable on the sofa, so I lifted the throw pillow to fluff it, rearrange it. Beneath the pillow I discovered a huge, purple celeb. Now, at this point, there were a number of things he could have said that may, or may not, have been cute, funny or even a little classy. His choice. I like the way it feels on my balls when I jerk off. You probably want to leave now. Huh. Any one of these things wouldn't kill a date for me, but all combined on a first date, it was a little much. Forgot to TLDR. First date had a sobriety check on his car, conducted a drug deal with his ex-girlfriend's father, and forgot to put away his big, purple celeb he used to massage his balls while masturbating. By massage his balls, he really meant shove up my poop chute. Have you ever left in the middle of a date? If so, why? I told her I was colorblind. She recoiled and said it was gross and sat there looking at me like I had the plague or something. I just sort of got up and left. It was really odd. We were already dating, but I thought it would be nice to take her for a meal one evening. She walked in, followed by her sister, then her best friend, and their respective boyfriends, all of whom had no money. She got upset when I said I didn't have enough money to feed 6 when a meal for 2 would have set me back £40 or more, so I left. She sent me a text on my way home saying we were over. I didn't bother replying. To this day I have no idea why she thought it was socially acceptable to bring 4 more people to our date without telling me first. She didn't think it was okay. She didn't really like you and wanted to see how much she could use you for. Met girl online. She shows up for our first date drunk, with a drunk friend, and 1-month-old son that she had forgot to mention. Baby was sober I think. I excused myself to the restroom and ran like my butt was on fire. She started talking about our wedding and our future kids on our first date. She wasn't joking around, and when I told her that it was way too sudden to be talking about that, she looked at me quizzically and said, "Don't you want to get married?" First online date I'd ever gone on. Plenty of awkward ones after that, including the girl who got drunk then admitted she had an infant son and lived with her ex-husband, but that one took the cake. He brought another girl with him. Guy from OkCupid a few years back. Takes me to a 5-star restaurant. I try to stick to the middle of the road drinks food as it's a first date. Dinner went really well, so we decide to go for post-dinner drinks. I get to the point where I feel I should stop drinking since it's a first date and I wasn't really ready for him to see me trashed. He orders me another drink and then invites me over to his house because his wife is out of town. Date over. We met online. She brought her sister on our first date. She never spoke and all her sister did was drill me about my plans and my intentions. After ordering, she said, "I hope you're planning on paying." That's what a real man would do on a first date. So I said true, but this wasn't a date. It was a job interview. I dropped my half in cash and walked out. BTW, I drove us there. Never heard from them again. Such a perfect retort. I'm picturing you walking away from the restaurant while it explodes. Blind date, Indian restaurant. First thing he does is produce a folder of photos of him and various celebrities. Shows me them, one by one. He keeps clutching at me. After about 15 minutes of this, I say, "This isn't really. I don't think we're compatible. I think I should go and get up to leave." He stood up too, and shouted at me as I left. No, I did not look back. He was 45 minutes late. Got mad that another guy had started chatting me up at the bar while I waited, then proceeded to tell me about the hidden satanic messages in the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Yes, went to get coffee to test the waters with someone new. First thing he did was ask me to turn around and lift my shirt so he can see my butt. I got up, turned around and walked out the door. I was in my late teens and went on a date with a friend of a friend. He seemed nice, and I got the okay from my BFF, so I anticipated a pleasant, quiet evening. We were just going for frozen yogurt and TV at his house. After all, well, everything's going smooth and he seems really sweet. He tells me he likes to write poetry and my teenage girl brain is thinking, wow, a sensitive guy, how refreshing. Then he tells me that he wants to show me something. I assumed it was a poem he wrote because we had just talked about it. Me, okay, what is it? Him, well, it's not ready yet, but it will be in a couple minutes. As he leans over on his side, away from me, confused, because I'm expecting a poem. Is he going to write a poem in a couple minutes? This is going to be awkward. Then he starts making all these innuendos about what it is. I get annoyed because he sounds like he's describing his dong, and the joke is dying fast. Finally, just to shut him up, I say, "If it's your dong then no, I don't want to see it." Him, "Oh, okay then," and he sits back normally on the couch. I'm super confused and think he's pulling my leg. I ask if he's kidding and says no. He seriously wanted to whip out his junk and show me. What the heck am I supposed to say to you while your dong is out? Him, well, my last girlfriend told me she'd been waiting to see it all night. Me, stunned silence. Then, OHHK, being the awkward teen I was, I sat back into the couch, not touching him. We had been cuddling up until that conversation, and uncomfortably waited out the remainder of whatever show was on TV, and then bolted. After I got home, I called my BFF and frantically told her what had happened. Her response? "Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you. He likes to do that." OkCupid date, emailed back and forth, had some common interests, seemed like we would get along. We met up and got food, a couple drinks. Seemed to be getting along well. Then he starts talking about how good he is at karaoke. He's been in contests and won first place. He and his friends go all the time, etc. I tell him I've only done karaoke a few times, when very drunk and with a big group of friends. I also mention that I'm pretty sure I'm tone deaf. He tells me there is a karaoke place only 1 block away. I tell him I'm not interested. He tells me you get your own little booth. No one else will even hear you. You can pick whatever songs you want. No waiting while other people sing. It's clear he's not giving up, so I grab 2 shots of vodka and say fine, I'll try it. We go to the karaoke lounge and get our booth and he does 3 or 4 songs perfectly. I start my first song and he starts criticizing me and pointing out what I'm doing wrong while I'm trying to sing. Then he picks up the other mic and starts singing over me. I say frick this and just get up to leave. He chases after me and tells me I need you to pay for half of this. It's $60. I look in my wallet, take out the only cash I had and said here's $20. and you can go frick yourself. Then he follows me to the bus stop and tried to make idle chit chat while I wait to get the frick away from him. Had joined a new sports club and there was one guy who was quiet and kind of just hung around the periphery of the group. I felt kind of bad for him, so was always trying to bring him into conversations and talk to him. One night we all went out for drinks after the game and I talked to him for a while. Conversation was hard work, but he seemed like a nice guy. He texted and asked me if I wanted to go out for coffee. I wasn't really interested, but knew given how quiet he was that it probably took a ton of nerve to text me that, and I thought maybe in a one-on-one environment he would be more comfortable and I could get to know him a little more. We met at the coffee shop and he had a big backpack with him. We ordered drinks then chatted, with me again doing most of the talking. He rarely initiated but would answer questions. About 1/2 hour and he said he had a few things to show me to let me get to know him better. He then did a show and tell from his backpack, pulling out various items and pictures and telling me about them. Some were kind of interesting, a family trip, and some I had no idea how to respond to. Here is a picture of how I had my hair cut in grade 8. He had stuffed animals and lots of items from his childhood. I kept trying to bring the conversation to the present to find out if the item linked to a current interest or hobby, but he kind of had the story about each item rehearsed and he would go right back to the show and tell. Eventually the table was full of stuff and I tried to politely say that I had seen enough and change the topic. He told me had still had more to show me. I ended up saying I felt sick and left. I felt kind of bad, but it was just getting too weird. Poor dude. He was trying so hard to form a connection but he just didn't know how. I left in the middle of a movie once. The date was going great but I forgot that I had left a pot pie in the oven in my apartment. Only broke college guys and old people eat pot pies. I remembered a few minutes and whispered something along the lines of "Gotta get my pot pie out of the oven so I don't burn down my apartment, I'll be right back." I did return but she was mad. Thought we could go see the pot pie and have a laugh. Arrived at my previously empty apartment to find my brother and the neighbor girls drunk and naked in my living room. Showed her the pot pie and she said something along the lines of "You and butthole take me home." That's just hilarious. I would have stayed around for a second date to at least see what else happened. I've had a girl walk out on me. Took me weeks to realize why. This was date 3. We'd met initially at a nightclub randomly. Kinda just said hi and our groups merged. The boys and her girls met up a week later at a carnival and had a great time. This day in particular, we met up for a basic lunch at a nice little spot near my place and just had nothing to talk about, which was odd. She seemed semi-vacant. Lunch goes by with small talk. We pay separately and she asks to come back to my place. No problems there. She's an attractive girl and I have a dong. Anyhow, we get back to my place. She throws on a DVD while I snack up the coffee table and we start talking about pet peeves with the opposite gender. Usual things come up first, like toilet seat positioning and get ready time for outings. Somehow it leads on to a story about this girl I knew who was dating me whilst having an actual boyfriend on the side, and how disrespectful it was in the end. She just goes pale white, grabs her stuff and makes some excuse about forgetting something at home. I thought I'd maybe sounded a bit cocky or come across like a douchebag. Kinda felt like an butt for a day or so and moved on. My housemate ran into her and her boyfriend shopping a week later. That was awkward. She probably thought you knew and panicked. He scraped the bottom of his low to the ground car on my driveway. He took it, and me, straight to a mechanic to look at the damage. He told me that if it was a quick fix he would only make me pay half. I said my brother is a mechanic, let me go call him. Left and called for a ride. Frick that. She brought up politics and religion, attacked my stance on both, then pestered me about my financial stability all before they brought out the bread. We had been on a couple of dates, and he invited me to his house to watch a movie. I showed up and he immediately brings me an ice pick. I don't like vodka and I wasn't in the mood to drink, but I thanked him for the drink and I sipped on it a little. He commented that I wasn't drinking fast enough. I said, "Oh, well, I'm not really in the drinking mood." He kept pressuring me to drink. I inspected my glass to make sure there was no residue or anything else in it. There wasn't, but when I finished he made me another without asking. I thanked him, but said that I really didn't want another. He told me not be rude and that I should have drinks with him if he's making them for me. When I finished that one I said I really don't want another. He brings me another. It's obvious that he's trying to get me drunk. He keeps trying to make out with me and I said that I really wanted to watch the movie. He keeps, literally, pulling my face towards him and shoving his tongue down my throat. I turned the other way on the couch, so I had my feet down by him and he couldn't get to my face. He then gets on the floor and walks on his motherfucking knees to my face and starts trying to kiss me again. I said I needed to go to the bathroom. I quietly called my best friend and told her I need her to call me back with something urgent in a couple of minutes so I could get out of a bad date. She did, and I took off. After that he kept trying to call and text me a lot and I just told him, look, you were obviously trying to get me drunk, and kept forcing kisses after I said I wanted to watch the movie. This is not gonna work out. This was a third date. He was a nice enough guy, an editor at the local newspaper. We're at his house and he's made me dinner and suddenly he drops a normal conversation that his fetish is freaking girls that are unconscious. I immediately stopped eating, stopped drinking, and made my exit. I did not get roofied, but dang was I scared that it was in the cards for that night. So, this is about 10 years ago. A few friends in another city introduced me and this girl. We call each other, chat on instant messenger, and text a bit. I tell I'm going to see my friends in a couple weeks and we set up a dinner date. We met at the restaurant. Big hug and huge grin from her. We sit down, chat, and are talking a bit when two of her friends get seated diagonally from us. She gets up to go say hi, never introduces me, and proceeds to have the waiter drop her food off at their table. Her friends ask why she's leaving me alone and without any shame she says he's fine. Waiter comes to pick up my plate. I'd already ordered and I didn't want to be a dong and screw the waiter, and drops off my check then hands her own check. I just shrugged it off, handed the guy a $20 saying keep the change and left. She calls me on my way back to my buddy's house. Beat me out, then had the balls to ask if I'd buy her alcohol to take to her party. I was 21, she was 19. I laughed. She called me a dong and hung up. Then I questioned why I answered the call in the first place. She would not stop talking about babies. Her friends had them. Her sisters had them. Her brothers had them and made sure it was perfectly, crystal clear. She did not have one. Yikes. Met a guy online who lived about an hour away. We agreed to meet up closer to me and he told me he was just going to stay in town that night. I figured he had friends here or whatever. He gets to the date and he is clearly about 15 years older than his pictures represented. I figured I would finish the meal then ktfo. After dinner he insisted on walking me to my car and then said, okay, so I'll just follow you back to your place. Then I was quite shocked and a little scared for my safety, so I said okay and then ripped out of that parking lot before he could get to his car. He texted me an hour later and told me he was home lol. Never heard from him after that. She started doing blow halfway through. Had been on a couple of dates with this guy. At his place, watching a movie, he climbs on top of me. I tell him I'm not comfortable. He does it again, adding, I like shy girls. Date over. You're pretty smart for a woman. It was an Cupid date and we met for coffee after talking a while. He had a sour look on his face when I got there, so I wasn't expecting too much. When our coffee came out, he said I'm glad you didn't ask me to pay for that, because I don't think you should be drinking something with that many calories. I'm a fat person, but he was way fatter than me, so I thought he was being self-deprecating. I was prepared to roll my eyes and let it go, but then he ranted for about 15 minutes about how women were getting too fat and how they should be pressured to lose more weight. Eventually I stopped him with the "you saw my picture. Why did you even agree to coffee?" His answer was, "I was hoping you had lost weight since the picture was taken, because no one would put themselves on a dating app in that condition." Bro, just, wow. Picked up a girl for a first date. On the drive to eat she's tapping away on her phone a few times. Get to the place to eat. Sits down. Tapping away texting. A few minutes later, texting again. I excuse myself to use the bathroom and leave. You could have at least texted her. I took a girl once to my favorite Mexican restaurant. She proceeded to pretty much give me a rundown of her past 5 boyfriends, why the relationship failed, how each was in bed, what they all did for a living, where they all took her for vacations. My eyes started to cross, and my blood was starting to boil. I was relegated to unhuz and wow, that guys and butthole responses. She seemed very disinterested in anything I had to say, and I was freaking done. As I was about to get up and walk out, the waiter brought my fajitas. So you know what? I just rolled with it. Started asking questions about her ex-boyfriends. All the while, I was stuffing my face with tasty fajitas. Honestly, most of the dudes sounded like pretty good guys, but I put on a brave face and crap talked them in between bites. Once I was full, I got up, said I needed to go to the bathroom, paid for my half of the meal at the register, and just left. She was busy texting someone, and didn't even notice. On my way home, she texted me and asked me where I was. Told her that I left, and that maybe she should ask one of her ex-boyfriends to come and pick her up since she spent the last 45 minutes doing nothing but talking about them. Got a couple frick yous, yawn butthole texts on the drive home, but it's been radio silent ever since. TL. DR. Damn it, now I want steak fajitas. Yeah, just complain about me to your next date. It was the second date. He was complaining because I wasn't wearing a low cut top, so frick him, I straight up left. I just got back from a first date where my date tried to tip the parking valet with a Daryl. Reddit, have you ever had someone do weird crap on a first date? She invited me to her place where she began smashing mirrors with a ball peen hammer for some crafty therapeutic mosaic she was working on. After a call and argument with the downstairs neighbors, the cops arrived. One cop took me aside and said, "We get calls about this lady all the time. You may want to reconsider hanging out with her." I don't know if this is weird as much as just disastrous, but years ago I took a girl from a class I was in out to the movies. At the local indie Cineplex they were showing two movies, Boys Don't Cry and High Fidelity. I said, "Oh, High Fidelity, that's supposed to be great, let's see that." She says, "No, let's see Boys Don't Cry." I said, "Well, that's supposed to be a good movie, but it's really dark. Let's see something funny." She looks at me and says, "No, I want to see Boys Don't Cry." Oh, sure enough, while it is an amazing film, she is sobbing 2/3 of the way through it, like body shaking, tears pouring down her face, hunched over sobbing. I think I could have drowned puppies in front of her and not gotten that level of reaction. Now, I'll cry at a movie now and again, but only when the time is right, and certainly not when I'm wildly uncomfortable that this girl I barely know is hysterical next to me. I do my best to console her, and after the movie, her first question is, "Why aren't you crying?" "Well, I was kind of worried about you. It distracted me." "Seriously, why aren't you crying?" "I'm serious, it was an incredibly upsetting scene, but I was worried you weren't okay." This goes on and she gets visibly annoyed that I didn't cry. Should have bailed then, but I decided to try to salvage things, and said, "Hey, tell you what, it's still early, let's go get a drink, relax a little, talk about the movie." We go around the corner to my local Irish pub. I walk in, bartender says, "Hey Mzito," the usual, and my date turns and looks at me in complete disgust and says, "What are you, some kind of alcoholic?" You should have told her that Boys Don't Cry. I'd met a really nice guy near where I work. We went for coffee during the week. Everything seemed to move along great. He invited me to dinner on a Sunday. He picked me up, and we went to a nice place. We had just got our menus when his wife showed up. I had no idea he was married. It wasn't like divorced, or separated, or anything like that. She went off on him right there in the middle of the restaurant. I've never been so embarrassed. I just walked outside and called my sister to pick me up. God yes. The date was arranged by the college newspaper where I was attending school. I had never met, nor seen the person who I would be courting that night. I was only told that all expenses would be paid for. I was a college student. How could I turn down free food? We met up at a local Greek place while being followed by a film crew. She was great, charming, cute, funny, and could hold her own in a conversation. However, much like that exact Lego piece that you really need in a tub full of Legos, her crazy was well hidden. After the meal we went for a long walk on the beach. A few minutes in she leans in close and whispers, "Let's ditch the film crew." When a fairly hot girl asks you to find a way to get to a secluded place, logic is overtaken by hormones. The second they turned their heads we made a dash for it. We found a lifeguard tower that wasn't in use and made our way up the ramp. It was perfectly secluded, and it had the tactical advantage of being able to see if anyone was approaching. I leaned in for a kiss, expecting that was what she wanted. She put a hand to my chest and held me back. "Wait," she said. She was excited at this point and she made no effort to hide it. "You want to see my scars? No biggie. I've had creepier things said to me and I figured it was an excuse she was making to eventually get us undressed." I was game. Sure, she took off her shirt, not her bra, but it didn't matter as I was no longer fascinated with her boobs. All across her stomach were deep, crazy scars that scored her abdomen like corduroy. Scars so deep they didn't just change the tone of the skin, but changed the underlying shape of it and how it flowed. "Want to give me one?" What? What are these from? Memories. Give me one. She pulls out a hunting knife from her purse. The crazy was no longer hidden. She actually wanted me to cut her abdomen open. I've done it before. We'll just say that I fell while we were climbing the lifeguard tower. I think that the film crew found us. They were a good 50 yards away and were oblivious to the fact that we were there. I stood up and waved, faked a blush like we were being naughty as this half-naked chick with a knife was hidden below me. She was not pleased and had a knife. I was mentally saying goodbye to my currently not stabbed body and was praying it would stay that way. The cameras were on though. She knew she had to play nice lest her crazy be known to all. She hid the knife, stood up, and giggled. The date continued. We played laser tag. I elected not to give her my number at the end of the night. I have never felt so normal. After dinner as we're walking to the car he puts his arm around my shoulders. I'm wearing a tank top therefore have bare arms. He strokes my arm and looks at me. Completely serious mind you. "Your skin is so soft. I wish I could cut this piece out of you so I could feel it all the time." Big WTF moment for me and no we didn't see each other again after that night. Not even the first date. I was at a party and started talking to a friend's attractive co-worker. Everything was going fine, but it got a bit weird when she said if we're gonna be friends, you're gonna have to buy me some jewelry. She seemed to have a really dry sense of humor, so I didn't even consider that she might be serious. I laughed and played along by asking what she wanted, but then she started talking about the specific piece of jewelry she wanted. Somewhere during her detailed description I started to realize that she was being dead serious. Then she told me the price. I excused myself, confirmed it later with my friend. She's batshit. Everything had been smooth sailing so far, no odd stares or pauses. I was really digging this chick. We start talking about our upbringings and we get to church and religion. I tell her I went to Catholic church, but was more of an atheist by then. She says, "Oh, I hate the Catholic Church." I asked why. "Oh, they killed my husband." What? Keep in mind, we're both about 16. "Oh yes, they sent him off to Israel during the Second Crusade to atone for a sin he didn't even really commit." I thought about asking some follow-up questions and then decided that I was not ready to deal with the life baggage of most 16-year-old girls, much less the baggage from previous lives. Sounds like the plot of the medieval A-Team. I have 3. 1. On my first date ever, I pulled the chair out for her. She didn't see and fell to the ground. You know those times where you aren't supposed to laugh? Turns out that was one of those times. 2. I met a woman at a restaurant on a blind date. We ordered and she turned to me and said, "So when are you going to propose?" My answer of, "Well, this is our first date, so I haven't thought further than dinner," upset her, so she left. 10 minutes later she came back and said, "Well, you upset me, but you can still buy me dinner." Again my answer upset her. "I can. I won't." 3. I went to pick up a girl for our first date and she was dressed in a stormtrooper outfit. It was not Halloween, nor was it some sort of event that one would expect to dress in costume. We went to Red Robin. The funniest part of that story is that I showed up to a date where a woman was wearing a stormtrooper outfit and said, "Hey, what the heck?" I went out once with one of my customers while I was working in a video store. The date started out really nice. He actually made a picnic and we went to a nearby park and set it up. The conversation flowed well, Food was good. Then he asked me if I had roommates. I said yes. Told him about the dorms, etc. before politely returning the question and asking him if he was living with any roommates. Completely nonchalantly he replied yes. 2. I live with my wife and daughter, and then proceeded to change the subject as if this was just kind of no big deal. I thought he was joking at first, so I sort of sat there dumbstruck until I finally confirmed that he was indeed married with a daughter. When I asked him what was wrong with him, and told him I wasn't interested, he replied by asking me if I'd just please suck his dong. I sort of laughed a little and shook my head before I quickly hightailed it to my car, and I never saw him come into the store again. At least he told you up front. I can't count the number of married guys I've gone out with that were hiding it. I was 17. He was 24 and ex-Marine. Set up through mutual acquaintances and was assured that he was a nice guy but kind of quiet. BTW, this was my first actual date, so I didn't have a sense until later how fricked up it actually was. I should have had a clue when we were talking on the phone and he casually revealed that he lets his dog hump his leg to completion because it's just easier than trying to stop him, and that it's hard for him to remember things, so his room, in his grandmother's house, is covered in post-it notes with reminders, rolled up in his grandmother's Lincoln with dish towels on the seats. I started to remove them, but he insisted that they stay on because his dog rides in the car and his grandmother doesn't like the hair on the seats. So I sit on the dog hair dish towels as we go to the movie theater. He offered me a stick of fruit stripe gum strangely packaged in only clear plastic, and it crumbled instantly in my mouth to many small non-adherent bits as he explained he had gotten the gum years ago in a cereal box and was saving it for someone special. Then when I opened my car door, instead of waiting for him to do it, he got very angry and said I was too independent. On the way home he talked about his Ukrainian decorated egg collection and presented me with 1, a hand-painted wooden egg, and 2, a 12k gold angel pendant that he got for doing a cancer marathon for charity. He had apparently been saving these gifts, presented to me in a crumpled brown paper lunch bag, for the right girl. I tried hard to refuse to take them, but he was getting upset, so I had him drop me off a few blocks from where I actually lived and never spoke to him again. I have to. We were 23. He was hot, tall, ripped, not very smart, but heck, I was frisky. Our first date consisted of no conversation at dinner, not one word, other than food orders. I gave up talking and decided to enjoy the meal, figuring this was over before it started. We finished and then we go outside to the beach. I start to say bye when he suddenly pulls me to him and starts kissing me. Then he pushes me away and starts sobbing, like gasping, gulping sobs that echoed around the beach. He kneels in the sand and I get down by him pretty concerned, thinking that maybe someone died or something traumatic had happened. Then he starts talking. His previous GF of 2 whole weeks had decided to see other people. His crying got louder and he started pounding the sand with his fists. I tried to calm him down at least, and shut him up, and ended up playing counselor for a few hours. He called me every night for a week after that and wouldn't talk, just cry. The second was recent. First meeting was awesome. Hit it off great, so we moved to the first actual date. Conversation is flowing. Good times are had. It's late and he drops me off. He moves in for the kiss and suddenly becomes insanely aggressive. He pushes me up against the door and starts gnawing on my lip, biting insanely hard. I try to push him away, but he seems to think I like it and keeps saying one more. He goes in again and bites me so hard I hit him in the chest. He just smiles at me and I go inside without really saying anything. In the bathroom I discover that he bit through my lip. Blood is actually dripping from the corner of my mouth and my entire bottom lip is swollen, looking like hamburger. I told him a thanks but no thanks that weekend, feeling completely weirded out about the tooth marks in my lip. He goes on to tell me that I liked it. No, I didn't. As a guy, I have to say, guys freaking terrify me. If I was female I would know so much kung fu. Blind date. She kept murmuring encouragement to herself. This is going okay. See, you can do this. Okay, everything is still fine. Sounds to me like she was just really shy and had her therapist tell her to remember above and say them to herself. Then missed the fact that she was supposed to say said things to herself in her head. Equals P. Yes, my wife of 21 years got pregnant on our first date. More like one shot one baby. I got hooked up by a friend with a chick who seemed decent, until I realized she was illiterate and her kid came out of nowhere and started calling me daddy. She then told me she was a vampire princess, but she was serious. Also driving her around she started having road rage, while a passenger, while far away from any traffic. I went back to see her again, and apparently the family at her house flipped out thinking I was Child Protective Services trying to take her kid away. It was awkward. You went on a date with a gigolo. Wouldn't be surprised to find me in here. I smelt a hideous smell. She also smelt it. I looked around in a clockwise circle trying to pinpoint the smell and I ended up looking straight at her. She instantly yelled, well, it obviously wasn't me, to which my stupidly fast thinking brain goes, obviously? Don't you fart? No, I don't. I started laughing. Everyone farts. Well, I don't. Out in public I save them until I get home. I'm in hysterics at this point while the girl is furious. The date didn't last much longer and I went home, but she told all her friends, who were friends with mine, that we tried to have sex, but because my penis was too small we didn't bother. Nah, she's just saying that cause she was embarrassed about crying from the pain when I put it in her. I went on a date with a guy who took me to the movies, and then back to his parents' house. After the movie he barely talked to me, other than to show me his room of instruments and show me how he could play the SpongeBob SquarePants theme on a penny whistle. After he dropped me back off at my house, he sent me a ton of messages about how he was sexually frustrated and wished he would have sucked on my face instead of the popsicle he had to buy to relieve all of his pent-up sexual desires. You stay class, high school guys. Went on a date where the girl started talking before the food got there and didn't stop until after I was done eating. I am not sure she even breathed. That wasn't the weird part. The weird part was that the entire one-sided conversation revolved around how fricked up her family was. Like her brother, who was in federal prison for running drugs and whose wife constantly tried to kill him, had successfully shot him a few times. She had been present when the D busted his house in and had to care for his 3 daughters for 8 months. As a result he wanted her to pay him $50K and wanted to kill her. I didn't understand either. Or the mother with early onset Alzheimer's who had gotten the girl date raped when she was 16 and then refused to allow an abortion, and then testified against her daughter for being a tramp just so she could get with the father of the guy who had raped her daughter at gunpoint. Or the aunt who blew up her own sister's trailer when her sister upset her. Only problem was that the sister wasn't in the trailer. The crazy aunt's niece and nephew were. They died. No charges filed. After all that I was still young and stupid enough to go back. Girls, what is your he seemed normal on the first date, but after that things got weird story. NSW. We met at a party. He was very funny and good looking. First date was amazing. We went to dinner, saw a live band, and went stargazing. Next date he becomes extremely pushy about sex and starts to go downhill from there. He tells me he can't wait to get me pregnant. He has fantasies about sucking my breasts while I'm lactating and in overalls. Didn't last much longer than that. Turns out he was starting to use M2. Sucking my breasts while I'm lactating and in overalls. At least he has goals. Right after he picked me up, he ran into Walgreens really quick and asked to put his bag in my purse. Naughtily I assumed he bought candy since we were going to the movies. Nope. Right after the opening previews started he pulled out a brand new hairbrush, rips the packaging off, does the fake yawn to put his arm around me while holding the brush and starts brushing my hair. I didn't move because I was shocked that it was happening and didn't know what the frick to do. He then leans his head on my shoulder while still brushing my hair and starts smelling my hair. That was the last time I did not drive and meet on first dates. If you're into something weird like that, don't be a dong and pull that crap on a first date at the movies without talking to them about it. At least it was a new brush and didn't have his previous victim's hair in it. I joined OkCupid right around the time it started and talked to a seemingly nice guy on there for a little over a week before exchanging phone numbers. He had a good job, was attractive and funny, and just seemed like a cool guy all around. The first time we went out, we met at an art museum for a few hours and had great conversation. I left feeling good about it and we both agreed we should see each other again soon. Apparently his definition of soon was literally the next day. I had classes all the next day and didn't really get a chance to look at my phone, but when I did, I had 5 missed calls and at least 20 texts from this dude. The latter texts included things along the lines of B. Who the frick do you think you are to ignore me and waste my time? You're fat and ugly anyway and I never would have fricked you. I bet you have herpes. You dirty B. I was just like, what just happened? The old I'm desperate to talk to you and will text you 20 times. But you're fat ugly B and I'd never frick you. Context. My dad is a police officer and I had a very sheltered, possibly a little goody two shoes of a childhood in a little town full of elderly folks and young families. Met him at a party, and we hit it off because we're from the same little town. First date went really well, wonderful dinner and a movie thing. I was really excited to have found someone after a rather long spell of singleness, so I agreed to a second date with no hesitation. After date 2, sushi and drinks, I get in his car for him to take me home and he tells me he lives with his grandmother because his mom has a serious H problem and will disappear for weeks at a time getting high and selling herself for money to feed her addiction. I thought that was already a pretty big bombshell for a second date, but he proceeded to tell me both his brothers were pretty deep into one of the Chicago gangs and had been arrested relating to crimes up to and including murder several times. I sat there for a beat, shocked, and he informed me that he'd told his brothers all about his new girlfriend and they wanted to meet me that weekend. I told him I wasn't comfortable with that and he started screaming at me about being a judgmental B and I promptly fled and blocked him on every platform I could think. Guy begged and whined for sex. I told him he sounded like a 5-year-old and I was going home. Because it wasn't pressuring or pushing like some men do. He was like a 5-year-old wanting to go to the circus at bedtime or something. We were in our 30s. To the guy's credit, I saw him out at an event and was just going to act like I didn't see him. No skin off my back. He didn't offend or hurt me, or even scare me. It was just weird. But he came up to me and apologized for his behavior. Even started off with something like, hey, I'm not going to bother you or anything. I just want to apologize. Followed by a legit apology. What he did was messed up and why. And then he left me alone. Kudos for owning up to it and apologizing when he could have just ignored me as it was a big event and it would have been easy to avoid each other. And it was unlikely we'd see each other again. He went from acting like a kid to acting like a super mature adult. This one is pretty mild but I didn't actually make it through the first date. We were at a coffee shop attached to a bookstore and everything started out pretty well. He was a little quiet, shy or nervous I assumed, but I coaxed some conversation out of him. After drinks, we started wandering around the bookstore, discussing our various interests. He asks me if I like Lord of the Rings. It's the first non-prompted question he'd asked. I say, oh yeah, like it. My favorite movie is the first one. The other two got a bit repetitive with the battles. He's silent for a moment. Lord of the Rings are my favorite movies ever, and the books as well. I read the books too. I reply conversationally. They weren't bad but not my favorites. He's silent again. Lord of the Rings is very important to me. I'm a little confused now. I like them. They're just not my all-time favorite thing. You know? Another long pause. His stare is oddly intense. Lord of the Rings is very important to me, and it's very important to me that you like it too. Well, you know, I say slowly, a bit cautious. We don't have to have exactly matching interests to be compatible. And I do like Lord of the Rings. I'm just not super passionate about it. That strangely cutting stare intensifies. It's really important to me that you like Lord of the Rings. At this point I simply shrugged and resumed browsing. But let me tell you, I wrapped that date up fast and lost his number immediately. Luckily, my lack of intense passion for Lotta was enough of a turn off that he didn't try for a second date. I don't know exactly what kind of bullet I dodged there but I definitely dodged something. After my ex and I hooked up for the first time, he whipped out this Conair hairbrush and went to town on his balls. Apparently he had had it for years, said the bristles were nice and broken in. He said it was the only thing that could really give him a satisfying ball scratch. He would just lay in bed, pulling the skin out like a bat wing or something. I have never encountered another guy to do this, so for me it was pretty weird, but kudos for problem solving on his part. Definitely the Nazi. He seemed like a normal guy, pretty average, pleasant enough, good conversationalist. We both had an interest in distilling and we swung by his place after dinner to check out his absinthe setup. It wasn't one of those please come up and see my etchings sort of things either. It really was just going in to see his setup. As we walked through his trailer to get to the workshop where he made his spirits, I glanced at the pictures on the wall. Every one of them was historical photos of Nazis with himself photoshopped into them. The one I clearly remember was himself pointing out some sort of design element on a model tank or something to Hitler. A guy took me to an amusement park where he ended up flirting with 13-year-olds. Mind you, I was 18, but it was still creepy. Especially since he was 46. Guy took me out for drinks. Seemed great. Then asked me to move in 2 weeks later. Then asked me for money for his phone bill. Then bought me an iPad. And then I realized he was a drug dealer. Oops. Reading that was like going on an adventure. I had a couple normal dates with this guy I met on Tinder. The first we went to dinner and just walked around the city a bit and listening to music and rode on a Ferris wheel. The second I went over to his place and cooked us lasagna and we watched Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. When we were planning the third date, he randomly says he can't make it after all and sends me this. It's just that I forgot that I'm a crap person. I'm an butthole and a liar. I'm boring. I hate literally everybody. I don't give a crap about anything. I don't care what happens to anyone, including myself. I think I'm better than everyone, but also hate myself. Bad person as in defective. Like a malfunctioning car engine is a bad engine. Although he was just out with some friends and one of them was playing a really bad prank. But nope. That was the last I heard from him. This sounds familiar. I've known people who can shift dramatically into a deep depression when good things happen to them. They feel they don't deserve happiness and deliberately sabotage it. They simply hate themselves with such vigor that they truly believe that being happy is a bad thing to be avoided. Granted, that one's pretty dramatic, but it happens. I honestly wish I knew what caused it. He introduced me to his 6-year-old daughter on our second date and noted he was worried she would have to marry a Mexican. No third date. Our daughter marrying Mexicans a big problem over there. I went out on a date with someone I met off POF. He was cute, seemed fairly normal. We met for coffee, went back to my place, yada yada yada. It was a good time. About a week later, a friend of mine in another state posted about how she found a high school classmate of hers on her state's sex offender registry. I decided to see if anyone I knew was on it, or if there were any living near me, so I did a search of my state's registry. Well, 3 guesses who I found on it. He has a common name, but I knew it was him because the picture on the registry was the same one he used on Plenty of Fish. There was no second date. Wait, he used his sex offender registry picture as his profile on POF. This was more than one date, but it was still pretty early in the relationship and is so weird, I thought it was worth sharing. Hope you guys agree. Not my story, but happened to a friend's sister. Friend and I were in college. Sister was mid-20s and getting serious with a new guy. He seemed fantastic and she was starting to think he was the one. After a few months, things started getting serious and he told her there was something important he needed to share. She's thinking he wants to move in or pop the question and getting pretty excited. Goes over to his place on the big night. Barely able to contain her excitement, at which point he shows her his secret room. It was really a walk-in closet, but he had it set up with a huge replica of Smurf Village and liked to play there in his free time. Like all of his free time. More than hanging out with friends or anything. Acting out storylines with his Smurfs and pretending he was one too. It was a big part of his life and he hoped she was as into it as he was. She was not. 50 Shades of Blue. I don't even know how to describe this date because it was so ridiculous. Our date was basically a 2-hour power walk around our town. I like walking as much as the next guy, but this guy insisted we keep walking the entire date because he thought sitting was a waste of time. Over the course of 1.5 hours, I learned that he hated noise, despite choosing to move to a noisy area, fat people, and would divorce his future wife if she ever started freeloading or got fat. How he's so smart. How people owe him because he was so nice to them. His car. How crappy and boring everything else was. How much he hated almost all music. How he thought everything was dirty and disgusting. Partway through the date I started laughing every time he said he hated something, which made him mad, which made me laugh more, which made him more mad. Finally he started taking digs at me, despite having already made it clear that he thought everything I was doing was dumb and that my arms were kind of hairy for a girl. That's when I tried to nope the frick out. His car was parked near my house, so we walked there together, and that's when he invited me to sit down. Apparently he wanted to wait the 30 some minutes until the meter ran out and didn't want to be by himself. Best date ever. He seemed normal on OkCupid. We had chatted a few times on Skype and watched Doctor Who in the span of a week. Then I met him in person, and it went downhill. He talked to me about what we would be doing for the holidays, and what we would name our kids, and outlined our future. I'm into some interesting things. He tried pulling my hair in public. I was super not happy with that. He even showed me a picture of a piece of jewelry he had bought me, with my name on it. When I told him I didn't think it was going to work out, he called and asked me to give him another chance, and he wanted to know what he would do with the necklace he bought me, and if I still wanted him to give it to me. The next day, I got a call from a lady friend of his that told me he had gotten in a car crash. He was the one hit, and that he had mentioned my name, so she thought we were super close and dating, and asked if I wanted to visit him in the hospital. I felt awful, but I didn't go. I knew if I did, it would only encourage or justify his feelings for me. PFFT, there was no car crash. Okay, so I was first introduced to him as my parents' friend's son, and my parents were gushing about how he's such a great church-going guy and will definitely take care of me, and make sure I'll behave while I was alone in LA for college. I was 16 and had no family there. He was 20. We hung out a couple of times. Seems normal. He asked me out and I said yes as a frick you to my parents. First date was okay. He seemed normal, really quiet, shy and awkward, but it was adorable. Second date, he comes off as pretty intense. Told me he attempted suicide just because his ex dumped him. She wasn't cheating or anything. It just didn't work out. Okay, a bit TMI, but still okay. We kissed at the end of the night, and he told me he wanted to put a baby in me. I crap you not. His exact words were, "I want to put a baby in here." Rubs my stomach. Oh heck number. I was pretty creeped out by now, so I was trying to figure out how to dump him gently. I was still 16, so I was still nervous about dumping people. Plus, he was the only person I knew in the US since I just moved. All my friends were still overseas, so I emailed them for help. The next day, I was walking in between classes when I ran into him. My college is in LA. He lives in Irvine, and that's about 1-2 drive away. I never told him my class schedule. Apparently from stalking my Facebook wall, snippets of conversation I had with him, and checking the university's list of classes, he figured out what classes I was taking and where they were located. What the frick? He proudly told me this as if it's the most romantic thing ever. I told him I'm not skipping Calc 2 for him since that class is dang hard, but he wouldn't leave until we hung out. He asked if he could borrow my laptop to finish some homework, so I dumped him in my dorm room. He actually read through my emails. I forgot to log out, and found the email I wrote to my friends, where I told them how creepy he was. I came back to the room. He promptly threatened suicide. I was stuck with him for 3 more months before I finally can't give a frick anymore and dumped him. He did attempt suicide, and sent me pictures of it, as well as a long essay detailing what he did. I wish I can feel guilty, but I really have no fricks left to give. Started talking about marriage and what he expected out of a good wife. I knew him for 2 weeks tops. It wasn't even like a passionate OMG I need to have you kind of thing. He was just methodically and surgically trying to wife me. Went out with a guy who seemed normal. I'm private, so he didn't know where I lived. Social media, nothing but my phone number, which was just a burner as I was living in Paris and needed something cheap to communicate. End of the first date, we start discussing politics and religion. We held different viewpoints but were both calm and rational. It never got heated. Next day he sends me multiple, long paragraph texts saying he didn't like argumentative women, that I was dumb barking CMW who needs to get raped. No man wants a woman who debates him. Legit quote. Flooded my WhatsApp with extremely long paragraphs of that nature. I lean on the detached side, so I laughed and blocked him. An hour later he sent me more deranged messages. On Facebook again he didn't have any of my social media info and my FB is under a different name with a random email address. Frick you B, don't ignore me. Fricking CM dumpster W skank blah blah. Slightly alarmed I blocked him. Next day my email, the one I use for friends and family, is flooded with messages by him. My Instagram, not connected with my email or Facebook, and is under random username, was flooded with his comments. Somehow he gets my real US phone number and sends me text saying he found out where my metro stop was, knew the area my house was in. That freaked me out. Somewhere in there he mentioned how he hates American B, how the last American W put him in jail when he was last in the US studying as an international student. Anyway, I would have went to the police but I was leaving for Portugal the following week, so I just kept him blocked on everything and changed my US number. When I read stories like this it just amazes me how freaking stupid and scary people can be. I once went on a date with a guy who I'd known from high school. He was a dong at the time but hey, people change. Thought I'd give him a chance. He spent the whole time telling me all about the takedown techniques he learned in his failed attempt to become an RCMP officer. I'm sorry, but telling a girl how you could literally kill her in 5 seconds isn't great first date conversation. Literally kill her in 5 seconds. Did you reply I wish you would? We get back to my apartment. He drove. We're sitting in the parking lot and he asks me to grab his phone out of the glove department. I open it up and there's a gun and 2 knives. I begin getting out of the car and he gets out as well. I assumed he was walking me to my door but then he follows me inside and sits down on the couch. He asks me to sit next to him and begins twirling my hair and singing a lullaby. I told him that I had some plans later and thanked him for the date, to which he responds, perfect, I'd love to go to the get together with you. I then panic and tell my mom to call me and ask me to come over. She calls and I tell him I have to go. He says he'll drive. I let him know that it's a family emergency and that I should go alone. He seems rather pee about this, but says okay. We both go outside and I drive away. My roommate texts me and asks what's going on because he's sitting in the parking lot outside on the hood of his car. I wait at my parents' house for an hour and he's still sitting in our parking lot, but's in his car now. I end up spending the night at my parents' house, and he slept in his car waiting for me. I came home the next morning and he is awake and sitting on the hood of his car again, and asks me if I'm ready to get breakfast together. I had met a guy online, and everything seemed to go okay. We chatted and it turned out we had a lot in common. He wasn't a drinker, so we met at Starbucks for coffee. He seemed like a nice guy, friendly, and was definitely up there in second date territory. Suddenly, he asked me if my boobs were real or fake. It was so abrupt. I was more weirded out than anything. I didn't think that was a pertinent question, so I brushed it off. He went off on a 30-minute speech on how fake boobs were a sin on girls and why they were the downfall of the female gender. I wondered how scarred was he by breast implants, and he declared that if we wanted to embark on a relationship, I couldn't lie to him about my breasts, because you know, everyone always makes long-term plans on the first date. I was about to duck out when he reached over to verify that mine were real. When I smacked his hand away, he got super offended and I booked it home. Texts of apology and request for another date came up, but I ignored him. Thank goodness my following online encounter wound up in a more positive note. First date, he tried to feel me up and go for it. I was like nah. He was like, but I think I love you. Nope nope nope. Classic schmozzaby. My time has finally come. I casually dated this friend of a friend. They said he had recently broken up with his GF, though they had been in an LDR for a while. I attributed some of his early behavior to that. He seemed nice enough, pretty shy, on our first 2 dates. Said he was a bartender at a pretty hot bar in our city. I found out later he was 2 seconds from getting fired from his dishwashing gig at a Bill Miller's. He said he lived in some studio apartments downtown. He lived with his grandparents. These were all pretty big lies, but my birthday was when things came to a head. He told me he was taking me to a nice place for lunch. He took me to an IHOP. I was disappointed but ate without saying anything. He ate a ludicrous amount of food, then told me he didn't have any money. I was pissed off, but we had taken my car and he said he wanted to make it up to me. I said he could by letting me do what I wanted all day. He said he couldn't go home then and could I please take him with me? I ended up driving to a yarn shop downtown. He was twitchy and uncomfortable every step of the way. I finally asked him WTF was wrong. He said, I killed a man in this neighbor. His brother's been looking for me around here ever since. It's why I try to stay away from downtown at all times. At that point I just said, I thought you lived and worked in this area. He came up with some fast excuses but I'd had enough and he was honestly starting to freak me out. So I just dropped him off at our friend's place and told him I couldn't deal with him anymore. Honestly, it was more like hanging around a troubled kid than any kind of romantic situation. That is far from the only story I have. Okay, he tells you he killed a man and you're calling him out on lying about where he works. Pretty soon after ending a long-term relationship I started getting to know this guy on Tinder. He seemed sweet and our first few dates were actually pretty wonderful. It seemed like he was trying to do the whole rom-com date style snowy walks in town ending in snowball fights and hot cocoa etc. About a month into seeing him I left for Australia where I was contracted to work for 4 months. During that time one of my close friends from high school killed himself. When I told the guy he got upset because I wouldn't Skype him, saying things that, direct quote, I was wallowing too much and that suicide was stupid and only cowards did it. I stopped talking to him for a while. I ended up speaking to him one more time once I was more comfortable with the events that unfolded. He then proceeded to tell me I'd be more attractive if I wore more makeup and changed my naturally curly hair for straight hair, and to wear jeans instead of my normal skirts and dresses. Needless to say I wasn't interested in a relationship with him anymore. He still messages me on Facebook trying to get my sext him. What a scumbag. When I moved into my first walk up in the city, I had a rear bedroom that looked out onto the backs of a bunch of other buildings. I was new to urban living and not as diligent about curtain security as I should have been, and one day glanced out the window as I was getting dressed to see one of my fellow rear-facing neighbors jacking it. I might have squealed and dived for a towel but this dude just cheerfully waves to me and keeps going with the other hand. Because of the frame I couldn't really see his face but I noted what window it was in this ivy covered building and warned my roommate about it. I got better about closing the curtains. Maybe 6 months later I'm sitting in this local bakery, having a coffee and reading Cloud Atlas. A guy very politely excuses himself for interrupting but says he's a huge David Mitchell fan and we end up talking about books over caffeine for a few hours. Literate, polite, easy on the eyes. Asked me out for wine a few days later. First dude in the city that's asked me out sober. This meet cute is already becoming canon in my head. We have our date. It starts well, but he is slamming down the sauce. We had ordered a bottle of wine and by the time I finished my first glass, the bottle was gone and he was partway into another. Maybe first date nerves, but he starts slurring and giggling and I get annoyed. I tell him I have an early meeting and he insists on walking me out. I figure out exactly how drunk he is when he falls down the gosh darn restaurant stairs. I'm trying to help him up and he just keeps saying you're so pretty, so pretty, prettier than I thought. Okay, rude much? I tell him no one wants to hear that, booze makes them more appealing and he gets all apologetic. But that was not what he meant. The first time I saw you in your apartment I thought you were good looking but it's hard to see through the glass. Then I met you in the coffee shop and you're really pretty. What do you mean through the glass? The idiot is still sitting on the sidewalk. By the way, remember? You saw me, and I waved. Oh lord, I just went on a date with my own neighborhood publicly masturbating peeping Tom. What's the weirdest encounter you've had that ultimately led to sex? Brought a bucket of Legos to a house party. Who doesn't love to play drunk Legos? So I'm laying on the floor s-faced building a boat, and this stacked girl comes sits next to me, and starts building a spaceship. We now live together. This is the only freaking tactic I've ever heard that I actually like. If it doesn't work, frick em, you got Legos. Absolutely true story. 1986. I was 6 years old, stealing sampling candy out of a bin at the Sunamount Produce Market in Sunnyvale, CA. 10 feet away, I notice a cute blonde girl about my age watching me, and I shot her a smile. Her mother came flying around the corner and very loudly scolded me so that the whole store could hear. Fortunately my oft-absentee father was too busy checking out artichokes to notice. Flash forward 10 years, and this girl and I go to the same high school and have become friends. During one of our marathon conversations, we stumbled onto the candy bin story somehow and connected the dots, realizing we met so long ago. She said she remembered thinking I was kinda cute. As soon as I got my driver's license, we were off to my mom's house every day for lunch. We coordinated our free class periods before and after and had epic 3-hour lunches, and fricked like rabbits. Our 10-year wedding anniversary is next month. TDR. Met a chick when I was 6, ended up having sex 10 years later. Been married for 10 years and together for 15. PS. My mother-in-law is still a miserable bee. I got to I was 6 years old and immediately skipped to the TLDR. Once I realized it wasn't weird, I finished reading. BTW. That's not weird. That's freaking awesome. Hopeless romantic. I lost my virginity playing Madden 2005. It was my first weekend back from college and this high school girl Alex, who'd been with 3-4 of my friends prior, wanted to hang out. She was pretty, blonde, and I was still a virgin in college, so I agreed. 15 minutes later, I get a call on my cell phone that she was outside. I come out and her freaking dad is standing there. He looks at me and says, "I like to know who my daughter is hanging out with." We exchange pleasantries, and Alex comes upstairs. Being an awkward guy, I suggest we play video games. For some inexplicable reason, she wants to play Madden, which she informs me she has never played before. Thinking on my toes, I tell her we should put some stakes on it. We agree that for every touchdown I score, she takes a piece of clothing off. For every touchdown she scores, I do the same. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that I was going to beat her soundly. She would ask Madden every play. When she would do so, a cursor would blink on the screen for which play Madden suggested. Alex would then hit the corresponding button. Since I could see this too, I knew exactly what plays she would be running and call the perfect offense or defense to counter it. It was like the real-life Packers playing a ragtag group of autistic children. I was up around 28-0. She was as butt naked as the day she was born, and I realized how stupid I'd been. I was fully clothed with a hot naked girl next to me. I called a punt formation while she had the ball and let her complete a pass. She ran it up the sideline for a touchdown. I let her do this about 3 more times. I don't know if she knew I was letting her score, but it didn't matter. We were literally both naked and playing the game. Yes, I was still that scared to make a move when she looked me dead in the eyes and asked, "Wanna have sex?" nonchalantly. I said sure. Best 5 seconds of sex ever. Doesn't matter, had sex. I opened a beer can, turned the tag around 180 degrees, flicked it away and it landed square down in the cleavage of a hot girl sitting a few meters away. Got talking. Had sex. Keithstone always smooth. Walking around Montreal trying to find nutmeg. I didn't speak French well. She didn't speak English well. We spent an hour or so walking around the city trying to find fresh nutmeg. Eventually we gave up and went for coffee. Over coffee we made the sexy eyes and tried to figure out that the other was seeing. She invited me back to her place. We fricked the crap out of one another, repeatedly. We took a shower. I got dressed and left. I ultimately made it back to my friend's apartment 6 hours later, still with no nutmeg. Additional info. I think her name was Mary, maybe Marie. This is a story that should have ended in marriage and been told to grandchildren. Back in the day I was hanging out with my fabulous male friends at a dance club. I am a non-fabulous male. Dancing, drinking, having a good time. Suddenly I'm being assaulted on the dance floor by a guy. Grinding, groping. I let him know that I'm not homosexual and he laughs, apologizes, and backs off. About 20 minutes later, at the bar, I'm getting a drink and the assailant comes over to me with a gorgeous brunette girl on his arm. He introduces me to the lady and buys a drink for myself and her. Then he smiles and leaves us. Ended up going on a few dates with her, and then having freaky porno sex in her living room, bedroom, car, bathroom, etc. Didn't last long though. Maybe 8 weeks. TLDR. Groped on the dance floor by a homosexual. Introduced me to his friend to apologize. Freaky Dutch porno sex with girl at a later date. That is a cool as frick dude right there. A few summers ago I painted houses. I was a skinny 20-year-old and needed a summer job. Well, come July my buddy and I started to paint this huge, beautiful house, complete with hot tub, pool and full-sized basketball court. The owners were super nice and let us swim in the pool after work. They also had a super hot daughter that was 23. Well, one day, the owners left for vacation and I'm up on a 20+ feet ladder, painting the dormer of the hot girl's bedroom. She comes in her room, sees me and proceeds to walk over to the window to tell me something. The windows were the kind that you crank and they open up away from you. She starts cranking the window, but doesn't see that it's going to hit my ladder. Murphy's Law. The window hits my ladder, makes it unsteady and I proceed to slide down the side of her house, 2 floors up, holding on for dear life to this ladder. The ladder stops and I'm flung off and land on my back and nail my head on the concrete. I was knocked out for a while. The next thing I remember, I wake up in the hospital with a broken back and a major concussion. Needless to say, she felt bad and stayed by my bed until I could leave. Stayed there for 4 days until I could go home. My buddy finished painting the house and I was bedridden for almost a month. The girl always brought me flowers and gifts and we ended up dating and having great apology sex. Her parents even gave me an extra $500 for painting. TLDR. Painted a hot girl's house. She inadvertently knocks me off the ladder, breaking my back and leaving my concussed. We date and I get some awesome apology sex and then I painted her face. Out of the office. When I was about 25-26 I was at the local bar I hung out at. There was an unfamiliar group of girls to which I chatted to for about 5 minutes top. Earlier in the evening, I noticed all but one of the girls left and the one that stayed came up to the bar where I was. A bartender calls last call, and, being quite buzzed, I turn to her and say, "Kind of jokingly buttonit, how about you and I head back to my place for some sex?" Everyone at the bar heard it and kind of chuckled, until she says, "Sure, I have never done this before but let's go." You could have heard a pin drop. Next time I went there I got a standing ovation from the regulars that were there. Everyone that wasn't asked what was going on. So the word spread, which led to another strange girl approach me with a score. I actually rode that wave about 3 more times. Shameless. 1. Stage that event one time with a female friend. 2. Get standing ovation when I return. 3. Recurring sex. I posted a comment in a thread on Reddit about the weirdest encounter you've had that ultimately led to sex. Crosses fingers. Hey. One time I struck up a conversation with a cute girl in a bar. The conversation went pretty well, and I ended up taking her back to her place. Such a thing has never happened before or since. Was it weird? IT was for ME. Maybe this will be lost at the bottom. Maybe not. In high school, I was frequently at my good friend's house because his parents were cool and gave us a fair amount of freedom. One night we're all hanging out and it's him, his girlfriend, my friend, and I. My friend was this girl who I met while on the swim team, and she swam for a different school. I met her sophomore year and she was introduced to me as a lesbian, but that mattered not to me. She was cool as frick. She kissed me junior year, which was awesome but not really all that sexual. Just a good kiss. Well, senior year arrives and we're hanging out at my friend's house. We decide to go in a hot tub and my friend and his girlfriend take up his bedroom getting changed into their bathing suits. The girl and I figure we can take the bathroom, all we're doing is getting changed. Surely adults like us can handle that. We get naked, and then bam, I was inside of her and we were violating every square foot of floor and counter space in my friend's bathroom. The sex was welcomed, but completely unexpected. TLDR. Met friend in high school who preferred girls. I spatulaed her onto the other team one day while preparing for hot tubbing. I used to be an EMT. I only worked as one for a year, but in that time, a girl from my college fell down some stairs and got a concussion. She was so pleased with me taking her to the hospital that she got my number. Then, sex. The first 2 girls you pushed down the stairs didn't have sex with you, but the third one did, due to the memory loss from the brain damage. The night before my 18th birthday I was at a party in the woods of a nearby development. Commonplace to have bonfire parties at the time. Someone sees lights at the entrance of the trail, and it turns out the cops had found out about the party and were coming to bust it up. Everyone scatters off in different directions through the woods. As I had drank quite a bit, I didn't want to drive. I then tried calling a few of my friends, but everyone was either drunk or asleep. I then received a text, 20 years, was super hot, and said that she and Tori, 21 years, less hot, but has a set of big ole melons, wanted to see me for my birthday. I told them that if they really wanted to see me they could come rescue me, as I was hiding in the bushes waiting for the cops to go away. They said yes. About a half an hour later, they live far away, they come pick me up, ancillary details omitted. We then drive around for a bit, talking about nothing important, and then they drive to the park. We end up getting out and walking around, and they give me a card that was one of those silly poems. On the last line, however, it said something about now we can hook up with you, so with having at least a 6-pack of confidence in my belly, I say, so is it gonna be just one or both of you tonight then? They laughed, but then as we got back in the car, they asked me to go outside for a bit. I obliged, and when I got back in they asked me if I had a place to go. I couldn't go home because my parents were home, but I said we could go to my friend's, Frank's house. Frank doesn't have a cell phone, so I went there on faith. But he also has a mom that doesn't give a crap what he does, so it wasn't that much of a leap. When I get there, I go in by myself at first to find that he is asleep. I wake him up and say, Frank, I have 2 girls in the car that want to frick. I need your bed, please. Frank pulled one of the greatest wingman moves ever for me that night. He got up, went to his garage, and slept in his car. I proceeded to have the best welcoming to adulthood a person could ask for by having a threesome on his bed. It was good. TLDR. I ran from the cops, was rescued by 2 girls, and as a birthday present they had a threesome with me on my friend's bed, whom I woke up and sent to his car. Buy that man his beer for the rest of his life. I spent a night at hotel with a girl, woke up hungover a little, so I went to 7-Eleven to buy some stuff. Met a girl in line at 7-Eleven and took her to a different hotel a block down from the original hotel. I high-fived myself. Teach me your ways, bro. I was at a house party with this guy I had been seeing. At least I thought we had been seeing each other. Turns out he has a girlfriend and she shows up to this same party. She finds out about me. She wants to fight me. I apologize over and over to her, even though her d-bag boyfriend told me he was single. She's crying. I'm crying and apologizing. I go into the other room to get away from the situation where this guy comes up to me and starts trying to calm me down. I had talked to him previously in the evening but couldn't remember for the life of me what his name was. He and I end up leaving and going back to his place. Sexy time ensues. Afterward I try and duck out without him waking up. He wakes up and asks if I want breakfast. We dated for 2 months. One night after my friends abandoned me at a nightclub, we got separated and neither party could locate each other, as it was rather crowded. I found myself walking briskly home quite drunk, and a short while after I found myself crossing the street next to this girl who was pretty good looking. After about half a block I used probably the worst pickup line that ever came out of my mouth. You sure walk fast. As I tend to walk at a fast pace, her complimenting walking speed and my slight inebriation spawned this one line that sparked a great conversation. She ended up taking me out to pizza at one of her favorite places on Granville because she liked my vibe. Then after drunkenly ambling through downtown we made our way back to her place because she wanted to smoke some weed. Instead of smoking we ended up fricking for quite some time. After waking in the morning I got her number and an invitation to hang out whenever. I walked the 2 blocks home, ate breakfast and have never seen her again. Oddly I remember only her middle name. While it's not your fault, I want you to know that I hate you. Do you know that I've been out jogging nearly, I don't know, a few times and not once has it led to an anonymous steamy penthouse letters hookup. Sometimes mother luck just throws you a bone. I do still feel like crap for hitting the dog though. A noise complaint about my band. Mid 1990s. In a punk band that kinda rocked. At the height of the Green Day Offspring craze, we were doing something a lot closer to the Clash and Dead Kennedys. Unfortunately, the storage unit we had for practice went out of business, and we couldn't afford another for a month. We decided to risk using our drummer's uncle's garage. out in a rural neighborhood outside of Granbury. He had a few neighbors, but we figured we wouldn't be loud enough to pee them off. The neighbors' houses were at least 100 yards from the garage. Right. So we're practicing. About 5 songs in, trying not to be too loud, when the garage access door opens and a punk rock sheriff's deputy walks in. I later found out she wasn't actually punk rock, just kinda looked that way at first glance. Mid-30s. Pumpkin orange fingernail polish, butch Y haircut like an old Blondie fan, platinum bleached, an array of very small hoop earrings in each ear, big blue eyes. She walked in smiling, and just stood near the garage door. We stopped mid-June, of course. Law enforcement uniforms were a red flag. She shook her head and told us to finish the song. Nervously, we did. She clapped once it was done, and shook her head again. Then she apologized, and mentioned that the neighbors had complained. She seemed to really like our music. Asked where we were from, since she didn't recognize any of us. Asked me if we were playing anywhere. I started to tell her about a party gig coming up, then stuttered to a halt when I realized she might bust the party. She laughed and gave me her card, said to call her and let her know the next time we had a gig. A few months went by. We had our first gig at a large bar in Featuring, Worth near a college. Tipsy the night before, my drummer joked that I should invite a cop. I still had her card in my wallet, so I called. I didn't actually see her during the show. Realized later that I was looking for a uniform, which she wouldn't be wearing, but she came up after the set and gave me a beer. Said the music was a little raw for her tastes, but she liked our act. We got to talking through the night. She actually drank too much to drive, but I promised to take her home. Turned out she lived about a mile from me. Once I delivered her home, she offered coffee, and we talked more until sunrise, kissing several times during. Then she said she had to go to bed, and asked me to go with. We dated for a couple weeks, but it turned out she had an old boyfriend who was a cop that she wanted to get back with. To this day, I suspect I was a rebound lay. Nevertheless, a noise complaint turned into the only time I've nailed a cop. Frick the police. Got an invite to a newly built house. No furnishings, just lighting and running water. Met this weird emaciated girl around 20 years old and chatted her up while drinking. Her body language after about her 4th drink was obvious. She wanted to do the deed, so not wanting to waste an opportunity I asked her when and where, to which she replied, "Your call." As I knew the owners of the house and there wasn't much to worry about but for locking the doors behind me, I got this idea that we could crawl into the lower kitchen cupboards and do the nasty. We did, with not much room to spare either. Now it just so happened that there were a few aluminum candy bowls and such in that cupboard, and they tended to rattle and ring some while we were doing it. Who cared? I figured the house was empty. Well, as we extricated ourselves from the cupboard, I glanced up to see my friend the house owner in the archway, arms folded, and his wife wide-eyed and staring. I took the girl creature in hand, nonchalantly grabbed a half bottle of tequila from the counter and bade them a "see you tomorrow" look. Just when I thought it was over, this emaciated girl leads me behind a building housing a print shop. Behind the building they had this refuse room where they would store large mounds of shredded and waste paper. She leads me into a mound and proceeds to really jump my bones all over again. It was like some sort of swashbuckling event, with me laying embedded in a mound of paper and her riding the frick out of me while I take an occasional swig of tequila. All said and done, she tells me she lives nearby and exits for home, and I wave down a taxi and head to the bars for some good times. Some friends at a bar start laughing and tell me I have an assortment of what looks to be ink splotches on my clothes and skin. A trip to the bathroom didn't help much to remove it either. Told them the story. Drinks were free for the night. Almost 2 weeks later I find this same girl while delivering a package to a lawyer's office. She proceeds to invite me to the parking garage for some fun in the back seat. Delivery. Done. I mention how nice her car is. Her car? No, the boss's car. TYVM. Exit. Met her a couple of times in passing after that. Her boyfriend is a lawyer at another firm. A rather large and serious kind of guy. We passed each other with a knowing glance and pretended we never met. TLDR. Mother Hubbard loved the cupboard. She was a print shop pro. I waved down a taxi. "You son of a b." Head to the bars for some good times. Bel Air averted. A friend of mine bought a desk from IKEA. and figured that since I knew Swedish, I'd be an asset in helping build said desk. So, after work one Saturday, I butted over to his house. He has the base built, but is struggling with the keyboard tray. I took over and screwed it in, only to later realize that it's upside down. We were both frustrated and decided that smoking a bowl would be a great way to calm ourselves down before proceeding. After smoking, we returned to the desk. I picked up the instructions and asked him if he remembered what step we were on. He responded with, "I want to know what step you're on." At that point, it was pretty obvious what step he was on. We ended up having sex and completed the desk while wearing only underwear. Completed the desk. A happy ending. Back in 2000, I was an assistant manager at a big chain bookstore. We mailed books and magazines for people at a discounted rate, as long as they bought them from us. And we did a booming trade in prison mailings. Back then, the shipping process was pretty arcane, and any such transaction required a manager to complete it. One day, I get a call to come to a ship. As I approached the registers, my eyes fell on one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen. As luck would have it, she was the one needing help. I chatted her up a bit, and found out her boyfriend was in prison awaiting trial. Oh, nevertheless, I helped her every time she came in, once or twice a month, for more than a year, and we got to be pretty friendly. One day she comes over to me, and starts bawling. I bought her a cup of coffee and a sandwich and we talked about it. Her BF hadn't beaten the charges, and was going away for a long time, 20+ years. She was a mess, understandably, but after a few hours, she calmed down enough to be able to drive home. I was her first stop on the way home, apparently. I gave her my number and told her to call me if she needed anything, no matter what or when. Flash forward to 1 AM. When I get a call from her, she needs a friend. She can't sleep and wants to talk. I'm OMW home at this point, but I turn around and follow her directions. We stay on the phone, and the talk is getting pretty hot. When I get there, she tells me to come in. She's naked, and absolutely stunning. Her body was perfect, without doubt the best I've ever laid hands on. She tells me she's been faithful to her man in the year he's been locked up, but she's probably never going to see him again and it's time to move on. What was I supposed to do? We fricked wild all night and the next day, like caged lions, we bit and scratched and pounded each other and screamed like banshees all the while. Freaking awesome. When we'd got it out of our systems, she told me about why her boyfriend was locked up. He was a drug trafficker and got pulled over with 15 or so kilos of coke. It was late at night on a not busy highway, so he beat the cop unconscious and sped off, leaving his license behind. She told me he was a jealous type. I still saw her for almost a year after. She was awesome, in and out of the sack. DTLDR. I fricked a connected narco trafficker's girlfriend while he was in prison after meeting her on his behalf. In my first year in college I was kinda seeing this girl from back home. It was on and off because of the distance. I could get away with mingling. She was in the year below me and attended the girls' convent in my hometown. It was her last year in school. I dibbled and dabbled with her for about 3 months during the college year and as a result she asked me to her school deb's prom formal. As you know, for most girls this is a massive night, so she was constantly insisting how I should get to know the family well to make things more comfortable on the big night. You would swear it was a wedding. After she sat her final school exams, and I moved home for the summer, we started to hang out in each other's family homes regularly. Because I was spending a lot of time over in the house, I ended up talking to her mum a good bit one-to-one. Initially I just thought she was friendly, flirty but friendly. But the touching of the legs, arms, head, compliments on hairstyle, clothes, aftershave, comments on my Facebook photos. Yes, her mum added me on Facebook. Did not stop. Anyway, the big night eventually arrives. 11 of her girlfriends and their dates and parents are at the pre-drink session. It runs smoothly. Families hit it off at the pre-drinks in-house. Meal goes well. Hand job under table. Then back to hers for the after party. We partied until about 5 AM. By this time most had passed out, etc. Until I was left in the sitting room with my date's mother and one of the other girls' mothers, a divorcee. The mother again starts feeling me up and paying me compliments. The divorcee remarks to date's mother I'd be all over that and then leaves the room. Yeah, this is when I fricked her mum. TL doctor, went to a girl's prom and fricked her mum at the after party. This classmate and I were both big fans of Portal 2, which was a surprise to me seeing as she was a beautiful girl that had only played about 2 other games in her life. One night she came over and out of nowhere I started saying, "Space, space, hey, hey lady, space." She started laughing and joined in, "Space, space." After giggling like idiots I grabbed her playfully and said, "Can we go to space?" She replied, "Space?" I pulled her close and said quietly, "Let's go to space." And then we had sex. I crap you not. There was nothing else to it. No dirty words. No sexy talk. Just space. Cave Johnson. We're done here. TLDR. I used nothing but quotes from Portal 2 to get laid. Waiters of Reddit. What's the worst first date you've ever seen? Well, I didn't technically see it, but it must have been pretty bad. I work at a hospital and I answered a call on the ward from a patient's son. He asked how his mum was going, then asked if I could call him back in a few minutes because he was losing reception. I called him back and a woman answered. I said, "Hello, this is Damnation 182 from the Reddit hospital. Is XXXX there?" She passed the phone over to the same man I spoke to a few minutes earlier and gave him a quick rundown and he said thank you and hung up. Didn't think anything of it until the next day when I saw the patient's son on the ward. He thanked me for calling him back because he was apparently on the worst date ever where the woman wouldn't stop talking about her ex-boyfriends, all of their flaws, and how much she hates men. He apparently called from the bathroom, went back and left the phone on the table, then went to the bar to get drinks. I called, the bad date answered, and he told her his mum had been in a car accident and he had to go ASAP. His mum was there for a routine tonsillectomy. Bravo, sir. I was working in a small restaurant with 2 floors. A woman and a man came in and I had a table for them upstairs. It looked like they had a first date because they were asking those getting to know each other questions. After ordering food, the woman had to go to the toilet, which is downstairs. As she walked to the stairs, the food arrived. She walked down, tripped and fell all the way down, knocking her head on the ground. 2 colleagues immediately rushed over to her to see how she was doing. She was unconscious and bleeding from her head, so they called an ambulance. I went to the man while he already started eating and told him his partner didn't know how to call her, fell down the stairs and that she was unconscious and that an ambulance was on the way. He walked to the stairs, looked down and walked back to his table to finish his food. Later the ambulance arrived and I asked him if he wanted to go with him to the hospital and he said no while finishing her food as well. It was so awkward, he just sat there for another 45 minutes eating, drinking, paid the bill and left. I still don't know what kind of relationship they had and whether the woman is okay. I definitely have seen a lot of awkward last dates. I used to work at a very small neighborhood restaurant. Everyone that came in was a regular. Most were couples in their 40s 50s out for a quiet dinner, but there was one standout. A very handsome man in his early 30s would come in, it seems, only to break up with women. About twice a month he would come in with a beautiful woman and partway through their meal she would be crying. I always tried to clean the tables near them for as long as possible, but I never heard much of his speech. He always tipped well and was super nice to me and my co-workers. It was just brutal seeing him bring in a new lady and knowing what she was about to go through. Plot twist. He's an oncologist who takes terminally ill patients out for a nice meal to hear their diagnosis. I work in an Italian restaurant. A few years ago I waited on a guy and girl who met for the first time upon arriving at the restaurant. There were awkward pleasantries exchanged at the door and then they were seated. When I was taking their order, the guy asked if we had soup because he had mouth surgery a few days prior and chewing food was still a little rough. We don't have soup. So I explained that the softest food on the menu was gnocchi. He ordered the house gnocchi and proceeded to cut each tiny dumpling into 4 or more pieces and slowly chew each piece. He ate that entire dish over a 3-hour period and the girl stuck it out for the whole thing. She looked miserable and I'm pretty sure they never saw each other again. Man and woman cozy in a booth. Different woman storms in through the front door, literally dragging 2 kids behind her, right past the hostess station to stand defiantly in front of the couple and proceeds to be. Dude was nailed. Oh man, those kids though, I couldn't imagine the terror they had to sit through the rest of the night. Dude would not stop eating her freaking food. Other table actually noticed and we casually people watched the date together. Girl looked miserable. Asked if she wanted the rest of her food boxed up and she said no, but the guy was like actually yes. It was painful. More a story of a non-date. I worked at a cafe and it was a small local chain, so there were 2 other locations in the city. This guy sits down for about an hour and comes up to the counter and asks if we can call around to the other locations to see if this girl was there because they had a date planned and he was sure she must have just gone to the wrong location. We called to the other 2 locations and they said they never saw anyone fitting that description. The guy stuck around for another couple hours, buying 2 more drinks and a sandwich, just waiting until we finally closed for the night. I felt so awful for him. He seemed so crushed. He made a comment to her about how he's not Jew, so she should order whatever she wanted. She was Jewish. Spent the rest of the evening in silence as he went on about how his ex-girlfriend was anorexic and so annoying about food. He was happy to be on a date with a woman who could eat like a normal person. So weird. I work at IHOP. About once a week 2 middle school early high school age kids come in and sit a table away from each of their parents and kiss and hug each other excessively. One time I think the guy was getting a handy underneath the table. The parents just maintain conversation and pretend not to notice. The kid is also a huger. Served a couple a few months ago. Every time I walked over, he would always be the one talking, and she would just be sitting there not having a good time. At the end I asked if it was one bill or separate and she immediately piped up separate. I go and take his payment, and as I hand over the debit machine to the girl, I see the guy take his phone out and start swiping through Tinder. I was bartending in NY and watched this couple that had met on Tinder have their first date sitting at my bar. The girl was a complete maniac. Kept bringing up the fact that the dude she was with could be a psychopath and could murder her. He had given no indication of this, and went on Tinder while he was still sitting beside her at the bar. Kept telling him he was lucky that she agreed to meet him at all and she didn't think he'd be this boring. She ordered about 5 or 6 lits and several shots. He literally just had 2 beers. She made him pay for everything. My favorite part of this crap show was that he excused himself to go to the bathroom and left through the fire escape. Absolutely brilliant. To be clear, there was only one official entrance and exit. This dude escaped out the back and she went searching for him. Straight up thought he had disapparated out of the bar. Had an obvious first date where the lady was grilling the guy on how much money he makes and he didn't really want to answer. It was awkward serving steak and salad during an interrogation. Olive Garden. Around 2014 or so, from like 7:30, close on a weeknight. Middle-aged man of sub-average attractiveness was sitting alone at a table with a glass of water, insisting that his date would be just a few minutes. There's traffic. At around 9:15, manager had to come out and let him know that the restaurant would close at 10, and if he'd like to place a food order, he should probably do it now. He ordered a bruschetta appetizer, and said again that his date was on her way and they'd order when she got there. 9:45. This beautiful woman walks in and awkwardly stands by his table. I couldn't hear the conversation they had, but the man then asked for a box for the appetizer and they wound up leaving together without her even sitting down. I was working at a Mexican restaurant at the time. I was waiting on a couple and I could tell it was a first date by the questions I heard them asking each other. Anyway, towards the end of their meal there was this Hispanic girl sweeping next to their table and the woman looks at her, holds out the remains on her plate and says, "Would you like to take this home to feed your kids?" I stood there in complete shock. This woman spoke no English, but she could tell this random woman was completely degrading her. The sad thing is she seemed like she really thought she was doing a good deed. Her date looked so embarrassed. I used to work at a little crappy diner place. Definitely not the type of place to bring a first date. There was this guy who'd come in every Friday with a different girl. He was a very good looking dude and was always super polite and very nice to me, but he was super awkward. The girls would look kind of skeptical as they walked in, probably because of the crappy diner scene. Every week, about halfway through the meal, like clockwork, the girls would develop these get me the frick outta here faces. That's when I would bring the check. They always boxed up their food and left right away. I had the chance to talk to one of them while he was in the restroom. Apparently he wasn't harmful. There was just something off about him that the girls didn't like. His persistence is on point though. Once witnessed a date where the dude talked about how special he was and how his mind wasn't like other people's for the entire date. The girl was politely nodding along and every time she tried to get a word in, he'd cut her off. Absolutely brutal. I'm sure he thought the date went wonderful too. I work at a Japanese restaurant and one couple comes to mind. It was the worst for everyone else involved. We offered private rooms that have sliding doors, and this couple clearly was hitting off very well, to the point that after a few drinks, she had moved to his side of the table and they just went at each other's faces and bodies for about 2 hours. They could have done all that with the doors closed and it would have been less cringy. Still cringy nonetheless, but no, the sliding doors were wide open for all the patrons to see. Kids, big groups of people, wait staff, runners, etc. If I remember correctly, they tipped pretty bad too, so it was not a fun time. A guy got stood up. He then drank a magnum bottle of red wine, 8 glasses of wine, and ate 3 apps out of depression. His date called him and he started cussing her out. He asked for more wine and then I had to cut him off. So he got up and tried to run out of the restaurant with a bottle he grabbed from a rack. An off-duty cop tackled him in the lobby and then he crapped his pants in front of everyone waiting for a table. He lied there screaming with the guy holding him down until the cops arrived and arrested him. This is my fondest memory of being a bartender at Olive Garden. I work at a country club that is up to its ears in old money that uses said old money to make more new money. The membership fees cost more than a year at my university. To say money is not an issue there would be an understatement. Anyways, I was serving a young couple and the power imbalance was phenomenal. She was the daughter of one of the board members and the entire staff knew her. Read. Her father's club account was major money, and the gent, well, he wasn't a member, and certainly looked like he was just the average broke college student. He was wearing plain but nice clothes and she was dressed to the nines in fashion. The date seemed to go smoothly enough, nothing out of the ordinary, until she gets up and leaves the table before I have brought out the bill. I bring the bill to the counter, knowing it is well over $300 worth of food and drinks, all things she insisted on ordering. 2 bottles of top shelf wine, neither finished, 2 steaks. When he asked for the chicken and she insisted on him eating steak like a man, and he solemnly goes to pull out his wallet and starts tearing up apologizing that he won't be able to tip. I mean, I've never had a customer cry over not being able to tip. And he further explained he was a server too and that she didn't know he wasn't rich and she left because he had told her about his scholarship. I was flabbergasted and kindly reminded him that at this country club we do not take credit cards nor cash. We only charge to accounts. And so her father got a hefty bill. Rest assured he signed a handsome tip to me in her name. It was entirely satisfying. Last I heard her father cut her off. I can't help but smile at all the life lessons she is learning, like working to go on dates. Worked at Applebee's. This woman was the worst woman I've ever waited on. She was needy and slurped down her iced tea like there was a worldwide shortage. He was silent. He didn't talk once except to order his quesadilla burger, and she just kept going and going prattling on. And she was mean too, talking down about how people were losers to be servers, and how much better it was to work in a shop. At the end, he went to the bathroom and just never came back. He apparently jetted out the side door where the to-go girls worked and gave them a 20 to give to me. Worst woman was just sitting there and waiting for him to come back. I stood there at the service station just waiting for her to realize he wasn't coming back. So after 10 minutes, she just started crying, pushes her chair over, and flounced out. I didn't get a tip, but it made my night. So there was this couple on a first date, seated at a table in the back. At first I didn't think much of it, wasn't even aware that it was a first date until the restaurant's phone rang. A man called to let me know his son was there on his very first date ever. The son was in his late 20s. Obviously this was a big deal to him and he called the restaurant to make sure we would do our best to make sure they have a pleasant evening. My boss heard and instantly went to the kitchen in order to make sure they would get a special treatment. What followed was plates with rose petals, red hearts, etc. etc. Way over the top. When serving the plates my boss even mentioned the phone call. To finish it off the dessert came complete with fireworks and all that. The idea was sweet, but obviously this was way too much for a first date of 2 people who were basically just getting to know each other. As the evening progressed the girl was visually put off by my boss trying too hard. Poor guy. Up until then he had been doing quite well. The pair seemed to have a lovely evening. Until my try-hard boss entered the scene, that is. The girl was polite towards the end of their date, but it was obvious there was not going to be a second date. And it wasn't even the guy's fault. Other people ruined it for him. I felt so sorry for that dude. I once had a guy come sit at my bar who was waiting for his blind date. He orders a couple of drinks to calm his nerves. Well, he probably should have slowed it down to keep his mouth from working faster than his brain. Inaho, she shows up and is way out of his league. She is absolutely beautiful. She orders a drink and they start talking. I come back to check on them and I hear him talking about how much he hates children. He was saying things like how he hopes he never has any, and that he will never be stuck taking care of them, and how he wishes that kids couldn't be taken into public places so that he wouldn't have to be around them. She looked him dead in the eye and said, "Well, I have a daughter, and I love her very much." She grabbed her purse and walked out on him. The look on his face was absolutely priceless. I work at a fairly nice Italian restaurant, where we do a lot of business. One night a man who I was not even serving came up to me while I was punching an order in on the computer and hands me $20 and a napkin with a phone number on it. He proceeds to tell me I am on the worst date of my life. This woman is horrendous and I have to get out of here. Take this $20 and please go to the nearest phone and call me and tell me that I have to get home right away. I don't care what excuse you make up. I just gotta get the heck out of here. Initially I thought he was kidding until 2 minutes later the guy who was serving him came up to me to tell me how wicked this woman was and how he could tell the guy didn't wanna be there. I promptly called that guy as soon as I had a free minute. One of my shining achievements as a server. It was one of my first dates where the waiter definitely could sense the awkwardness. I was a junior in high school. I had been flirting with a senior for a couple months and asked her out the day I got my license. I picked her up from her house and within 1 minute of being in the car she got a phone call. One of her best friends died of a brain aneurysm earlier that day. I told her that we could delay the date and offered to take her home, but she declined and insisted we carry on. We get to the restaurant and she is crying at the table. I didn't say any words to her other than "Are you okay?" the whole date because she was either texting her group of friends or couldn't make out words due to being so hysterical. The waiter kept coming by and sensed how awkward I was feeling. Out of all my restaurant experiences, I have never received my entree and check so fast. The waiter was a true bro. Waiters and waitresses, what are some signs you are serving a first date? Staying way beyond being done with their meal and drinks, usually because they don't want to try to figure out if they're meant to be going home together or not. When they come in and ask for tables separately, then sit across the restaurant from each other for 10 minutes before realizing the other was there. It was a blind date. One time I had a couple who were talking about what they had been doing the previous summer, indicating that they didn't know each other until recently. They ordered a bottle of $100 red wine, and when I came back with the bottle the guy had started telling a gross story about how he was so hungover on vacation that his friends had to carry him inside the airport, where he had puked multiple times on various people, things, etc. Before she even finished her first glass of wine, the girl left the restaurant and the guy stayed and drank the whole thing himself without ordering any food. The worst part was when he also chugged down her half-finished glass before he left as well. Hey, there was like $10 worth of wine in there. Honestly can't usually tell. I have made it awkward before by saying "You guys are so cute, how long have you been together before?" to get the response of "They are on their first date." Whoops. They'd exit. You gave them both approval, it could work. The biggest sign is when they order something the other doesn't expect them to get. "I'll have a Guinness." "Oh, you like Guinness?" "No, I don't know why I'm ordering this." When he leaves before the food he ordered is made. I brought it out and she asked for the bill because he left. Brutal experience. She had to pay for his drinks and food. She didn't even want to pack his dinner up to eat later. This was not a cheap restaurant, but the tables were close together, so it must have been mortifying. I gave her the employee discount. You a real one for giving her the discount though. Till just how much waiters listen to their customers' conversations. When I worked as one I swear I never heard a dang thing my tables were saying. That's because you need to listen to the people at the tables, not the tables themselves. On my first date with my now wife, Our waiter figured it out for us. We had been acquaintances for years through mutual friends, and when we agreed to grab dinner that night, neither of us were sure if the other was in it for a date or just dinner with an acquaintance friend. I guess we were being just awkward and giggly enough that our waiter, who had known us separately as regulars at this restaurant, blurted out, "Oh man, are you guys on a date?" We both just started laughing nervously while looking at each other and flop sweating. The waiter felt the awkwardness multiply and backed away like Homer Simpson into a hedge. 9 years later we're married, the restaurant went out of business, and I'm still not sure if it was a date or not. I'm not a waiter anymore, but one time I was at a place and the waiter came over when my girlfriend went to the toilet. He said how he thought things were going well, and asked if this was our first or second date. We had literally been together over 5 years at that point, haha. So yeah, you guys aren't always right. Me and my current girlfriend had a patron at a bar come over and asked if she could cold read our relationship. We said sure, go ahead. The patron guessed that we were on our second or third date and I had just gotten back from a deployment in the military. Me and my girl had been together for 3 years at the time and I've never been in the military. 0 points awarded. They arrive separately and confirm that the other person is the one they are supposed to be on the date with. It's also really obvious from someone's reaction if the other person doesn't look like their profile picture. That would be a fun setup for a comedy. 2 Tinder dates where the partners look pairwise similar and the dates don't confirm identity. They have a good time until they notice they actually matched over cross by accident and go to their actual prospective partners. Then both dates go badly from there. No idea what happens after. Some star-crossed crap, probably :D. When I was on my first date nearly 5 years ago with my now fiance, we went to this nice Italian place. Has drinks, salad, entree, definitely indulging cause you know first date. I wanted to have a good time with this girl, and before we even asked for the check a fine looking plate of cake came out and the waitress said that our bill was covered by someone who wants to remain anonymous. All she would tell me is that the person said we were looking like we were having a good time and made them smile. I gotta tell you, I was blown away by this act of kindness. And I also think that played a good role in me snagging a second date with the love of my life. We're still trying to pay the act forward and find an obvious first date out at a restaurant. One of these days we will. But yeah, didn't really answer your question. But some patron noticed us and ended up paying a hefty bill on our behalf. Super wholesome and mad respect to the person who did it. They look a teeny bit relieved every time you disturb them until things change. Then, if it's going well, you may as well have disappeared. If it's going badly, you're either surrogate friend, fallout shelter, or worst enemy. That part is actually more fun. Talking about the menu way I too in detail to fill silences, or using it to make conversation. I think I'll get mashed potatoes as my side. Tell me about your view on mashed potatoes. I think mashed potatoes are great, very nutritious, but they smell like death. Weird lulls in the conversation that consists of information friends' partners should already know, like how many siblings they have, desert island movies, etc. Not a waitress, but someone assumed me and my BF of 7 years were on a first Tinder date. I could hear them say it from the table next to us. So, I reached over, took huge sips from his drink and ate off his plate, just for shoots and giggles. I texted him about what and why I was doing this and he laughed, grabbed my drink and said, "So where are you from?" ABD sat my drink back down in front of me. Good times. One time someone asked if my husband and I were together, so I pulled him close, gave him a kiss on the lips, and said, "No, we're brother and sister." I had the opportunity and I took it. Highlight of my life. That giddy little laugh at jokes that aren't funny, the look of new love. The awkward trying to get close but shyness overpowers and maintains a distance. Also had a few women straight up tell me, so I'd help get them out of it. One woman paid me $50 to spill a drink on her, so she'd have to leave. LOL. Yes, I did spill the drink on her. When he was in the bathroom she prompted me for help. It was an iced tea. I had zero intention of charging Get to help her. When I did it, the guy went nuts on me. Up until then he seemed like a nice guy. He was terrifying. Had me in tears. She left. He paid after more yelling and complaining to my manager. who was in on it, then left. She returned and tipped me the $50. Her phone was lit up with messages from him. He was quite aggressive. Totally dodged a bullet there. We have since become friends. She always brings first dates to my work and we have a code worked out now. Although she's currently dating a good friend of mine. They are super cute together. We also have a note in the woman's room that explains if you order XXXX drink, changes regularly, we will help you leave without causing a scene. We have a similar note in the men's room, with completely different appetizer instead of drink. Yes, men need an out now and then too. Thanks for all the upvotes. I went on a first date once. The heady days of youth. And the girl kept her coat on. I asked her why and she said she was cold. Halfway through the meal she took it off and I asked her if she was warmer now and her answer was something like no, but I don't think I am going to need to make a stealthy getaway now I have got to know you a bit. It was a compliment I think. They take forever to order, because they haven't even looked at the menus, even though they have been sitting at the table for 30 minutes. This is a sign of a great first date. I had one of these recently. Well, so this happened last week. Had a couple and they were fine. I could tell they didn't want me around for longer than what was necessary, so I gave them their space. It was close to closing time but I had a bunch of stuff to do so I just let them gab. Two girls come in and are greeted by my co-worker. Tell her that they are this girl's friend and just want to see what the guy looks like. She seats them with an eye shot but they are disguised with some ball caps and whatnot. They seem sketchy when I go up to them and mention that the guy looks like Jeffrey Dahmer, and proceed to rag on him before I even ask them what they want. I walk right over to the couple and ask if they know these people. The girls bolt out the door. As they go past the window outside they are yelling at the girl. SW, you name it. She goes off to the bathroom crying and he asks for the check. Turned out to be his ex and her friend who had been stalking him for 2 months. He also mentioned that this had happened before and he thought he was in the clear after he stopped using social media. He did look kinda like Jeffrey Dahmer though. Pay attention to body language. At first they are probably mirroring each other. A couple who is comfortable together and have been together will sit however they want. A first date will usually sit up, like at attention. If it's going well, they might lean in towards each other. If it's not, they will likely put their hands in their lap. If it's bad, look for arms crossed, or drinks thrown. Drinks thrown. That escalated quickly. Served a couple the other day. The boy's parents came in and we had their tables next to each other. By coincidence everyone had a good laugh and they moved tables. This almost happened to me on my first date with my now husband. We walked in as we approached the restaurant. He said, "Hang on a second," texted someone. I totally thought he was trying to get out of the date, but then he told me his parents' car was outside the place and that he'd just texted his mom to see if they were in there. We went to pizza instead. Person walks in alone. Says they're waiting for one more person who should be here any minute. Handshake or awkward hug when other person walks in. Followed by apologies for being late. Not ready to order because they're too busy talking, not looking at the menu. Fine by me. Conversation generally seems to be revolving around very basic info. What do you do for work? Did you grow up around here? Not going crazy on the drinks. Separate checks. Not always, but it is a lot more common now. As soon as both get up and leave, one turns right back around and comes and sits at the bar to debrief the bartender on their awful and awkward Tinder date. I once waited an obvious first date where the guy was very shy and nervous. The girl that was with him was absolutely stunning. He kept his hands under the table and fumbled them around a lot. Whenever I came to the table they visibly loosened up, so I talked to them for a minute and maybe told a joke or something because they seemed to enjoy it. I hope my boy got laid that night because I tried my best. Humans been Bryce. Not a waiter, but I work at Starbucks. I can tell when a guy and girl meet. Shake hands in front of the register. They order together. The guy pays. Then they sit together talking, laughing in the cafe for the next couple hours. Not sure why they're meeting at the register, but it happens a lot. If I was meeting a girl at Starbucks for a first date, I'd meet at the door or a table and then go up and order together. I always text, "Hey, I just arrived. Let me know when you're here," and I try to meet them walking up. I hate the awkward looking around. Especially when sometimes it's hard to spot them based off the pictures they used. BC they always spot me before I spot them. I'm 6 feet 6 inches, so a pretty easy indicator in most situations. I'm not a waitress, but I hope that somehow the hostess waiter that served my first date with my husband reads this and reminisces at my awkwardness. I met my husband on OkCupid. We talked for a few days and I'd seen a few pictures, but it's hard to be sure what someone will look like in person. We were supposed to meet at a restaurant that's like a small step up from Chili's. So he texts me that he got there first and had been seated already. Awkward, but okay. I walk in and stammer to the waitress something about meeting a date that had already been seated. She told me I could go look for him. I then awkwardly stammered about how I'd never actually met him and didn't know exactly who I was looking for. She laughed and pointed me in the direction of someone who had been seated waiting on a date. Looks a bit like the pictures, but cuter actually. I get to the table and make eye contact and he's like poodle mama and I'm like hey yeah that's me, and we shook hands. Oh my, it was awkward. Found out he thought there was a wait so he put us on the list, but then they did have a table for two so they made him sit. That was the reason for that awkwardness. So we wound up talking for 3 hours until they were closing. It was a great date. Now we're been married almost 2 years. We still joke about the first time we shook hands. It's usually about the banter. First date conversations usually involve a lot of where are you from? What do you do? What's your family like? Etc. Physically, they have no connection yet. They're very different from new couple who are all over each other or longer term couples who are just comfortable with each other. The way they will talk about the food always indicates if they have just met. They order safe date things, apps that can be shared without too much touching serving. Women default to salads almost always, although that's true in general. I worked in sushi for a while and while the food is communal, there's a lot of trepidation around using chopsticks, not touching the other's piece etc. My favorite are the first dates between a white guy and Asian woman. The assumption she knows everything about sushi but she's Vietnamese is hilarious to see. I also worked in a place men would bring their sugar babies and that's pretty easy to spot too, and totally different. I was a bartender at a wine bar that was a perfect date spot. Sure sign of a first date, a well-dressed guy arrives alone and downs a beer at the bar pretty quickly. Sure enough, within 15 minutes the date shows up. Some guys just need a little liquid courage. Side story, a few years after I graduated high school I was serving one of the bullies from my class. I could tell he was on a first date, and when he tried to pay with a card, I told him his card was denied. He had a second card and I decided to run it so his date wouldn't have to pay. This is next level revenge. In my experience, which is mostly casual dining, one of them turns up a half hour early and has a nerve calming drink before the other gets there. It's fun watching a couple start to open up their body language when they've been chatting a while. Less fun to watch one of them cower away while the other just doesn't stop talking at them. When the other person is running late you really have no choice but to drink alone until they get there. No physical contact. Sitting exactly across the table from each other will full on eye contact. Awkward broken conversation. Friends will actually do the most amount of laughing and touching each other. People who are dating for a while will be people watching and making jokes about the menu. Married people are complaining or whisper arguing. Not a first date, but I did have a couple sit in silence the whole meal. The boyfriend was stone cold silent to me and appeared like he was overheating. Thought about how awkward he was being and assumed it was a first date. I work in a fine dining restaurant so they were dressed pretty fancy. I close out their bill and they leave. So this was on a Friday and the bar near our restaurant hosts a karaoke. This bar is our local pub and it has a dive bar environment, crappy food, crappy pool table, crappy jukebox, and most of the time filled with trashy individuals. Our whole staff came to the pub after our shift and who is there? My table that was acting weird. They are sitting by themselves in the same silent way, and they stand out as they are dressed very sharp. I'm enjoying friendship and a tall PBR, when all of a sudden I hear cheering. I look behind me and see the guy proposing to his girlfriend. She said yes. They got free beer and then sat and were now smiling. Then it all made sense to me. That poor man must have been so nervous at the restaurant, where I can only assume he was originally going to ask the question. My husband and I like to make comments while out eating like, "You look nothing like your Tinder profile picture." I wonder if anyone has actually heard us and our stupid fake conversations. I have a first time date tomorrow and I'm eagerly hoping for one of those under the table hand jobs everyone keeps raving on about. You can usually tell by attitude toward one another or when they approach the host stand or how they order their food. You can always tell when you're getting ready to drop the bill and asking them if they're splitting the check or not. When girls are playing with their hair a lot, if I find tons of hair on the seat I know they were nervously playing with their hair. Or if they need their water refilled for the third time and the appetizers haven't even arrived yet. I do the same things when I'm nervous. Guy orders both meals then asks if she wants anything else. She looks down shyly at the menu and he asks, "Did you want cheesy bread?" and her face lit up as she said yes. Cute crap. Everyone wants cheesy bread. I work at a restaurant bar in a mall. A lot of first dates come into my place. Usually it's instantly obvious just through body language. Almost always the guy is sitting with his legs toward the date and the woman is sitting with her legs toward the bar. Conversation is almost always about pop culture, shows, music, movies, or other upcoming events. Maybe I've just seen a lot of awkward first dates, but I have to imagine picking a subpar Italian restaurant bar in a shopping mall leads to a not great first date. These responses are pretty hilarious. Half are waiters convinced they know what a first date looks like and the other half are people in long relationships whose waiters were convinced they were on a first date. Excellent thread. Confirmed waiters have no clue. They ask something to share but at the end the food remains untouched. They dress way too nicely for the place. The whole interaction is awkward. Not a waiter, but once when I was at a restaurant there was two people eating their food in silence. They would occasionally look up at each other but never more than a second. Then the guy clears his throat and says something to the effect of, "So, have you seen the new space movie? I think it was Interstellar but I forgot." She looks up and says nope and continues to eat in silence. I knew then that it was a first date that wasn't going too well. I wasn't waitressing yet, just a hostess at the time at a barbecue restaurant. Not a fancy place, but we were featured on You Gotta Eat Here, so it was quite popular, especially when they showed a rerun of the episode we were featured on. Anyways, I saw a couple that wouldn't stop smiling at each other. It was a mixture of cute and forced to look nice. After I saw the guy eating his ribs with a fork and knife, that was what completely gave it away for me. He didn't even finish his plate. Oftentimes people, especially males, end up making the comment, "Oh man, I need a wheelbarrow just to get to the car." They're old and they're talking about their respective kids and other tedious bulls at the bar. Then go into the dining room, spend 3 hours eating 2 courses, return to the bar for a nightcap, proceed to talk over empty glasses of ice until the place has been empty for an hour and I kick them out. When they're overly courteous and flirty about whether or not to get an appetizer. Me, "Would we like to start off with an appetizer this evening?" Person 1, all smiley and sweet, "Would you like an appetizer?" Person 2, "Oh, it's up to you." And it just goes on for way too long. The guy literally told me before the woman had came, then asked what the highest ABV beer was cause he likes to get drunk but wants to appear as if he is only casually drinking beer. The date shows up and periodically through serving the table I hear him asking her about coming back to his place so they can do it, convincing her that he is an amazing kisser. Walk by and she's mad at him for being too forward. The most surprising part was I saw them together not but a week or 2 later on a second date. For our first date, we went to Taco Bell. We both enjoyed it and he turned me on to my now all-time favorite, chicken quesadillas. Gotta get them with extra creamy jalapeno sauce though. We ate in his car, in a parking lot. Neither one of us like the awkwardness of eating in at fast food restaurants. We still eat our to-go meals in our car. First date was a disaster though. I was too shy and young, barely spoke. He thought I hated him. In reality, I'd had a crush on him for 2 years, so finally going out with him was just mind-blowing to me. Love this man so gosh darn much. I didn't answer the question, but I wanted to share. When I greet the table and ask if they'd like drinks, appetizers, and the guy says, "So, do you like mozzarella sticks?" No, I'm vegan. It's usually the case if someone wants to wait on their guest before ordering a drink. I can always tell off the greeting to be sure. It's 100% if the guy arrives first and asks my name immediately. He'll use it throughout the night and we're apparently friends. I bartend. What first date behavior is a deal breaker, regardless of other qualities? The only Tinder date I have ever been on. Things were fine until I noticed that the tops of her feet were tattooed with portraits of John Wayne Gacy and Charles Manson. Across her toes were the words "party dudes." When I asked her what was up with that, she said, "I just think they were really intelligent, misunderstood guys." Had a date with a guy who owned the sports bar we were at. He repeatedly suggested we go to his office or try to go someplace quieter. Date only lasted a couple hours, and that was only because I got on the topic of dogs with one of his friends. Went on a date with someone that I exchanged numbers with after crossing paths with them at a local market. We texted for about a week before finally meeting up and exchanged a lot of texts, covering a wide array of subjects and personal stories. She's new to the area and doesn't get out much. Day before the date, I ask her if she has anything in mind or any special requests for the date. She says it's up to me. She'll be down for anything. A local fancy beer bar is having a tap takeover from a Japanese brewery on this night. Plus is in an area where there's lots of other cool things to do other than drink. Just in case. We meet up and I attempt to tell her what the plan is, but she insists on wanting to be surprised. We make our way to the bar and she immediately clams up and sits defensively with me. I asked her if this was a bad choice and she proceeds to berate me for choosing a bar as a date spot and goes on to tell me she's a recovering alcoholic and H addict, so I've ruined her night. I mentioned that never once in our convos was avoiding a bar brought up and reminded her that I tried to tell her what I had planned but she wanted to be surprised. She called me an butthole and I walked out on her mid-sentence. I went on a date with a girl who stole the salt and pepper pots from the restaurant when we left after our meal. Bruh. Not just talking about an ex, because we're adults and everyone has a past, but continuously calling exes crazy and blaming them for their relationships ending. Great point. When everyone else is crazy, maybe. Honestly, talking too much crap about others. A little is fine if you're telling a story, but too much and I assume you're a drama llama. Upvote for drama llama. Making a really big deal about something really small, not only for the reason of it showing their personality, but that it shows you two have inherently different priorities. Not only for the reason of it showing their personality, but that it shows you two have inherently different priorities. Oh my freaking god. That's so freaking obvious but I never thought of it that way. You have no idea how much grief you just saved me. Cheers. I had a guy offer me coke on the first date once. I mean, if I was into that it would have been a nice gesture I suppose but I'll pass. I went on a date with this girl and I asked what she had done that day. She said hung out with her ex. Fine. Some people remain friends. I know I do. She said don't worry, we didn't have sex. I only blew him. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, found our waiter and paid the bill. After finishing my drink, I bailed. Nope. Only, I would have bailed, too. LOL I posted this on another forum. I went on a date with all the red flags. Dude showed up half an hour late. He did tell me he would be late when I got there, but then told me he's always late to everything. He talked about how he used to be addicted to drugs and lost everything. He talked about his ex-wife. He talked about how his kids hate him and refuse to speak to him. He would only compliment my looks instead of anything I had to say. He would interrupt me. He tried to convince me to get in his car and go with him to a house he doesn't even own or rent. He talked about how he looks good in a purple silk shirt and leather jeans. It was the worst freaking date I'd ever had. Talking about how people never sleep with you. A. Awkward conversation. B. Makes me wonder why. What don't I know yet? C. Makes me think the only reason I'm here is for you to try and sleep with me. Stop complaining about people not sleeping with you to someone you might someday sleep with. It's super weird. Sounds like you found an incel. 1. Showing me a picture of his penis. Why do you have a picture of your penis? Is this normal? Am I naive? 2. Grabbing my boob. 3. Talked about all his money. He arrived with a bottle of homemade massage oil he wanted to take back to my place to use because he still lived with his parents. He parked his motorcycle in the handicapped spot and insisted on sitting next to a window so he could keep an eye on it. He told me he hoped I would wear a low-cut shirt to the date. He said I needed to pay him back for dinner by buying him some beers. He was still mad at his high school, he was in his 30s, for expelling him because they knew he was the only one smart enough to build a bomb, and he would if he wanted to. Holy crap, that is also bizarre. Sounds like the beginning of a comedy film. Talking about how wild and crazy they used to be, but they really want to try and date a normal guy. This agitated me greatly. It's okay to be a normie. For me, it's pushing boundaries. If a guy keeps trying to do or pressure me to do something I've said I'm uncomfortable with, even if it's something that seems like no big deal, I'm out. Apart from the fact that it's a clear sign of incompatibility, it also raises the question of whether I can trust that person to respect more serious boundaries. Recently saw a meme thing on Facebook. Yo, I know, Facebook is crap. That went along the lines of if you try to shove a finger up a guy's butt without asking, you find out that they really do understand the concept of ongoing consent and sexual boundaries. Asked that I rub calamine lotion on a rash she had behind her knees. Didn't ever really expect that to be a thing a date would ask me to do. I left. A recent Tinder date practically demanded to see my credit score. This was the first date, so I was put off quite a bit by the request. When I protested and assured her that my finances were sound, she went off on an epic tirade on how her last boyfriend, and most men, are leeches looking for women to take care of them. She did meet me at my office. She saw my new car when I pulled up. I paid for the first round of drinks because the waitress was cashing out and wanted to clear our check. I thought that was more than enough initially to show that hey, I'm a financially responsible adult. I eventually showed her my credit score on my phone. It's sitting at 780-ish because I had just bought a car. She asked to see my phone to make sure it wasn't a screenshot of someone else's report. I texted her the next day and told her that we weren't going to work. Whoa, that's a lot of nerve, or not enough tact, or both. Late and doesn't tell you they are going to be late until they're actually late. That or cancels last minute and doesn't seem to think there's anything wrong with that. Both of which are signs of lack of respect, and I can do that to myself, thank you very much, lol. Not only lack of respect, it's also a sign that they don't have their crap together and cannot be relied on. Being rude to wait staff or treating them like slaves. Once went on a date with a lovely, funny and handsome man. He was from a pretty well-off family, so he was a little bit pretentious, but he seemed so nice and down to earth, so I agreed to go on a date with him. It was a nice restaurant, but it was quite busy. I used to work at a restaurant as a waiter, so I understand how difficult a busy night can be for waiters. Got maybe an hour into the date before I left. He was so rude to our waitress, treating her like his own personal maid and giving out to her for things beyond her control. When I confronted him about it, he said it's what she is paid for. He wanted her to prioritize us above all her other tables, called her over while she would be taking other orders or delivering other food, and get pissy when she wouldn't come straight to us while delivering to other tables. Called her some pretty crappy names, expecting me to laugh. He treated her like dirt. The poor girl looked like she wanted to cry, and I have no doubt that he not only delayed everyone else's meals but our own as well. He gave me a disgusted look when I told him I used to be a waiter and he was being a total butthole. I got up and left the prick with the bill. Handed the girl €30 tip before I left. I was planning to use it to split the bill with the guy, but she deserved it more. I contacted the restaurant the next day in case the guy decided to complain about the girl. Let them know she was very professional and lovely, and the guy was just an butthole. Edit. Thank you everyone for being so kind. I am still a kind of waiter at a high-end wine bar. It's nice to know that people are kind to people like me. Whoa. Went to sleep and woke up to this being my most popular comment ever. And thank you for the gold, kind stranger. It's much appreciated. Wow, you are a really nice person. That guy sounds like a total douchebag. His mates just so happened to be at the same bar we were meeting up at. One friend proceeded to question me on why I was a nurse and not a doctor. The date refused to buy me a drink when his friends joked about it. because he didn't believe in buying the girls drinks on the first date. I have no problem getting my own drinks. He was just so weird about it. And when he went to get himself a drink, his mate told me to never contact the date again for my own good. Well, he contacted me a couple weeks later letting me know he was an alcoholic with no job. Excellent. Nice friend. If they start talking about how excited they are to find someone like you because you're so perfect and they've been waiting all their life to find someone they feel this connected to, run. In my experience, there's a reason people do this and move on quickly. I was too stupid and trusting with someone who was a manipulator. I'm legally blind, so these are probably going to be different from some of y'all's. Inviting me to a movie knowing full well I can't see any of it. I'll be bored and antsy the whole way through. Not getting along with my service animal. If it's you or the dog, I'm choosing the dog every time. And I'm not sorry. Messy living spaces. Most everyone has clutter and I'm no stranger to tripping over everything. But if you leave your priceless anything on the floor, please be aware that it's liable to be stepped on. Incompatible taste in music. I like pretty much everything, and as long as we can compromise it's cool. If you insist on listening to crappy pop country all the time, you're done. I have 3 senses, damaged olfactory nerve, no smell either, so if you're going to crap on one of the few things I can actually enjoy we won't last long. Insisting on me drinking on a first date. I like to have a good time like anyone else, but I have no way to know if you're putting something in my drink. I am sorry about this one, but it takes a lot of trust before I'll drink with a new person. All I can think about after reading your comment is illegally blind people. When they speak, I listen, ask questions, etc. When I speak, he looks around the room and glances at his watch. Oh, sorry, didn't realize I was just here to hold the mirror. I'm not saying this is what happened, but when someone talks to me, I often discover that I have no idea what I should be looking at. If I look straight at her the whole time, that's kind of intense. I met a dude I met on a dating site once and he did so many things wrong. Despite the fact that we made a deal that we'd meet in public, he insisted that I come to his house. I refused and he was half an hour late. Came in dressed in sweatpants and an old sweater. I mean, I am not asking for a tux, but at least put some effort FFS. Spent the whole time talking. I barely got to say 2 words. Started bringing up weird heavy crap, his ex, and how he is ready to have kids. Was very pushy for physical stuff. TL. DR. Don't be that guy. 1. Hinting at what my salary or financial status is. 2. Sizing me up and downright asking if I was a baby maker. I'm a guy. I recently went on a date with a girl I met online, who brought her mom along. I mean, her mom wasn't along the entire time, but she was present in the building. We went to see a movie. The entire time, I kind of understand how online dating can be scary, but if you are so afraid you have to bring your mom along, don't do it. I was talking to a girl online once and we were discussing going out on a date. I think we were both mid to late 20s and she had been incredibly sheltered. She still lived at home, didn't have a driver's license, etc. We never met up because she insisted that her parents had to meet me first. I promptly told her that I wasn't in high school anymore and noped out of the conversation. Demand that I pay for our date. Not ask or expect, but demand and then talk about how you never ever pay when you go out with people. I paid and never spoke to her again. Any signs of poor hygiene? I don't care how interesting you are or even how good you look. It cancels everything out immediately for me. I can't imagine touching a person like that or what their living environment must look like. I had a guy show me his dong pics in his car while his phone was on the dash for GPS. Then he showed me nudes pictures of other women had sent him, all on the dashboard awkwardly. Extremely creepy. Shows you have no respect for me or those girls' pics, and have no boundaries. He was attractive and we had a lot of shared interests, but got the frick out of the car by the next corner. We sat down at a restaurant and I ordered a beer. After the waiter brought it, she says, using that to hide your insecurities. Mentally noped out of that date and ordered a second and third. Nah, I was hoping it would make you attractive. refusing to acknowledge that my opinions, knowledge or experience mean anything. I've had a few of these. Here's one of the worst. I'm a British woman and two of my interests are football and real ale. I was a member of CAMRA, the campaign for real ale. So this guy says, I'll take you to a real ale pub. You'll love it. There were loads of really excellent pubs in the area we were planning to meet, and so I suggested 2 or 3 of the best. Dude says no. He'd take me to this other place he knew. Now I did quite a lot of work for CAMRA at the time and was pretty sure I knew all the decent pubs in that area, but I'd never heard of this one and would have heard of any new openings. But whatever. Maybe it was an amazingly well hidden gem. Okay, I decided to keep an open mind. Well, it was a complete dive and the beer, no choice of ales, was horrible. I thought hey, it was sweet of him to try, although I was slightly annoyed he didn't listen to me when I suggested good places. But then he started quizzing me about football. Every time I expressed an opinion he'd try to shoot it down, not because he knew more about it but because I was female. He asked how I got into it. Was it my dad or an old boyfriend? Neither. It was me by myself. Okay then. Prove you know your football. Explain the offside rule. Name every England captain since 1966. For context, I follow my team home and away and have done since 1996. I've missed one away match in 14 years and no home ones since 1998. I know football. He then argued with me because I ordered salmon when we went to eat and he didn't like salmon. Bringing your 7-month-old girl to the first date, and then saying what a good father I'd be and she needed a little brother or sister as soon as possible. Being on their phone the entire time. I get having to check every now and then or responding to an important text, taking a call, but the amount of times I've seen people sit on their phones for an entire date confuses the heck out of me. That's not confusing to me at all. They're not interested. Might as well save both people time and just call it an evening. Insisting on physical intimate contact on the first date is pretty lame, especially when you've known each other for a short amount of time. I went on a date with a guy who spent the whole time talking about what kind of fancy car he is going to buy soon and how expensive it is, because he is doing so well at work, making over 6 figures. He just did not stop talking about material things, and it was such a turn off. He was also extremely upset when I told him later I didn't want a second date. Had a date with girl a few years back. Within 10 minutes of meeting her she already described something I did as you do that like N. To be fair, she was from Northwest Indiana. Long time ago I went on a date with this gal. She wanted to be the one to take me out. Okay, cool. As she's driving I get an unexpected yawn that I tried my hardest to hold in, but it appeared while I was mid-sentence. She immediately insists that she thinks it's best we cancel so I can go home and rest. It's freaking 7 PM on a Friday night and I just worked a full day. Excuse me for yawning. Not that she was boring, just totally unexpected. I insist that I am fine and it came out of nowhere and not worry about it. Nope. B turns around and heads back to my place. I ask her if she would rather chill at my place and we get food delivered and watch a movie or something. She replies in a quiet voice I don't know and begins to speed. Once I noticed she was pee off over a freaking yawn and began to speed, I started to be a dong in hopes she would speed faster so we would get pulled over and she could get a ticket. Well, it worked. But while telling her how pathetic she's being over a yawn, I guess we ran a red light and a cop was on the other side of traffic. Lights start flashing behind us and the sounds of the siren got louder as he caught up. She literally locked up her brakes as she pulled over. Huge red flag to the cop. Him and his partner draw guns on us and shout for us to get out and have our hands up. Totally don't blame them. I was scared and freaking happy karma caught up with her. Once the questioning was over and I explained to the cops what was going on, they were pretty chill with me. Her expired license, expired insurance, expired registration, speeding, running a red light, danger to the public, some other charges, and a date gone to heck over a freaking yawn. Cops gave me a ride home after their backup took her away and had her car towed. They thought the yawn issue was pretty funny except everything else she did afterwards. Well dang, that escalated quickly. Humble bragging, exaggerating, flat out lying. Unless it's a blind date, I've usually done some form of research to be able to tell. It's a turn off because it makes me think this person is okay with lying. And this is just the first date. Frick you. I did invent cheese. I am surprised at how many issues I would regard as minor are concerned deal breakers. Looking down this post, that is. On a first date, a person is typically on their best behavior. If they act crappy that early on, then it'll only get worse from there. I haven't dated in about 12 years, but I remember going on a date and having a girl ask me about a TV show. I was only vaguely familiar with the program. She took it upon herself to walk me through the entire plot of the first season. After, "Are you going to watch it? You should totally watch it." I never did watch the show, and only saw her once or twice after that. Looking through these replies, the one that springs to mind for me is when I can sense I'm being tested. Dates can actually be shock horror, kinda fun if both sides are A, not massive creeps B, not holding the other to a ridiculously high standard C, open-minded and willing to learn about another person's way of life culture. If you're reading these comments and it's making you feel anxious about dating, just be the most respectful, decent and attentive version of yourself and you'll be 100% fine. The rest is personal choice. One that falls under the same line of excess is trying to pry information out of someone. I was out of a relationship and was trying to put myself out there. It was a nice date, however he asked me what's a cute guy like you doing single. I kinda laughed it off and told him it was a long story and didn't want to talk about it. Truth was my last ex was a pose and it ended really bad, like cops involved really bad. Talking about it can open the floodgates and I didn't want to unload on this guy. The thing was he kept prying for information until I told him, and by that time I was not feeling too great. There was no second date. This will probably be buried, but in my single days I had a couple of first and never agains. Fairness. The first one that comes to mind, she was foreign, from a Latin American country. I speak very little Spanish, but that's okay. Between her broken English and my broken Spanish we got on nicely. She was very pretty. We went out to a restaurant for dinner. There was music and dancing after dinner service too, so I was pretty excited for this date. Would have been a lot of fun, except almost as soon as we were seated, she disappeared to the ladies' room. She returned after 40 minutes. At this point, I had already asked for the check, saying I think I've been ditched, to the unquestionably understanding and discreet waiter. Yeah, he got an awesome tip too. While she was gone, the table filled. She came back and, weirdly, her English was much better, almost fluent. Actually, I didn't know she could teach a language. She explained she met a friend of hers outside of the bathroom. She was bouncing off the walls when she came back, and then accused me of hitting on the girl sitting next to me, berated me in public over it. Actually, I stayed the course. I did not want to walk out on her if she was high. I'd at least make sure she got in a cab. We ate, made small talk. I didn't really care at this point. Any interest in her went out the crazy door, and then danced for a bit after. Another, she talked about herself the whole night. I didn't even get a chance to ask any questions. It was a non-stop monologue at 115% normal playback speed. She went on a rant about just wanting a normal guy, normal usual hobbies, 9-5 job, homebody, while she was not, likes long walks on the beach and not much else type of guy. When the evening was over, she asked if there'd be a second date, and I said something along the lines of, I don't think so. You're looking for a normal guy, and I'm not that at all. I'm really quite outside of your definition of normal. And one last one for today, the athletic redhead looking for her soulmate with 10-year-old photos that did not show the extra 200 pounds of weight she'd gained since they were taken. I'm not sure if the extra weight came with her absolutely over-the-top racism or not. I actually excused myself from that meal and left the restaurant without saying anything. To answer a bit differently than most people, not being talkative does it for me. And no, I don't mean if you're a bit shy, nervous. I am too. But when I'm trying so much to make you talk, I pick different topics, ask you questions, and you're just there answering in a word or two. It sucks. And you could say, wow, but what if you are the boring one? Well then, you try and pick up a subject. I really feel like I'm a nice person and I can talk about anything. Just shoot. Also, another red flag, you tell me you're in a relationship. Really? Lawyers of Reddit, what is the nastiest, craziest divorce case that you've handled? I worked for a judge. Two prominent local news people had a divorce. They filed mutual restraining orders against each other for violence. The filings were vague on details, but still somehow conveyed a sense of Shiloh or Antietam levels of blood. When it came time for the hearing, it turned out the violence was spitting. More specifically, during a heated argument, flecks of spittle managed to touch the other party. Judge denied the restraining orders, and both parties' attorneys probably bought new yachts, such as Justice. Man, if they were both on TV at this time, you think their lawyers would have advised this is a bad idea. You were on screen the next day with no visible injuries, it's not going to go your way. Here's a story of a potential thwarted divorce case, told to me by our closing attorney. The man and his fiancée are buying a house together. They get to the paper where you sign off on all your aliases. The woman has a full page of former names. The guy asks, "What is this?" The woman nonchalantly says, "Oh, I've been married 5 times before." The guy gets up and walks out. Needless to say, they did not buy the house or stay together. You'd think that had come up before the setting down hundreds of thousands of dollars together phase of a relationship. I'm a child who dealt with parents getting divorced. When I was 7, I was forced to go to therapists to play games with them. My mother was trying to get custody and insisted it was a board game. It seemed innocent enough. I roll the dice, and the therapist picks up a card from his deck and asks me a question. When he rolled, I picked a card and asked him a question. My questions were simple for a 7-year-old. What's your favorite color? And whatnot. His questions were smart, tricky. How do you feel when mommy does this? And what do you think of daddy when this happens? So I sat there for an hour, 7 years old, playing this game. At the end, we left the room and met with my parents, and he said I would do better living with my mother. I specifically remember looking at the man and saying, "But I don't want to just live with mom. I want to live with dad too. Like I'm doing now. 1 week at mom's, 1 week at dad's." I'll never forget the way that the therapist basically ignored me and said that the game discussions showed that I'm happier with my mom. The look on my father's face was heartbreaking and he started to tear up. I remember as we were walking out of the place, my parents stopped in the parking lot to discuss things, and I stood there waiting for them to finish arguing. I remember getting so frustrated because they were talking about me in front of me. I stopped them and said, "Why didn't you just ask me what I wanted?" My mother looked quite stunned, and my dad seemed so relieved. I wound up doing 1 week at mom's and 1 week at dad's until I was 17 and went into college. Mondays I got on the bus at one house and off the bus at the other. Parents, don't be dongs. Just ask your kid. We might actually have something to say. I had a few. One guy had his wife served with the divorce papers while she was in the hospital undergoing cancer treatment. She had no idea he wanted a divorce. One guy wanted a provision in his divorce that said his sons couldn't watch NASCAR because the wife's new boyfriend was into NASCAR. In the same case, the property division was so contentious that the judge had the parties list every piece of furniture in the house and try to work through who would get what. The guy made sure that he wanted everything she did, down to things like lace doilies her grandma made and some trophy she won in a women's shooting competition. I bought her the gun, so it's pretty much my trophy. Another guy wanted no custody and no visitation with his 4 sons until he learned how much child support would be. Then he wanted full custody with no visitation for the wife and the hope that she'd have to pay him child support. I only did divorces for about a year before I moved on to mortgage foreclosures. Those are far less depressing. I was a secretary for an attorney. I think the most entertaining one was when a guy had to divorce his wife via newspaper because she wouldn't leave the house or answer the door for the process server. My parents' divorce was finalized September of 2014, but the separation of assets is still opened. The short of it is that my dad has always been really jealous. About 2 years ago, my dad got it in his head that my mom was cheating with a Baco police officer in our hometown, Mexico. He hired 2 guys to watch her 24/7. They confirmed that she was cheating and said they had a video. Well, $8K and my dad's sanity later. There's no video and my dad is mentally ill. He hired someone else to kill this Baco police officer. Thankfully they too just took his money and did not kill him. He started going to brothels and sexually harassing women. He said he would leave my mom on the streets and has attempted to pay off judges. My dad was always a good hard-working man. Now he is someone I don't know. Some say it's a midlife crisis. but the guy is 65 years old. I feel if it was a crisis it should have happened years ago. TLDR. My dad thinks he lives in Colombian novella. That's terrible and I feel awful for you, but it's possible your dad needs medical help. I'm no expert, but I've heard stories of people with family members around his age who underwent sudden personality changes, and it turned out to be early onset dementia, a tumor, or some other issue. The hard part is convincing him he needs care. I didn't handle the divorce, but I was working in a legal clinic and had a client seeking a protective order from her ex-husband. We had an initial interview and I got paperwork filed. Between filing and the scheduled hearing, she called me. She started rambling, and when she calmed down, she told me her ex had been arrested for murdering his brother. Even with bigger fish to fry, he insisted on attending the protective order hearing while in custody, which is his right but a terrible idea because anything he says on the record can be used by prosecutors. He shows up in his prison jumpsuit and handcuffs and takes every opportunity to talk about how my client would get drunk and start fights with him and he had to give her a slap to shut her up. He's currently serving a life sentence after being convicted of second-degree murder and several other felonies. Divorce attorney here. The standard comment I make is that I represent good people in their worst moments. However, some cases seem like representing the worst people in their worst moments. I have a bunch of anecdotes, but the truly surreal case for me was a post-decree case where a husband sought reduction of his unallocated family support obligation after he was fired from a 6-figure salary as a public school principal. He was jerking off in his car while driving and was observed by most of the people in a school bus that was much higher than his car. The legal issue was whether his change in employment was in bad faith. After a 3-hour hearing, court felt that it was. He was jerking off in his car while driving and was observed by most of the people in a school bus that was much higher than his car. The legal issue was whether his change in employment was in bad faith. After a 3-hour hearing, court felt that it was. I agree. Most people know not to have a wank on school property, unless they are a student of course. My grandparents' divorce. I refused to help them with it or get involved. I think my only advice was to burn all of their possessions. It was truly awful. It went on for at least 4 years. My grandfather was a shopping addict and hoarder, and step-grandmother left the minute that they ran out of cash. They then proceeded to fight about every object in their hoard, all while both being in the middle of dying. She was dying of cancer and Alzheimer's and he of diabetes and kidney failure. So it wasn't like they had some grand plan about how someone was going to use any of these objects. They owned basically nothing of actual value. My grandfather was just awful and wouldn't let her go. Did she know she was leaving? Not sure, and wrote her nasty letters weekly. After my grandfather died, my family threw away or donated virtually every last hammer, hat and book they fought over. What a waste of time and energy their whole divorce fiasco was. I'm sure they greatly annoyed their respective attorneys greatly. Far back on Reddit I saw a thread where the guy lost his house in the divorce but kept few land around it via some loophole. First he had all the trees logged and sold, then he had the stumps ground and mulched, then he sold the topsoil, he sold off the gravel, then he sold off the clay until the house was left on a hill surrounded by rock. If someone knows the thread, please link it, it's great. I just had lunch with a lawyer friend of mine and he told me this crazy story. When he was an intern there was this divorce case where the woman was demanding her husband for child support. It was in a small city in Bolivia's highlands and both the husband and wife were shepherds. Anyways, the husband asked the judge for a medical examination of his genitalia. Turns out the husband was actually a woman. She was raised by her grandparents and they respected her preferences. For the rest of the community she was a boy. After her grandparents died she inherited the land and after some time the neighbor offered her to marry his daughter. Without knowing the guy was actually a girl. She accepted and once she was married she came to an agreement with her wife. They will be married but they won't have sex. After a while the wife got a lover and had 3 kids. The husband took them as his own. Some years passed and the relationship got really deteriorated, so the husband asked for a divorce. Things got ugly and she ended up telling the truth in order to avoid paying child support. That was a ride. My mum and dad's case was a giant head frick for me. The custody battle was just bad. I'm pretty sure my mum has a mental illness. She accused my dad of molesting me. Not true. So when they split the court gave her custody. She had 2 other kids, both with different fathers, living with their fathers for a reason. She was a druggy alcoholic prostitute. I got to visit my dad sometimes, but he had to always have a witness with him, and my mum would never be home half the time for him to pick me up. To this day I have no idea where she would have taken me. I suspect a dealer's place or a so-called boyfriend's place. So one day dad was going to take me to the zoo. We met at the train station and my mum then decided to argue and say I wasn't allowed to go. So 4-year-old me must have thought "nah frick you be," and I spat in her face. Dad was so proud, but he sorta told me off because he was actually a responsible parent. Eventually the court realized that this woman was in fact not capable of raising any of her children and was a train wreck. So the tables turned and dad had custody and I was to see her every so often. Any visitations were monitored by a social worker. She kinda disappeared for a few years though, and I eventually forgot what she looked like. A lot of my childhood memories have mostly been suppressed and forgotten. Eventually I asked if I could see my mum again. Court order was to see her every second weekend. Started off alright, but history began to repeat itself and I was exposed to a lot of violence during my teens. Not quite a divorce case, but it was close to being so. My dad did love my mum and was going to ask her to marry him. Lucky he didn't before that all happened. Not strictly divorces, but my family law professor had some good stories. Story 1. Client calls. "Hi, can I kick my pregnant girlfriend out of the house? You really shouldn't do that, but can I? Legally speaking, since you never married and the home is in your name, yes, you can legally exclude her, but you really freaking shouldn't. Thanks, I need you to explain that to someone." Client opens door, where police are getting ready with a ram. Hand cell phone to police officer. Story 2. Unmarried mum comes in and asks, "So, what do I have to do to get his house?" You really shouldn't be getting married if you're already planning to end the relationship. Yeah, but what do I have to do? Well, if you're married and live in the home, it become a matrimonial home and you have an equal right to possession upon divorce. Thanks. Client calls again. He wants me to sign a prenup. Well, this would limit what you would be able to get in a divorce, and it doesn't really give you anything. Why are you getting married if both you and he know that you're only in it to get his house? Okay, so I should sign it. Client calls again. Okay, we are married now, but he won't let me move in. Family law is crazy. A guest speaker in that course was beaten up by thugs for a ruling he made in a high-profile arbitration case. A man came into the family law firm my friend was working in and says his wife was cheating on him. He's extremely rich and wants to get divorced. The lawyer proceeds to ask him about his assets and what he wants to keep. He says that she can have the house, the car, the boat, the kids, etc. The lawyer asks him what he wants to keep then, given that he doesn't seem to want anything. The man angrily responds that B only loves her dog. I want her to suffer, so I want the court to order that the dog be taken away from her and cremated. She can have 50% of the ashes and I'll have the other 50%. Somehow this prince among men is getting divorced. And despite the crazy, somehow I'm still interested in practicing in family law. Not a lawyer, but saw what happened to my cousin. He got married at the start one year. During the year ended up needing surgery. Gets home and wife has left and taken all the stuff including the dog. They both owned a house each, but his was worth slightly more, so she made him pay her the difference in the settlement. But as a happy end to the story, he's now married to a lovely woman and they have 2 kids together. Someone in my family holds the state record for longest divorce proceedings. 30+ years of unrelenting fighting that divided the family into who talks to which parent, complete with long periods of not speaking to one another and family members not speaking to the people who won't speak to the family members that they like. The reverse too. Some people talk to the mom and some talk to the dad, but you can't talk to them both. Not allowed. God forbid you ever mention one to the other. It's a war and it totally fricked their kids, my mom and aunts, uncles. Up, it won't end until both parties are dead and in the ground. Getting my counseling license and taking legal ethics classes. One crazy story is while a lady is in her counseling session, her husband comes in and says to the receptionist that he's her husband and he won't be able to pick up the kids because he has to go into work right then, and could the receptionist let the client know when she gets out of the appointment? The receptionist says yes. When the client comes out of her appointment, the receptionist passes along the message and the client says, "Are you serious? He isn't supposed to know I'm here. We're in the middle of a divorce and he's crazy." TLDR. Train receptionists to say I can neither confirm or deny that person is a client. Not an attorney, but I do title research and including divorce cases in reports is part of my job. I came across a case in Ohio from the early 1900s in which the wife jabbed her husband in the rectum with a hot poker, made him sleep in the barn for several months, had his sons beat the crap out of him, and she still got the farm in the divorce. Her defense was that he was a drunk, which was enough for the judge, apparently. Before you testify to crap in any civil suit, bear in mind that it's public record and some butthole like me is gonna come along 100 years later and laugh at your butt, so to speak. I know that was 115 years ago, but that abuse sounds horrific and I hope he is safe in heaven. I work in civil litigation, so not divorce, but I had a case where part of the issue was the previous dangerous behavior of plaintiff's dogs. My client believed that part of plaintiff's divorce involved not allowing the dogs around plaintiff's kids, so we filed to unseal the divorce settlement agreement. The divorce was between two lawyers and it was a doozy of a settlement. They had 2 single-space pages dedicated to splitting up family stuffed animals. It was pretty heartbreaking to read who would be getting things like Boots the bear. Oh dear God, I can't even begin to imagine. I've seen theater couples try to act together. I've seen tech couples try to program together. But holy crap. 2 lawyers trying to rip their respective lives back apart. I'd imagine there have been multinational wars with less collateral damage. My sister works at a family law firm. Some lady was divorcing her husband and after the mediation he called back the next day saying he was going to kill her and everyone at the firm. So I'd say he handled it well. He sounds like a catch. I wonder why she wanted to divorce him. Yes, finally my moments to shine. A mother US citizen who took her child from Argentina and ran back to the US child born in AR. I represented the Argentine father husband. Federal court, Argentine govt got involved, made the news in Buenos Aires. We won and had child returned to father in Argentina. Also represented a woman who was convinced that her husband had implanted micro robots into her brain and was trying to control her. She would bring us all these nanotech articles trying to convince us that it was possible. She dragged the case out for 4 years convinced that he has done all kinds of illegal stuff, like destroyed her car brakes so she would crash and putting poison into her tap water. She was nuts. We almost had to get a conservator for her estate. My first divorce case was the most memorable. My client was a nice looking, 50-ish waitress who was breaking hearts at the local small town cafe. She was on divorce number 5. I had a little lawyer kit of things she should do. Clean out the joint accounts, change the car title, etc. She had done all of them, plus a few things neither I nor the professional list maker had thought of. Husband number 5 came into my office to cry and concede everything. Now that was a guy who needed a lawyer with a list. No such luck. She fricked him over gently, professionally, I thought. Didn't overreach too much, but got everything she was or might have been entitled to, plus a little more. It was easy peasy for me. Helps if your first time is with an experienced woman. I learned a lot. Helps if your first time is with an experienced woman. I learned a lot. I find this is true about a lot of things. Day 58 of the 60 days it took for my parents' divorce to be final. My dad called my mom at work and begged her to call it off and take him back. She said no. He went from sad and crying to pee, saying, "So this is how you want things." About an hour and a half later, my mom got another phone call from someone letting her know that our house was on fire. It was arson, of course. I wish that's the worst I could say about their divorce. Sounds like she was right to divorce him. My sister is a divorce lawyer and I remember she once told me about a case she handled where the wife kept cheating on the husband with younger dudes and one day the husband had enough and decided to beat her repeatedly and sent her to the hospital. What a story, Mark. Not a lawyer, but I'm sure the divorce lawyers for my parents could write a lot. Both my parents are stubborn and often irrational. For example, my dad accused my mom of being a negligent parent for giving me chocolate chip cookies. My mom accused my dad of breaking into her house to replace my antidepressants with sugar pills. I had a weird childhood. I wonder why you were taking antidepressants. It sounds like such a wonderful childhood. I worked on a case where the other party's statement of property listed every individual food item in the house at the date of separation. Campbell's condensed tomato soup, $0.59. I was a family law attorney for years. It is nasty all the time, which is why I finally switched to a different area. Nasty. One parental alienation cases just make you want to hurt someone. Those poor kids are brainwashed. It is beyond cruel. Had one where the little kid was so brainwashed she would scream at the top of her lungs if she even saw a picture of the other parent. Everyone knew she was brainwashed, but the options are few when the kid is so fricked up. Are you really going to force the kid to live with a parent they hate? These cases frick you up. 2 had several where dad didn't give a frick about ever seeing his kids, but grandmother wanted him to get some custody out of principle and was bankrolling to destroy her. 3 so much child abuse. Silly. 1 had a 10-hour mediation over who a few dirty pans that originally came from Walmart. By the end I almost waived the fee to buy my client new pans to end the pain everyone else had to endure. 2 had a divorce where they still lived together because neither wanted to move. I believe they still live together several years later. They hated each other, so I don't understand, but their choice. 3 most clients destroy their own case, make the judge hate them by being terrible. I have had to tell them shut up more times than I can count. The husband in the case broke into the wife's, our client, home, poisoned some of her food, and left. She went to the hospital and ended up being perfectly okay, thankfully. I interned for a small family law firm in Virginia last summer and had 2 really odd stories. 1. This attractive lady came in seeking a divorce. Before divorcing, she and her husband moved into a house in the Virginia mountains with her parents, as they were relocating from Florida to Virginia to start their relationship over and had not found a new place to live yet. She had found his personal classified ads on Craigslist. If I remember correctly, well, crap keeps hitting the fan, and he kicks her out of her parents' house. You read that correctly. 2. Another crazy story was surrounding a mid-40s couple that got remarried. All of their children from their respective first marriages were grown up. Anyways, they decide to adopt 3 kids from some African county. At first they think the 2 girls and 1 boy are brother-sister, but end up being 2 sisters and a cousin. The kids had apparently seen some awful crap back in Africa. All their parents were dead or drug addicts, etc. Anyways, they all have terrible manners that they won't fix. Eating with their hands at the table, bad hygiene, obnoxious, etc. However, the really sad part was the older girl, around 11-12 years old. She was sexually assaulted, raped in Africa, and she had become sexually reactive. This means she was masturbating all the time, in public, and even once made her sister perform oral sex on her, which the mother found them doing in the bathtub. A really sad story. Told this one before, but it bears repeating and is also pretty crazy, at least in my opinion. I'm a land use and real estate lawyer, but a friend's friend is, or at least was, a divorce family lawyer. My friend once told me a story wherein my friend's divorce lawyer friend was attacked by a client's former spouse while doing his grocery shopping at a local supermarket with his wife and kids. The former spouse attacker has blamed the divorce attorney for taking him to the cleaners and for the downward spiral that followed the divorce. Last I heard, the lawyer who was assaulted in the grocery store decided to change practice areas. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Criminal lawyers often work with the worst people on their best behavior. Family lawyers often work with the best people on their worst behavior. Divorce lawyers of Reddit. What is the most insane, evil, funny, dumb way a spouse has tried to screw the other? Ian'll but work in the court system. One's case that came in was a couple divorcing on mutual terms. The husband had 1 child with her and the wife had a child from the previous marriage. He agreed to pay child support for both children. I guess he really cared about this other enough to support her even though it isn't his obligation. Judge signs the order. They go to set up the child support account and it gets kicked back saying you can't have 2 accounts for one child. Turns out she's been collecting child support from the biological father the entire time and never told him. She basically tried to milk 2 fathers for one child, and the other attorney knew about it. Here in Canada, a kid can legally have up to 4 individuals responsible for paying his or her child support. There was a court case a few years ago where a lady tried to change that law and have the number up to 5. Not my case, but during my first year of law school, lawyers from different practices came to give us a peek behind the curtain of different areas. The divorce lawyer told the story of rather well-to-do couple that spent months and months and many tens of thousands of dollars fighting over absolutely everything, all the way down to a single ceramic ashtray. He couldn't remember the significance, but somehow it had come through the husband's family. Even after everything else had been decided, they spent many more months and nearly $100,000 fighting over just this ashtray. Then, after a court hearing, the wife finally won the ashtray. She promptly strode out to the white courthouse steps and smashed the ceramic ashtray, left the pieces all over for the husband to see on his way out. Decided that day I would not be a divorce lawyer. TLDR. Spent $100K to win an ashtray only to smash it in spite. I think you made a good decision after reading all these answers. Once had a boss who had to leave his house for 6 hours while his ex-wife grabbed all the belongings she was legally entitled to. When he returned home, every knob and handle was gone. Doorknobs, cabinet handles, drawer handles, anything that was screwed onto something and used to open it, she had taken. Every day for the next week he would occasionally yell out she took the fricking knobs. My friend's mom did this when she found out her husband was cheating. In addition, all the light bulbs and toilet paper, even the light bulb in the fridge. She knew he would come home from work in the evening and have to figure out what was going on. I am an interpreter who works frequently with police and lawyers. The most out there thing I ever interpreted in court went like this. Ms. So and so, we know each other for a long time, correct? Yes. As a matter of fact, we have known each other for 5 years, correct? Yes. And at the end of each and every meeting we had during the past 5 years, we always agreed on one thing, correct? Yes. Please, tell the judge what we agree on. It's not okay to break in my ex's apartment and lick all his cutlery. Yet, here we are, Ms. So and so, I died. This made me giggle, and is a welcome respite from all the dog killing and child molestation accusations. Thank you. I didn't handle the divorce, I handled parts of the aftermath. In the divorce, she went AWOL, was living in a truck somewhere, and just couldn't handle it mentally. He gave her 5 of his 9 companies. They were the ones that owed 7 figures in payroll taxes. He had made her the bookkeeper on paper. She spent decades trying to shake the IRS for the results. I'm a lawyer but have had a very limited amount of experience in divorce cases. The first case I ever worked, the husband waxed every single hair off his body in an attempt to avoid a court-mandated drug test. We had a guy at work do this. Shaved his whole body, razor burn on the back of his neck, cut up his elbows. He was a hairy dude. Then he failed the urine test. I asked him why he went to all that trouble and he said, I don't know, I was high. Till, when you're about to go through a divorce, don't clean out the accounts and hide the money. Grab your pets and put them in a safe place where nobody will ever find them until the divorce is all long over. A soon-to-be ex-husband left his wife's prized koi to die on the doorstep of their house. Apparently the value of these fish, 6 in total, was over $100,000. She was, according to her lawyer, so distraught that she couldn't be in court, only in LA. Articled at a family law firm, thankfully moved on since. Worst I saw was a decades-long case. Husband had been in a motorcycle accident, suffered brain damage, has severely limited capacity going forward, got a huge settlement afterwards. Wife spent the next several years stealing the entirety of the guy's money and property variously by forging his signature or putting documents in front of him that he couldn't understand and telling him they were something benign so he'd sign it. She then forged a bunch of letters from a tax authority and convinced him he was about to go to jail and further convinced him to flee the country. He finally came back several years later to find out everything he owned was in her name and one of the documents he was told to sign were divorce papers. Dude got left with nothing. I moved on before I found out how the story ended. Hopefully it ends with her dying a slow, painful death. Not my divorce, but my divorce lawyer told me about a case she was involved in where both clients were so petty that they had to all meet to argue over literally every single scrap of everything. The final object that neither would settle on was a ceramic rabbit statue, a really generic one from Home Depot or whatever. Zero sentimental value, but since it was the final item, neither side wanted to lose the last thing and they dragged it out over 3 separate meetings for this one thing. I don't remember which ended up getting it, but once they settled it and signed everything, the winning party stuck it on their lawyer's desk as a gift and walked out. They must have felt so cool yet looked so stupid. Friend was going through divorce from insane husband. He had been texting her pics of the gun he bought and threatening her. Police were called. Nothing they could do because it was only a picture. He was staying with a secret girlfriend at this point. She allowed him to go get his stuff from the house. She was scared to go back in the house alone. I went with her. First red flag was he had changed the locks. So we waited for locksmith to open the house and change the locks again. Well, when the door opens, we noticed all of the furniture was gone. So we carefully went upstairs in search of her cats. The entire second floor was empty. No cats, no furniture, even her clothes were gone. Come to find out he hired a moving company to pack and take everything, even the food in the fridge. Finally found the cats. He had taken them to another vet in town and put them up for boarding under his sister's name thinking she would not be able to find them. He was finally forced to disclose what happened to her possessions. He had them taken to a storage unit far away from the home. I can't believe I'm saying this, but relative to the amount of animal abuse in the rest of this thread, I'm glad he didn't try to kill the cats. Divorce lawyer here. Spouse had been out of the house for weeks. She waited until he was on a business trip, came into the house, turned on all of the faucets, plugged the drains, turned off the furnace, and left. It was -10 degrees. He came back 5 days later. The house was ruined. The water froze and cracked the foundation. I'm guessing no insurance, or insurance didn't cover a deliberate act of damage, or something. I'm not a divorce lawyer, but my parents got divorced about a year ago. My mum didn't want my dad to show up in court because he would contest and then they'd have to split the assets. She phoned me and told me to put laxatives in his food so he wouldn't be able to make it there. Had a client whose wife wanted him out of the house. I told him not to leave, just move to a different bedroom for the time being because once he was out the chances of him ever getting back in was slim. He texted his wife and told her he was staying in the house. She called back and left a VM that she wanted him out and if he wasn't out soon, she would start taking out her unhappiness on the children and would remind the children that mommy was being mean to them because daddy wouldn't leave. 101 on how to lose custody. I don't practice divorce law, but I did an internship with a family law judge in law school that involved me sitting in on a lot of stuff. One divorced couple came in because the ex-husband wanted to lower his spousal support payments due to his lowered income, great financial responsibilities, and the fact that his ex-wife was declining to seek paid employment, all of which sounds reasonable on the face. It turned out that while his income had been lower due to cuts, his new wife, who technically worked as his assistant and had done so prior to the divorce, was now making quadruple her salary, more than he ever had. He claimed that his ex-wife hadn't paid renters living with her and could have money to survive if she charged them rent. It turned out they were the couple's shared 18-year-old twins who were living at home having just graduating high school and were going to keep living at home while starting college in the fall. It also later turned out that he allowed his stepdaughter and her 2 children to live with him and his wife rent-free and paid for her college. His ex-wife produced evidence that he told his own kids to figure out paying for college themselves. He claimed that his ex-wife worked as a nanny for free by choice and should be getting paid for work elsewhere. The kids she watched for free were their 3 joint grandchildren from their eldest child, 2 of which were severely disabled. He claimed that when he married his new wife he gained over 15 new dependents, which was technically true. but those dependents were all in Mexico and included his new wife's grown siblings and their families, none of whom he had ever met. This dude was shocked when spousal support wasn't decreased. He's trying to bleed his ex-wife dry, not realizing he's being bled dry by the new one, lol. My dad is a divorce attorney. His clients couldn't decide who would get the Labrador puppies from a new litter they just breed. The pups are worth $1,000 a pop. Well, they also hadn't been up to date on their payments. So dad brought a litter of 8 floppy puppies home as collateral for us to have until they could negotiate the settlement. So much fun for us kids. TLDR. My client's spouse accused him of giving his deceased wife cancer. I represented a guy who was on his second marriage. His first wife passed away from cancer. He and his kids were obviously devastated. My client was a pretty sensitive guy with a big heart. His second wife could be very charming, which was why he fell for her, but it was all a facade. Anyway, to make a long story about a lengthy divorce short, my client met a very kind and affectionate woman during his case. They really hit it off and were basically engaged, even though his divorce was far from over. The fiancé started having health problems and was diagnosed with a form of terminal cancer. Somehow the second wife found out about this and tried to use the cancer diagnosis against my client in court. She developed this crazy theory that my client had killed his first wife by giving her cancer and that he was doing the same thing to his fiancée. The second wife's attorney, who was quite good, refused to be a party to it. The attorney never addressed the argument in court and didn't even ask the second wife any questions about it during testimony. Rather, the attorney informed the judge that the second wife wished to address the court directly about an issue. The judge allowed her to do so, in a highly irregular move. The second wife told her crazy conspiracy theory to the judge, adding that she was certain my client had tried to give her cancer at some point as well. I wish I had an artist's rendering of the scene, capturing the second wife's crazy eyes, her attorney's look of shame embarrassment, the judge's look of confusion ennui, and my look of awe-inspired disgust. Poor guy though, having 2 loved ones get terminal cancer. I was an assistant for a family law practice, not a lawyer. So it was already a disaster of a divorce because the ex-husband was a dong. But it got so much worse when the wife started dating someone new with a severe cat allergy like a year after they split up. Her psycho ex bought a cat on his time with the kids, except he's not allowed pets at his apartment. He sends the kids back to their mom's house with the cat and all its stuff. Mom is peeved because she didn't want a cat at all, plus her boyfriend is crazy allergic. She calls us asking what to do because her kids are bawling, saying that she can't get rid of their new sibling and she has the cat in the garage. Ex told kids if mommy loves you, she'll let you keep the cat since daddy is not allowed cats at his house. Paralegal for divorce lawyer. This one is morbid. We represented a guy who believed vehemently that his wife was assaulting the children. The authorities were involved. Child services was involved. It was never clear what the truth was or if anything at all was going on. But our client was sure. He shot his wife dead at a custody exchange in front of the children. He then sat down and waited for the authorities. We visited him in jail with his criminal defense attorney. As we were leaving, he told me, "Well, I guess the divorce is over now," and he laughed. This was the first time I had ever been speechless. I can't really reveal details or context here, but I can safely say that defending this action as heroic or understandable is an incorrect takeaway. There are no heroes here. The trauma this man put the children through is incredibly selfish, regardless of his intentions. There are so many other options that could have been explored, many of which were being explored when this happened. He abruptly put an end to all of them, making the truth forever impossible to discern. Where are they now? The children are in the custody of a family member. They are safe and well, although will no doubt need extensive therapy as they get older. Guy is in jail. I'm unsure of his final sentence. However, I doubt he will ever leave. What did the kids say? Forensic interviews are super confidential, and this case didn't have the chance to go to a hearing. However, after multiple interviews with both children and the parents, neither the police, child services, guardian ad litem, or child advocate recommended that the mother lose custody or visitation, nor did they require it to be supervised. All of these matters were ongoing when the mother died. Frick, I should have stopped reading this thread once I got to the parents who were saving alimony money for the other in case of emergency. She accused her ex-husband of physically shaming their children while under the watchful eye of the nationally endorsed social workers who oversaw his contact with them, which was only required because he didn't have his own private accommodation at the time. She also said that his Indian flatmates were inherently dirty. After the obviously false child physically schmang suggestion, I warned her of the consequences of being caught lying about that. That is, permanent loss of custody. She fired me but kept calling back using fake names to try and obtain free advice, which contradicted my advice. But everyone she called immediately spotted her. This was a long time ago and now I specialize in insurance litigation, which is far less ugly. Do you know what happened afterwards? Did she lose custody? Paralegal for a divorce lawyer here. Our client told us he didn't clear out the marital account after the parties filed, which technically is true, because while he removed $45,000 he left about $3.50 in there. Disappointed that I didn't see any reference to the Loch Ness Monster yet. I worked at a computer repair store as a sales technician. Had a guy come in with a desktop that he wanted Windows reinstalled. I asked him if he wanted me to back up all of his data first and he told me that he had everything he wanted and just did a wipe. I put it in the queue and he paid and left. I started it about an hour later since an XP install was only about 45 minutes off the network. I didn't bother doing anything else except deleting the original partition and making a new one and installing Windows. About an hour after that his wife came running and asking if we had a computer with Smith as the last name. I told her I did and she showed me her ID and said that her husband brought it in to try and destroy all the proof of him cheating and stealing money from their business. When she asked if I had wiped everything yet, I told her I just did a Windows install and didn't actually really wipe anything. I called her husband and told him the situation. I told him his wife was here to get the computer. He asked me if I reinstalled Windows like we spoke about and I told him I had. He told me I don't give a crap. Give her the computer. There isn't anything left on it anyway. I said alright and hung up. I told her that he said I could give it to her and then explained to her how reinstalling Windows doesn't magically delete everything and explained to her how I could recover all of her files in a couple of hours. I ended up staying late that night and she bought me pizza and Mountain Dew. I ended up recovering every file he tried to have me destroy and made multiple copies for her. She ended up calling him from the store and reading off some of the messages he had tried to delete from his emails. I was worried that he might try to come back in and confront me, but nothing else ever came of it. Very cute of her to bring you pizza and Mountain Dew. Husband and wife divorce after husband finds out wife is sending obscene texts to other guys. He goes into a deep depression. They didn't have much. Lots of debt and 2 dogs. One was a dog he had had since before the marriage. He got her. The other dog was only about 3 years old and was bought to keep the older, 7-year-old dog company while they worked. Wife demanded that since he got his dog that she got the other. He is depressed and just wants to move on, so he agrees. She gets the dog and has it put down the next day. She didn't want the dog. She just wanted to hurt him. This one hits close to home because it happened between my parents. We had a family friend who was a lawyer and my parents agreed that he would be the lawyer for both of them as a mediator. So, as the assets were being divided, my dad got absolutely slammed. She was going to get the house, cars, half his retirement, and an insane amount of alimony, to the tune of like $2,500 a month for the rest of her life. My dad has a good job as a municipal employee, but that was probably 70%ish of his paycheck. Turns out that my mom and the family friend actually conspired to rip my dad off and make it seem like that's what a divorce settlement looks like. And she was going to kick back more money under the table after the dust had settled. Dad just didn't know how these things worked. So, after some convincing, he finally went out and got his own lawyer. He got a very fair divorce settlement after that. Mom still to this day can't understand why we don't talk to her much. That other attorney could be disbarred for that. Personal experience. Unbeknownst to me, my ex was having an affair. I worked a lot of hours, so I didn't pick up on it. We had always dreamed of buying a house on a huge local lake to retire in. We literally started shopping for houses and even to raid a dozen or so. We found 2 well within our budget, but would need to sell our house first. My wife convinced me to take out a couple loans in my name and get a couple credit cards, again in my name. Most of the bills were in hers, and the mortgage was in hers, so I did. I spent about $25k in CCN loans to fully update our house and get it ready for market. As soon as the work was done, she told me she was leaving me and wanted to sell the house. Dang, did she get the house or is it still ongoing? Most malicious thing I know of personally involved a co-worker of mine. He was sleeping with a married woman, and ultimately the husband found out she was having an affair. Really ugly divorce ensues, during which they fought over a lot of assets, but the real point of contention was their dog, lovely GSD named Orion. Eventually, husband gets custody of the dog, and in under a month, has the dog put down, just to hurt her back for the affair. When I posted this, I thought this situation was a rarity, and have shock and awe value from the cruelty at work. After reading the responses in this thread, not only am I saddened by how many pets get caught in the crossfire, but I am genuinely shocked by the lengths some people will go for petty vengeance. There must be rules on vets putting down healthy pets. My uncle's ex tried to work it in that she would get half of whatever my grandmother would leave him when she passes. Jokes on her. My grandmother is passing over her kids, not maliciously. My uncle is very well off and so is my mom, and leaving everything to my brother and me. Oh, also tried to get sole custody of both of their children, who are in their 20s. I'm going to school to be a vet assistant. My teacher is a veterinarian. She told us on Monday she's had clients bring their animals in to be euthanized so their spouse couldn't have them. SMDH. Not a divorce lawyer but worked for one back in the 90s. A woman and her kids went on vacation and came back home to find that the soon-to-be ex-husband had broken into their house with his attorney, thrown a party, and microwaved the kid's kitten. Husband's attorney got disbarred I believe, but that was about it. And microwaved the kid's kitten. What the actual frick is wrong with people? I'm not a lawyer, but I work as a legal assistant for a family lawyer. The ex-husband was getting remarried. 1. His ex-wife sent him and his new fiancée a dozen black roses before their wedding. 2. His ex-wife then had a plane fly across during their wedding, dragging a sign that read, "Name of ex-husband, likes it up the butt." You can't make this stuff up. The sad part is, she was not well and had been in and out of psych wards over the years. I hope she's getting the help she needs now. I'm not a divorce lawyer, but my prior employer once was served with an obviously forged garnishment order from an employee's ex-wife, directing garnishment of his wages in an amount that far exceeded his actual wages. We reported it to the police department. Employer here who has had to garnish wages from time to time. I don't know how it is there, but here, when there's any sort of garnishment, we pay the money to a state county, and they send the money to the person or company. The ex wouldn't have gotten it anyway. I had one client who was controlling their spouse by keeping them addicted to him. I fired them. My boss had a client who, well after we fired them, set themselves and their child on fire rather than give up custody. Here's my funny story. On the stand, my client and the other lawyer's client each spent about an hour saying I'm not lying, they're lying, then calling the other a b, butthole, goof, you name it, often using that phrase exactly. At one point one of them was cautioned by the judge for swearing and said frick, sorry. The judge decided they were both not credible. Lawyers of Reddit, what is the pettiest reason you've ever seen for divorce? A client and his wife came in regarding a real estate transaction. At the end of the consultation, the client casually stated that he would like to divorce his wife. I was stunned. The wife started crying. The client started rubbing his wife's shoulder and told her that everything would be okay. That was an awkward few minutes. The weirdest I've ever seen is a co-worker of mine. His wife saw a picture of him at a pool when he was in high school and really athletic, toned, muscular, tan and so on. Over the 10 years after high school he stopped lifting and lost his muscle tone and just became skinny. She told him she wanted him to get back to working out because she really liked the way he once looked, and he said it was something he missed doing and agreed to get a gym membership. He was going to the gym 4 days a week but was only really working out for 2 of them. On the days he didn't work out he would sit in the sauna to get sweaty, watch Netflix and then go home. When she asked about him going to the gym and accidentally let it slip that he was fudging workouts twice a week, she apparently found that to be a deal breaker and filed for divorce. Weird feeling to have your wife attracted more to a past version of yourself she never met than you. It would give me some serious depression. My father-in-law and mother-in-law's breaking point was when he threw a breadcrumb at her from across the kitchen. The divorce took 4 years to settle. The breadcrumb heard around the house. I had a client who with his wife were into a computer game like The Sims, only more X-rated. I think it was called Second Life, where you have an avatar and can interact with other people's avatars. He suspected his wife of, through her avatar, hijinks and made his own avatar to stalk her in the game. Sure enough, her avatar was doing the dirty with some dude's avatar. That was it for my client. Wife wanted divorce like 2 months into marriage because the husband would squeeze the toothpaste from the top and not bottom. She claims to have told him a million times over to stop. Would have been easier to get 2 toothpastes, I thought. Definitely the fridge story. A woman filed for divorce because her husband would eat everything he can find in their fridge whenever the wife was out for work. So she came back to an basically empty fridge each night. He also cheated on her, but she was less angry about that. The fridge was what pushed her to the point she wanted a divorce. Honestly, I understand. My younger sister stole my M&Ms once and I was P. Can't imagine if it was someone I was married to eating everything in the fridge. I'm far too hungry to take such a thing rationally. I'm a lawyer, but not that kind. However, my brother's 4th wife divorced him because she found out the ring he'd used was originally his 3rd wife's. They deserved each other. I think once you get up to a 4th wife, maybe you should rethink your life choices in general. Nobody ever believes me about this one, but it's true. A man wanted a divorce from his wife because, and he gave this example as the last straw, his wife ate those nasty pumpkin Halloween candies, like candy corn but pumpkin shaped. He had been looking forward to them all day, and when he got home, she had eaten them all. He snapped. Swear on my life this story is true. Should have been in their marriage vows to have him to hold, from this day forward, as long as you don't eat all the pumpkin candies. I once had clients who got a divorce because she wanted to buy a condo in Naples, FL. The petty part of the story is that combined their lawyer fees would have bought a very nice condo on the water in Naples. Ethel Merman divorced Ernest Borgnine after about a month because he often would Dutch oven her. She wrote a biography. The chapter about her marriage to him is a single blank page. Lawyer but not a family law lawyer by trade. Not sure if pettiness was attached, but one contributing reason to her divorce I saw was that mom wanted her son to play soccer and dad didn't. Probably had fundamental differences in how they believe their children should be raised, and this was just a symptom of it. Not me, but a family member, who is an attorney, had someone call her day 4 of the lockdowns saying, I have been stuck with my wife for 4 days, and I need a divorce. I'm sorry, but compared to the others I've read here, this is one of the most hilarious in my eyes. Not a lawyer, but apparently my brother divorced his wife when McDonald's forgot to put BBQ sauce in with her chicken nuggets at the drive-thru and she asked him to go back and get some. He didn't, and then I guess she started smashing up food and throwing it at him out the window. So yeah, McDonald's, how could you ruin a marriage? Dandruff. Wife didn't like that the husband's dandruff would flow into her face when riding a bike. They make bicycles built for one now. I know, but my dad divorced my mom because she didn't throw enough parties. Now he lives alone. He neither throws nor goes to parties. Not a lawyer. My mom's co-worker divorced over dishes in the dishwasher. The wife would get so frustrated over the husband, co-worker, not rinsing dishes before he loads them in the dishwasher. To compromise, they bought a super nice, top of the line dishwasher. Solves the problem, right? She yelled about the dishes that night. He filed for divorce the next day. I rinse dishes, but the manual for my sweet meal dishwasher says don't. The food particles are detected as part of the rinse cycles as far as I know. My first internship in law school was at a family law firm. Did work on one case where a couple divorced after 48 years of marriage. The guy said he finally got sick of her cooking. Not a lawyer, Paralegal. Someone came in for a divorce because their soon-to-be ex changed the password on their phone. The plaintiff had always had the code to get in, but now they didn't. Divorce time. Not a lawyer, but this happened to my wife's cousin. Her husband came home one day asking her to give a higher financial contribution on the groceries because she, as a lady, was using more toilet paper than him. She took it as a joke and had a good laugh. He got mad and asked for divorce. Worth mentioning that his salary was 3 times higher than her one. Almost every freaking guy I've lived closely with seems to wrap the paper 20 times around the hand, then wipe once and do it again. The waste paper basket is there. Yes, I did not ask you to fill it. I remember one episode of a TV show here in my country, similar to Jerry Springer. The woman didn't know her husband used dentures until marrying and living together. She said she couldn't handle anymore. She was disgusted. They both cried. She said a lot of "I'm sorry," but she couldn't go on. They were married for a few months. Don't know if it was true though. It's like the legend of the Chinese couple. He found out after they got married that she had gotten work done before meeting him. He sued her for misrepresenting herself. My aunt used to work as a divorce lawyer. The worst one was the couple fighting over a hamster, of which took so long the thing died before they were settled. She said it was a bargaining chip to win favor from their children. At that rate, just buy another hamster. My ex was like this. Basically gave him everything just so I could leave him. He took most of the money and assets, but I got away from him. Yay. Then he blew all his money and abandoned the kids. Seriously struggled to cope with 100% care and cost, but wouldn't change it. BC, I have my kids and they have me. Still, was very hard to come to terms with the injustice. Sigh. My dad was a lawyer, not me. He once told me that a divorce came in because the wife would just scream at the top of her lungs randomly. Maybe she'll stop screaming after we're married. No, that wasn't it. Luckily it was not a marriage yet, but a friend broke off a 5-year relationship and an engagement in an argument over Panda Express. Their relationship had been strained and he had just moved to a new city for work. During his lunch break she calls him and asked where he was eating. He says Panda Express and she's like, EWW Panda Express. You eat that every day? No, I don't. I might have it once a week. No, you eat there like every day. Then he hangs up on her and they never spoke again. WTF LOL honestly. I know a couple that divorced annulled after less than 6 months married because the guy started farting around her. Not like at her, but just not holding it in around her anymore. The first time my husband farted in front of me was a few months into dating. It was the worst smell, to this day, that I've ever experienced. He was so ashamed that I had to forgive him, but I was so mad at the time. Turns out he does a lot of terrible farts because he has IBS. If they're really bad he sleeps on the couch. IDK. I just really love him even when he farts. A woman came in wanting to divorce her husband. He had just gotten a new job and a pretty big raise. It turned out that this new job of his also required that he work from home, but he was working in an office before. She was having an affair with their next door neighbor and him being home more meant that she couldn't cheat on her husband easily. That was definitely a twist. I was expecting something like him being the one having the affair, but nope. I left my husband because he nah babe. I got it at me constantly but would never do it. Last straw was him letting our power go out in July when we had a heat wave and my sick dog was stuck in the heat. I decided to divorce my first husband when he complained about me buying lunch at McDonald's. He had called me at my office, asked what my lunch plans were, and I said I was meeting my friend Kelly at McDonald's. He started complaining about spending money for restaurant food and that I should have packed a lunch from home. We had just that past weekend bought him a new pair of ski boots that cost over $100. It was the final straw. I was unhappy about a few things that I could have overlooked, but to be lectured about spending $6 on a burger and fries was just too much. I let him be for a few minutes, gently hung up the phone, walked into my manager's office to quit, went home and started packing. Friend's wife is a marriage counselor. She had this couple coming in trying to work things out before a divorce. The husband went non-stop on why he wanted the divorce. She said 2 incidents really stuck with her. The first was the husband was doing some yard work and asked the wife to carry some twigs he trimmed from some bushes. He grabs a huge stack and lugs them over the pile he was going to mulch. Wife just grabs a couple of sticks. He asked if she could carry more than that and she picked up a couple of more sticks. She said the husband emphasized the word couple. The second was the wife told her husband that they had finally gotten to a point in finances where they could buy a new vehicle. The husband said he was excited and sat down with his wife to price vehicles. The husband said every one he showed her was out of their budget. He became extremely frustrated and asked what the budget was. She replied $2,000. That was the tipping point for the divorce. Not a lawyer but worked in education, had a father that informed me Kevin's mom was no longer in the picture since she couldn't learn how to squeeze the top paste properly. He wasn't joking, confirmed by the son. The father is serious about things like that. Yikes. I know a guy whose fiancé nearly called off their wedding because he forgot to disinvite his attractive single female friend. They eventually got divorced over it. Said friend was a part of a larger co-ed friend group. Apparently, the guy in the story was designated driver one evening out when his fiancée was out of town and dropped everyone off at home one by one. He apparently dropped this particular friend off last. Logistically, it made sense on the route he took. She lived closest to his house, but that meant that they were alone together in the car for 8 minutes. They have zero romantic history together. Nothing happened, and they barely interact, save for when they are gathered as a group. His fiancée became highly suspicious of him, and she was convinced something happened between him and the friend, despite him calling as they left the bar, and 30 minutes later when he arrived home alone. They have a doorbell camera, which she was watching. She asked a bunch of questions about what they talked about at the bar, when they were in the car, and what was said when the two of them were alone. She then casually said she doesn't want her to come to their wedding. He agreed to disinvite her, but he forgot to, and just thought the whole thing would blow over. Well, wedding day arrives, and she shows up in an Uber XL with 4 or 5 members of the friend group. The fiancé can see guests arriving from the bridal suite and throws a full-on tantrum when the friend arrives. The wedding planner locked the bride, groom, best man and maid of honor in their hotel room and told them to work it out. They did not work it out. The bride wanted the groom to tell her to leave, and he tried to point out that would cause way more of a disturbance than if they just let it be and pretend she didn't exist for the day. Wrong answer. The best man eventually got a hold of the groom's phone and called the friend and explained the situation. She left the wedding and hasn't spoken to the groom since. The wedding took place 45 minutes late while the makeup person was called back to fix the bride's makeup. They eventually split after the groom realized that the accusations would never end. Everyone was suspect. His co-workers, his friends' wives, her friends. He couldn't talk to any other woman no matter how harmless the conversation without her getting suspicious. And yes, we all thought she was cheating on him. We made the mistake one time of bringing this up and he became belligerent and attempted to fight everyone. So we left it alone and we'll never know. Yeah, she definitely was. She was fricking other guys and for some reason he had a problem with that. Seriously, she was genuinely mystified that it bothered him. Gaslighting man. She knew the entire time it was wrong, and that her husband would have a major problem with it, but attempting to make it seem like not a big deal. She was hoping he'd second guess his feelings and stay. Not a lawyer, but I'd have to say my divorce was kinda petty. She decided a year and a half after she kicked me out she should divorce me because I didn't come crawling back to her. Funny as she realized too late that when she kicked me out, she didn't have any income. From my experience, if something petty is the stated reason, there's usually a lot more to the story. One of the pettiest reasons was when my female client believed that her husband loved his mother more than he'd ever love her. Now, I'm going to answer a different question. What was the craziest reason for a divorce? Glad you asked. My client, female, was convinced her husband was having an affair. He worked some construction job but always came home smelling great. She finds texts from his work friend Bob where they are planning some late night pipe repairs. Well, this is the South. There is no such thing as gay here, so she believed that him and Bob were just working late. My client feels awful. She thought her husband was cheating, and clearly he wasn't. He cared so much about her that he worked with Bob all through the night. He even cared so much about her sense of smell that he'd even shower so she wouldn't have to smell all the sex. I mean pipe cleaning stuff. She feels so bad. She takes him to dinner. He asks her if she wants a drink, and she sees him walk off to the bar to get their drinks. Most thoughtful husband ever. Well, a minute turns to 5 to 10. Finally she decides she has to find him. She looks everywhere, then realizes that she didn't check the men's room. She's afraid her precious husband is sick. She jiggles the door open. Her husband was on his knees, but he wasn't sick. She caught him giving a stranger a BJ at the bar on their date to make up for the whole "sorry I thought you were having an affair" thing. The reason I know this in such detail, she wrote a 7-page, front and back, letter detailing every sexual thing her husband ever did, thought about, or even looked like he thought about. Jesus, that is wild, lol. Any other married people sitting here wondering if some stupid little thing they did or said it gonna be on Reddit next year? LOL. Babe, if you're reading this, I'm sorry I forgot the egg noodles. I know I sometimes forget things at the grocery store even when I bring a list. The look my wife gave me the last time I farted. I'm not a lawyer, but I've heard of a breakup between a couple because the GF said that their zodiac signs were not compatible and therefore they couldn't be together. When I started dating my ex, my mom totally freaked out because apparently our Chinese zodiacs didn't match yet. She believes in all that superstitious crap. Since that moment, she was subtly trying to break us up. Grocery costs. Literally thought it was a joke or code for something. Turned out she came from a tight budget family and thought he was so wasteful with his paycheck when he bought ribs once a month. Not a lawyer, but one of my philosophy professors, now ex-professor, and his wife got a divorce because he tried to exorcise her. The Christian school didn't take it well and he is no longer a professor there. Well, actually, the couple was getting a divorce due to the wife having a year-long affair with a professor of the rival school across the street. The attempted exorcism didn't help matters, though. Edit. Since several people seem interested, the exorcism didn't work. According to said professor, the couple got a divorce, the professor got some custody of the kids, got screwed in the money matters, and now his ex-wife and kids are moving to Ohio. I guess the thing with the rival school's professor didn't work out for the ex-wife, while his oldest daughter is preparing to go to the school he used to teach at this fall. Poor girl has to pay her way now, when she planned for most of her life on going for free. The whole story was pretty big for a while at school. The professor went to jail illegally for like a month without any accusation against him because he answered a phone call from one of his super young daughters. His wife had filed a protection order for herself, not the children, and the campus police took him away, even though he didn't answer the call on campus. It was a whole scandal and the school was involved way more than it legally should have been. Super weird stuff. According to this professor, the president of the school was demon possessed and that accounted for the whole thing. It gave a portion of the student body something to covertly argue over for a couple weeks. Not a divorce, but a couple I know broke up after the woman had a dream that the guy was cheating on her. Apparently her reasoning was, if it wasn't true, I wouldn't dream about it. She took it so seriously she left him. I've known the guy for a very long time. He maintains he's never been unfaithful to anybody and I believe him. A teacher I had in HS got divorced because his wife didn't like how much sex he had before they had been married. To put in context how petty of a reason that was, they had been married for 12 years and had 3 kids together. She had also met him a few years into his teaching career, which didn't start till he was 32. But to say both sides of the argument, he did have a staggering large amount of sex. He was an Olympian and had been going to the Olympics to compete since he was 18. He was the best teacher to ever have as a homeroom teacher, as the stories he could tell were just surreal. Not divorced, but annulled on their wedding day. I've told the story a few times on Reddit, so long story short time, she told him several hundred times that if he smashed the cake in her face at the reception, it was over. He did it. She walked out and had it annulled the next day. This was over 30 years ago. BTW. My ex thinks I divorced him because my friends told me to. What actually happened was I was bitching about him to a friend and she said, you know, he really is a passive-aggressive piece of garbage. He does this all the time. And then I started thinking about how he really did pull that crap all the time and how I wasn't actually depressed. I just hated living with him. She opened my eyes, but I divorced him because he treated me like crap, not because my friend told me to. Good friends are amazing. Not a lawyer and this doesn't exactly fit, but my dad told me he divorced my mom because she didn't do the dishes and keep the house clean. I was 15 and a messy kid. He wanted me to do all chores before he got home. When I was 18, my mom informed me that he was supposed to watch me and my brother while my mom was in the hospital. He decided to go to a bar instead, left me unattended with a child molester to be babysat, then got hella drunk and cheated on my mom. She caught him cheating and divorced him, then demanded full custody with supervised contact after finding out he'd been left with and molested by said pedophile. He was my mom's dad and she was under extreme pressure by her family to let him see me and my brother, but she had been careful to make sure another adult was always there, be it her, a sibling, or her mother. My dad knew what he had done to my mom when she was a kid and still left me with him. Definitely not a petty reason. Hope you have a good relationship with your mom still. My client's wife asked for a divorce after he refused to pay $52,000 per semester for their daughter to go to the private high school the wife had gone to as a child. Not a lawyer but met a mechanic at a bar in Botswana who was apparently a superb fixer of broken vehicles. He seemed quite normal although a bit twitchy after the 10th brandy and coke. He then told me that he had loved his wife but couldn't handle the way she used to cross-thread the lid of her contact lens holder. I nearly killed her but was persuaded to leave her. I'm currently reading A Walk in the Woods by Bill Bryson, where he walks the Appalachian Trail. He heard a good one from the hiker concierge that gave him a ride to the start point. He dropped a guy off with the most expensive gear he'd seen, who made it just 3 days to the first payphone before calling for a ride and flew home. It wasn't what I expected. A week later, he shows back up for a ride to the start. His wife wouldn't let him quit after so much financial commitment. Again, he calls for a ride from the payphone, but this time does not fly home. So I got married at 18. Same story as most. Crappy home life. Needed desperately to get out of the house, so I married the first guy that came around and stayed with him until I was 22. I was working one day and he didn't answer any of my texts or calls. Eventually I got an answer and before I could even say hey, his response was, "What do you want? I'm playing Call of Duty." I left him a week later. Most of time, the petty reasons are just the straw that breaks the back. Divorce lawyers of Reddit. What is the most insane, evil, funny, dumb way a spouse has tried to screw the other? I worked at a computer repair store as a sales technician. Had a guy come in with a desktop that he wanted Windows reinstalled. I asked him if he wanted me to back up all of his data first and he told me that he had everything he wanted and just did a wipe. I put it in the queue and he paid and left. I started it about an hour later since an XP install was only about 45 minutes off the network. I didn't bother doing anything else except deleting the original partition and making a new one and installing Windows. About an hour after that his wife came running in asking if we had a computer with Smith as the last name. I told her I did and she showed me her ID and said that her husband brought it in to try and destroy all the proof of him cheating and stealing money from their business. When she asked if I had wiped everything yet, I told her I just did a Windows install and didn't actually really wipe anything. I called her husband and told him the situation. I told him his wife was here to get the computer. He asked me if I reinstalled Windows like we spoke about and I told him I had. He told me I don't give a crap. Give her the computer. There isn't anything left on it anyway. I said alright and hung up. I told her that he said I could give it to her and then explained to her how reinstalling Windows doesn't magically delete everything and explained to her how I could recover all of her files in a couple of hours. I ended up staying late that night and she bought me pizza and Mountain Dew. I ended up recovering every file he tried to have me destroy and made multiple copies for her. She ended up calling him from the store and reading off some of the messages he had tried to delete from his emails. I was worried that he might try to come back in and confront me, but nothing else ever came of it. Very cute of her to bring you pizza and Mountain Dew. Husband and wife divorce after husband finds out wife is sending obscene texts to other guys. He goes into a deep depression. They didn't have much. Lots of debt and 2 dogs. One was a dog he had had since before the marriage. He got her. The other dog was only about 3 years old and was bought to keep the older, 7-year-old dog company while they worked. Wife demanded that since he got his dog that she got the other. He is depressed and just wants to move on, so he agrees. She gets the dog and has it put down the next day. She didn't want the dog, she just wanted to hurt him. This one hits close to home because it happened between my parents. We had a family friend who was a lawyer and my parents agreed that he would be the lawyer for both of them as a mediator. So, as the assets were being divided, my dad got absolutely slammed. She was going to get the house, cars, half his retirement, and an insane amount of alimony, to the tune of like $2,500 a month for the rest of her life. My dad has a good job as a municipal employee, but that was probably 70%ish of his paycheck. Turns out that my mom and the family friend actually conspired to rip my dad off and make it seem like that's what a divorce settlement looks like, and she was going to kick back more money under the table after the dust had settled. Dad just didn't know how these things worked. So, after some convincing, he finally went out and got his own lawyer. He got a very fair divorce settlement after that. Mum still to this day can't understand why we don't talk to her much. That other attorney could be disbarred for that. Personal experience. Unbeknownst to me, my ex was having an affair. I worked a lot of hours, so I didn't pick up on it. We had always dreamed of buying a house on a huge local lake to retire in. We literally started shopping for houses and even to raid a dozen or so. We found 2 well within our budget, but would need to sell our house first. My wife convinced me to take out a couple loans in my name and get a couple credit cards, again in my name. Most of the bills were in hers, and the mortgage was in hers, so I did. I spent about $25k in CCN loans to fully update our house and get it ready for market. As soon as the work was done, she told me she was leaving me and wanted to sell the house. Dang, did she get the house or is it still ongoing? Most malicious thing I know of personally involved a co-worker of mine. He was sleeping with a married woman, and ultimately the husband found out she was having an affair. Really ugly divorce ensues, during which they fought over a lot of assets, but the real point of contention was their dog, lovely GSD named Orion. Eventually, husband gets custody of the dog, and in under a month, has the dog put down, just to hurt her back for the affair. When I posted this, I thought this situation was a rarity, and have shock and awe value from the cruelty at work. After reading the responses in this thread, not only am I saddened by how many pets get caught in the crossfire, but I am genuinely shocked by the lengths some people will go for petty vengeance. There must be rules on vets putting down healthy pets. My uncle's ex tried to work it in that she would get half of whatever my grandmother would leave him when she passes. Joke's on her. My grandmother is passing over her kids, not maliciously. My uncle is very well off and so is my mom, and leaving everything to my brother and me. Oh, also tried to get sole custody of both of their children, who are in their 20s. I'm not a lawyer, but I work as a legal assistant for a family lawyer. The ex-husband was getting remarried. 1. His ex-wife sent him and his new fiancée a dozen black roses before their wedding. 2. His ex-wife then had a plane fly across during their wedding, dragging a sign that read, "Name of ex-husband, likes it up the butt." You can't make this stuff up. Sad part is, she was not well and had been in and out of psych wards over the years. I hope she's getting the help she needs now. Not a divorce lawyer but worked for one back in the 90s. A woman and her kids went on vacation and came back home to find that the soon-to-be ex-husband had broken into their house with his attorney, thrown a party, and microwaved the kids' kitten. Husband's attorney got disbarred I believe, but that was about it. And microwaved the kids' kitten. What the actual frick is wrong with people? I'm going to school to be a vet assistant. My teacher is a veterinarian. She told us on Monday she's had clients bring their animals in to be euthanized so their spouse couldn't have them. SMDH. I'm not a divorce lawyer, but my prior employer once was served with an obviously forged garnishment order from an employee's ex-wife, directing garnishment of his wages in an amount that far exceeded his actual wages. We reported it to the police department. Employer here who has had to garnish wages from time to time. I don't know how it is there, But here, when there's any sort of garnishment, we pay the money to a state county, and they send the money to the person or company. The ex wouldn't have gotten it anyway. I was quite rightly reminded that posting about an active file, even anonymously and on generic terms, is bad practice, so I removed that. I had one client who was controlling their spouse by keeping them addicted to him. I fired them. My boss had a client who, well after we fired them, set themselves and their child on fire rather than give up custody. Anyone asking if the above was a specific case, I am ethically prohibited from confirming or denying, but this is sadly not a very unique event. There are lots of reported and unreported instances. None of these are that funny. I apologize. So here's my funny story. On the stand, my client and the other lawyer's client each spent about an hour saying I'm not lying, they're lying, then calling the other a b, butthole, goof, you name it. Often, using that phrase exactly. At one point one of them was cautioned by the judge for swearing and said frick, sorry. The judge decided they were both not credible. Former divorce lawyer, not so much insane, but unfortunately common, accusing former spouse of molesting the children and domestic violence to retain full custody and get a restraining order to force spouse out of the marital home. This sets the new status quo for custody, which judges are reluctant to disrupt considerably down the road. Takes months if not years for accused spouse to prove his innocence, and CPS will often find evidence where none exists if accusing party is a good enough manipulator actor. Pretty horrendous long-term outcome for all parties. Kids are brainwashed against a strange parent when young. Later they often grow to resent the accusing parent for poisoning their relationship with a strange parent. Kids often grow up with multitude of mental health issues. Probably one of the worst things a person can do to their children, all to win against their former spouse. People who do this and are found out should be jailed. I don't care how long after the fact it is. This is just so absolutely fricked up. I work for a divorce attorney now, but the craziest thing came to my attention when I worked for the prosecuting attorney. This couple was breaking up and Mr. left the house. Mrs. went to work the next morning as usual. When she returned home in the evening, she found Mr. had been to the house and removed his clothing and belongings as she expected. What she didn't expect was that he had also gorilla glued her belongings together. He glued the TV remote to the table, the phone to its cradle, the couch pillows to the couch, and even glued the vacuum cleaner to the carpet. She called the police and reported this as property damage. The police went with her through the house documenting dozens of items glued to various things, but for days she was discovering random things and she would call to amend or update her report. My GD oven mitts were glued to the wall, or he glued the effing sheets together in the linen closet. I've seen people do and say really awful things to each other, but that was diabolical. Whoa, that's creative. Smart of her to call the police. Documenting this upfront helps. Not my story, but one I read here a couple of years ago. I really hope I don't butcher it as it's been a while, but here goes. There was a super wealthy guy that was a top exec at a Fortune 500 company who was getting a divorce, and it was rather nasty. This guy was pretty much set for life. He had a bunch of stock, houses, and assets in so many places. The ex-wife wanted everything she could possibly get. The husband came up with an idea that if she let him keep everything, he would give her half of his paycheck for the rest of his life. She quickly agreed because his checks were huge, and this also included any bonuses which were in the millions. As soon as the paperwork was finalized, he quit his job and started to work part-time at a sporting goods store. I can't remember which one. This story was told by another employee. They're not the actual guy that got divorced. Anyway, he still had all of his assets, so he would drive to work in a super expensive car, and one day the employee asked how he could possibly afford that car. The guy said he was set for life and didn't even need to work at all, but every Friday when he got his paycheck it made everything so worth it, knowing his ex-wife would only be getting about $150 per check. I remember that one. I think when the ex-wife tried to sue for more money, he just said the emotional toll of the divorce was too great and he just couldn't handle the stress of his old high-paying job anymore. I'm in a different area of law, but my co-worker had a client in a messy divorce where the parties were required to split up some antique pots. When the husband delivered the wife's share of the pots to our office, he took a crap in each one of them. It was a whole big incident. I just saw this on a YouTube video. The husband gave the wife everything material, house, cars, etc. in the divorce except his Magic the Gathering collection. When he went to collect it, he found his wife had broken the seal on his MTG Alpha starter deck. This was worth about 20k USD at the time and currently for sale on various sites for around 50k. For context, as soon as you break the seal, the deck becomes worthless, and unless you get some of the insanely priced cards, like Black Lotus, you will lose a significant amount of money. So she literally got all the assets they accrued over the marriage and killed the only thing of value this guy got out of total spite. Magic the Gathering collection. I know of a guy who had these really rare playing card decks that he managed to win in a divorce settlement, and his wife did the same thing. He ended up suing and she had to pay over $250,000 because that would have been the insurance payout if they were stolen. I read one where in the settlement there was shared custody of a parrot. Neither were allowed to teach the parrot to swear at the other one. I hope the parrot is going through some counseling. How about a wholesome, insane one? Anal. But this was told to me by my mom regarding the divorce she got from my dad. They couldn't settle on an alimony amount. Mom and her lawyer came in with a number. Dad countered with a number. They couldn't agree, because my dad thought my mom should get twice the amount in alimony she was asking for, and my mom didn't want my dad to give her that much money for months. It took months for them to settle on a figure that appeased both of them. Even then, my mom puts aside the extra above what she wanted in case my dad ever has a financial emergency, and my dad puts aside the extra she didn't want in case my mom ever has a financial emergency. The funny thing is, they don't know the other is putting the money aside for the other. My mom told me about her emergency stash and my dad told my brother about his emergency stash. Bro and I discussed it while talking about what nut jobs our parents are. Their divorce was perfect. It wasn't. There were still some hurt feelings and resentment from all parties involved. However, my parents, for all their flaws, both accepted their own responsibilities for the falling apart. I think it helps that they still loved each other deeply. They just weren't in love anymore. They have been friends since my mom was 2 and my dad was 3. Started dating when mom was 12 and dad was 13. They separated at the ages of 49 and 50. It makes sense that they grew apart. I've had a few people ask why they divorced in the first place. My dad had had a girlfriend for at least 15 years, possibly longer. My mom knew, but they agreed to not divorce until my younger brother had graduated high school. My dad got remarried to his girlfriend. My mom has also since remarried. All 4 of them get along famously now. The separation and divorce happened about 10 years ago. I'm very lucky to have 4 parents who care about me and who absolutely adore my own little dudes. Not a lawyer, but my partner has a mate who was going through a messy divorce. He registered as a gambling addict and went to some Gambling Anonymous, or whatever it's called, and proceeded to go to the casino every day, taking wads of cash with him, pretending to gamble it all away, while he was secretly squirreling it all away. That way, when it came to the divorce and he was questioned where all his money went, he could prove that he lost it all through his gambling addiction and never had to pay her a penny. If your ex-spouse wants your pet, and they intend harm to it, and it's not chipped, give the dog away to a friend. They can chip the animal and there you go. They have verified ownership. Not a lawyer. I worked at Staples for 6 months in college. I only ever sold one chair mat because the cheapest one was crap and the nice one was $120-ish. One day a guy walks in who looks homeless. He looks distraught. I give him my normal doing alright today, sir, and he tells me that he needs a chair mat, so I walk him back to show him the options. I told him that no one had ever bought one because the $30 mat is flimsy and the nice mat is over $100. He looks deeply into my eyes and says, my wife left me today. She cheated on me and she's going to take everything. Give me the most expensive mat you have. If she wants it, I'll cut it down the middle so she can have her half. Freaking B. I didn't really know what to say, but I came back with, well, we do sell protection plans for $9.99. If anything happens to it, he interrupted with, frick it, add it on there. Every dollar spent is one she can't have. I hope he's alright. I probably caught him on the worst day of his life. Got props from the bosses for not only selling a chai mat but also for the protection plan. I'm half cringing at the boss's reaction and half wondering what would have happened if you'd shown the customer your entire store catalog. I see a lot of unsubstantiated accusations of child abuse and or molestation to deteriorate the relationship between dad and the kids. And we'll hire experts and therapists and there will be an investigation. We'll have depositions and a trial. And after a year has passed without dad being allowed to see his children and thousands of dollars have been spent, it will come out that nothing happened. This happens in my practice about once or twice a year. Very common. The moment a parent is caught doing that, they should be jailed and or banned from guardianship. Sick freaks. Have a friend who went through a nasty divorce and his ex was vengeful as heck, despite him having done nothing wrong like cheating, lying, etc. Basically, he got laid off from good job and the loss of status embarrassed her, especially as he took to being stay-at-home dad and their kids adored him. Never mind she had MBA and six-figure job herself. She would buy expensive crap on credit cards to show high expenses, then return it for cash or store credits so that the refund didn't go back on card, so that she could try to get more support, to just get a job. He took one at Home Depot. He'd been an engineer at a tech company. Later on, he landed an IT consulting position that was part-time but paid about what he made at HD working full-time. She petitioned the court to try and force him to have a full-time job, basically wanting to force him to spend 30 more hours to earn same. The part of his custody granted him dinner one night week with the kids, i.e. 5-7 p.m. He asked for it to be school pickup to 7 p.m. instead, and she refused that even though from 3-5 they were at home with a nanny who had to be paid for that time while mom was at work. Worked at an airport. Big burly guy brings an ugly boss dog in a crate to the counter. He is clearly misty-eyed. Turns out wife got the dog in the divorce and he has to send it to her and she told him as soon as she gets it she is putting it down. He asks if he can have some time with the dog before the flight so they go out in the grass and they both roll around in the grass. Dog's tail just wagging away not knowing anything about his future. The guy puts him back in the crate, drops him off the counter, says thanks and then just walked out hair down and just looking crushed. That was 30 years ago and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I worked in family courts when first starting out. The most memorable case I saw was the woman took literally everything out of the house. She ripped out the carpets even. Not a divorce lawyer, but about 15 years ago I handled 2 insurance claims for a man in his 40s or 50s who was getting divorced from his wife, who was in her mid-20s. First she filed a claim on his auto policy. He was wealthy, but had to have a high-risk auto policy due to many speeding tickets. She was not on his policy, saying that he crashed into her car on purpose. The claim was denied because there is no coverage for intentional acts. A couple of weeks later she files a claim on his homeowner's policy, saying that he stole her engagement ring, which was specifically insured at a high amount, like $10K plus. Again, she is not the policyholder, and the ring wasn't stolen. He just had possession of it, so there was no claim to be made. I wonder whatever happened with that guy. Sounds like it's not his first rodeo. I knew a guy that got out of the military at 19 years so his ex wouldn't get half his pension. He would rather get nothing than give half the pension to his ex if he stayed in one more year. A friend's ex-wife and he settled their divorce with her getting the house, a hefty chunk of retirement, all the gifted jewelry and his Harley she had gifted him for his birthday. A few weeks later, a robbery occurred and the only thing that was stolen was the jewelry that he had gifted her, which was intended for their daughter. She tried to file an insurance claim on the jewelry but forgot to get appraisals and adders riders, so the max insurance paid was $1,500 for over $20,000 of jewelry. Suspicion is she staged it but is now stuck with stolen jewelry she can't legally sell, nor wear, nor give to the daughter without tipping the dad off to the scam. Divorce lawyer accusing their former spouse of forcing them into prostitution. Text messages revealed they were actually just swingers. She also admitted to lying in order to make him burn. I can't wait to leave my practice area. First, this is not the most evil thing I have seen so far in practice. It's just one of the things that sticks out in recent memory. Second, in my experience women don't have an unfair advantage or get away with things more than men. The reason this individual was not held in contempt was because judges have an incredible amount of discretion and they tend to exercise their discretion sparingly. Unless someone is making a fuss in the media or publicly lying in order to ruin someone's life, the court avoids exercising their discretion to punish individuals in a divorce context. The reason courts are hesitant to impose penalties or hold someone in contempt is because the majority of lying that happens, in my experience, comes from victims who shield their abusers. Lots of men, women, and children say things and then recant their testimony in order to stay in abusive relationships or save themselves and their families from threats of violence or retaliation. Victims need to feel safe to tell the truth. Having penalties gives the court a stick, and having discretion gives the court a carrot. Ultimately, we all want the truth, and holding someone in contempt or threatening to hold someone on contempt is one mechanism that helps us uncover the truth. Finally, women, men, judges, commissioners and lawyers are all human beings. I've met humans who act like monsters and I've met angels dressed as humans. My sincerest hope is that we treat others the way we would want to be treated and remember that we all make mistakes. Yes, I charge for my services and my duty is to serve my clients to the best of my ability. Some clients just want it all to end while others want to fight over the keychain they bought at Walmart 5 years ago. If that keychain means a lot to my client, I explain how much that keychain will actually cost them in the end and let them decide if it's worth it. I have met attorneys who drag out litigation to run up fees. However, any attorney worth their salt is consulting with their client and actively trying to bring about a speedy, fair resolution. That seems like a super illegal accusation. Not a divorce lawyer, but my grandma sucker her divorce lawyer before she served her husband the papers, got pregnant, and then convinced her husband it was his. He paid child support for 18 years and never had a clue. Pretty crappy. The lawyer had a family of his own. They have no idea my mom and my family exist. 18 years, and on her 18th birthday he found out it wasn't his. Divorced Redditors, what is the craziest thing you or your former spouse did after divorce? My ex stole a car and did 18 months in state prison. Based on what I was able to find online at the time, he approached a car dealership and showed interest in buying a vehicle. They allowed him to take it home for a 24-hour demo. He never returned it. They reported it stolen after they attempted multiple times to contact him to return it. They then contacted the state police who put a bolo out. They found him driving the vehicle on the other side of the state where he thought he wouldn't be found. I found out when I got an unexpected phone call from the sheriff's office. I asked why they were calling me about this. They said my ex. I told them I would vouch for him as a character witness. I told the officer over the phone that my ex was a lying sack of crap and shouldn't be trusted. The officer laughed, thanked me for my time and hung up. That mother somehow cancelled my Costco membership that I was still letting him mooch off of for the gas discount. Frick that guy. Holy frick, they are unhinged. This is the most egregious one. You don't frick with my Costco membership. Here's a more wholesome and true one. He had Sunday dinners with my mom for many years after our divorce. He never had a real mom. Long story, so I didn't mind sharing mine as long as I didn't have to be there. Laundry list, but my favorite was his sister sent a Facebook message to all of his contacts the day of our separation, including my family. Before we announced anything, her message stated everyone should immediately delete me, and if I said anything about why we separated I was lying and not to listen. Basically, this created a lot of curious questions and a lot of laughs. Did you ever get her version, and how did it compare to reality? My ex-wife told me I could leave my stuff in our house while I found somewhere else to stay. I assumed this was a goodwill effort to keep things as amicable as possible between us. When I went to get my crap, she had burned it all, so that was rough. If you were legally married, judges tend to take a pretty dim view of that kind of behavior. She would stalk my Reddit account and angrily text me if she didn't like my posts talking about her cheating on me. I came home from seeing my grandmother on her deathbed and found she had cheated. She also texted me accusing me of sabotaging her attempts to get a job that requires a security clearance. Apparently it was my fault and not the fact she had already been denied a security clearance for mental instability. I hope you've changed your number by now. She removed the retaining clips for my windshield wipers. but put the wipers back on the arms. First storm after I got my car back from her. Driver side wiper flew off the car on Interstate 40. Good times. Her nickname is now Rain-X. Kidnapped the kids during their weekend visit and moved to a small town in the next state over. It took me 2 years to get them back. I did get them back. She eventually burned all her bridges in the town she moved to and went home to her parents' house. Since her parents were not pleased with her choices and were on my side during the whole deal, they called me to let me know where she was. I went and got them. This was over 20 years ago and they have both grown up just fine. I've since remarried and my second wife has been a wonderful mother to them. It took a lot of work to fix all the damage, but it's mostly okay. The biggest scars that lasted was that my son has a distrust of women with authority that he has worked really hard to get over. And my daughter was afraid to start her own family because she worries she would turn out just like her mom. She finally got over that and is expecting our first grandbaby this fall. She called my company, talked her way up the chain to the president of the company. Still don't know how she managed that, but she's smart, and told him I was suicidal and had threatened to do something drastic at work. Later I learned that she thought this would be a roundabout way of getting my address, which I didn't share with her after I moved out because she's batshit crazy. This was from even I was a kid and my parents were going through a divorce. My dad was a total sociopath, manipulative, physically and emotionally abusive, drug dealing, the whole 9 yards. Even my mom was finally able to get out. He still had visitation rights. His family kept on bugging my sister and me, still under 10 years old, to try to convince my mom to talk to him. She finally did try to talk to him when she came to pick us up at the police station from where it was agreed to meet when he had his time with us. They immediately got into an argument. He started throwing one of his temper tantrum, grabbed my mom in front on a cop from the LAPD trying to beat her. Then the cop grabbed him. He let go of my mom with a look of pure terror on his face. I think that was the day I realized he was sociopathic and didn't want anything else to do with him and his crazy but Bible thumping family. When I told my ex-husband I wanted a divorce, the next day after I went to work he packed our entire house into a U-Haul and put it in storage. Even with a court order he refused to give my stuff back. I left my marriage with the clothes on my back. Years later he decided he was above the courts because he got away with that and took our son across country, telling me he was moving with 1 day notice and told me I couldn't do anything about it. Of course I promptly hired a lawyer and we went back to court and he lost joint custody, but it took a year of fighting, chasing him down, and not seeing my son. There are more stories, but those are probably the worst. Mum's friend was getting divorced. Wife was staying in the house, but left so the husband could gather his things without her there. As he moved out, while packing, he gave the dog a laxative and locked her in the master bedroom. Poor girl had explosive Malamute diarrhea everywhere. She was so upset about her accident that she tried to dig through the door. That dog was such a good girl. It broke my heart. Luckily, the wife kept the dog and the husband was convicted of animal abuse charges, which helped the wife keep custody of the kids. Whoa. After he realized I was never going back, he told his mom that I had been stealing from the family the whole time we were together. Then he literally put it in writing that I had a key to his parents' home and would sneak in and take his dad's guns and his grandmother's jewelry, and that he had been powerless to stop me. It was always his druggy sister. Always. Anyone with eyes could see it, but no one in the family wanted to believe it. It's mind-boggling how far people will stretch their own reality for plausible deniability for someone they love who is obviously a shitshow. Called me and pretended he had been hit by a car while we were talking. He even tried to voice the crowd that had gathered around his body. God awful acting, but pretty funny listening to him try to mimic a woman's voice. Points for trying to be inclusive, I guess. I think he was trying to get me to relive my trauma of being on the phone with a friend who actually had been hit by a car while we were talking. Too bad he didn't realize that hearing the real thing is worlds different than hearing a dumbass try to act it out. My ex faked jumping from the roof cause I broke up. He was dedicated though. He actually dropped his dang phone and then was mad that I didn't fall for it. Completely ignored our 3 children for the last 10 years while living with a woman and her 3 children. Did I mention, our oldest is from a previous relationship, who I was awarded custody of, and he is her only living biological parent. Stalked me for 5 years. Would make fake social media profiles to try to follow me, which I would block endlessly, and would try to find where I worked so she could talk to me. This lady cheated on me with 7 different men 2 months after we were married. I kicked her butt to the curb and made her sign the court papers. When we had our day in court, she cried in the judge's office while I just wanted to get this crap done. After, my dad was with me and he threw $50 at her and told her to change your freaking last name. Good guy Pops. I haven't seen or heard from her in about 5 years. Thank goodness. My ex-husband started dating his stepmom, who has been in his life since he was 11 years old. His stepmom and him are still together almost 5 years later. His stepmom confessed her love of my ex to his dad a few years ago and they have since divorced. The dad is now dating a 21-year-old. I know all of this because I'm still close friends with my ex-husband's sister. It's so messed up and I'm so grateful I left him when I did. Dang, I didn't know Pornhub was setting up their own cinematic universe. While we were still married, she gets pregnant with the guy she was cheating on me with, who is also married to someone else. She has this idea that he's going to leave his wife and they're going to get married. She got a lawyer and filed for divorce. I get a lawyer too. Only thing is that he works for his wife's father, who is setting him up to take over when daddy retires. He realized that getting a divorce means his cushy career is over, confesses everything to his wife and begs for her forgiveness. His wife takes him back and he cuts off my wife. Seeing that her dreams of living with her BF are over, she claims that I'm the father, which is impossible because by that time, we hadn't had sex for more than a year before conception. This does not stop her from telling everyone who will listen that it's my kid. She has her lawyer drop the divorce proceedings. I tell my lawyer to start them with me as the plaintiff and that I want to dispute paternity. I move out. She starts stalking me, shows up at my job and tries to get in. I work as a civilian in R&D at a military base. The MPs do not take any of her crap and wind up detaining her when she tries to run past the gate. She calls me at work to bail her out or something. I tell her that whatever she's done, it's not my problem and hang up. I also was able to get a restraining order, which she violated repeatedly. She asked for everything. Both cars, the entire house and contents, savings, my retirement account, etc. Plus 7 years of spousal support. I offer no support and half of the assets. If she wanted to house, she'd have to buy me out and refinance in her name only. When the kid was born, she tried to put my name on the birth certificate anyway, but I'd already successfully disputed paternity, so that didn't go over well. She had to go after Loverboy, who was definitely less than happy to see her. In the end, we split the assets 50/50, sold the house, and she got no spousal support. I don't know if she was able to get money for the kid from Loverboy or not. She called me a few times after the divorce, wanting to get together and talk. The calls were in violation of the restraining order, but I never reported it. About 6 months after the divorce was final, I was offered a new job on the other side of the country. I took it and never told anyone outside of my family where I was going. Almost all of our friends believed her when she claimed the baby was mine and made me out to be the butthole, so I didn't really feel the need to tell them anything. Life is better now. Glad to hear life is better, dude. You are a strong human. All I wanted was custody of my son. I gave her everything else except one of our cars. She fought me through 5 hearings. I won. She never came to see him again. Sounds like you and your son got lucky. I hope everything works out for you both. Not me, but my grandparents got divorced when my mom was about 17. In their legal battle, they worked out that they would each get 50/50 of the sale of specific shared assets. There was an old junky car and a fairly new RV. My grandpa sold the RV and the car for $1 each. He handed my grandma a buck in court. Oh, maybe those Craigslist ads I see are legit then. She got custody of our 3 kids, got 70% of my take-home pay for child support, requiring me to move into the barracks. I was in the USAF. Then she immediately moved out of state without telling me, despite the divorce decree requiring my consent. all but guaranteeing I would have no contact with my kids. That's not the crazy part. The crazy part is just a few years later she decided she didn't want to be a mother anymore, so she signed up with a carnival. I think she had the hots for one of the ride operators and left the girls on their own without telling me or the girls beforehand. She called my oldest daughter a few days after leaving to tell her to call me. They hadn't called me before that because they had apparently grown accustomed to their mother disappearing for days at a time. Final straw that led to the divorce. Got drunk and drove her car into the middle of the desert. Sent her friend a picture of the GPS and said I didn't love her so I wouldn't come and look for her. She wouldn't answer my calls but kept calling her friend saying I didn't care. I looked for 2 hours before going back home because I needed to work in the morning. She came home and started banging things around and came into our room and threw her phone at me saying I didn't love her. Punched me in the face multiple times and went to jail. After I filed for divorce she lost it. CPS wouldn't let her kids stay at the house because of the DV charge against her so they stayed at her parents'. She purposely stayed at the house so that I couldn't see my kids. I refused to be alone with her after for fear that she would hurt herself and blame me so I always went to the house with someone if I needed anything. She got tired of this and decided to just remove everything from the house while I was at work. I mean everything that wasn't in my kids' bedrooms she took out of the house. Curtains, ceiling fans, all of the furniture minus the dining table that I don't think she had room for. I thought well this sucks but at least she's gone so I changed the locks. She broke in and stole the locks the next day while I was at work. Left nothing but the holes in the doors to swing open in the wind. Took the window locks. Cut the power cord to the garage door opener. Took the blender that I borrowed from my mom and popped the air mattress that I borrowed to sleep on. Then she flipped off the main breaker to the house. Swore to the judge that someone else must have done it. Not me but my so. His ex-wife got married a few days after receiving the court's final decision on the annulment of marriage case. In our country, we don't have divorce. Well okay, he has moved on already. Now her new husband plans to have his marriage to her annulled too. Edit. Hey, this blew up. Yes, we are in the Philippines. So freaking hard to get an annulment here. I wish we could have divorce, where parties can end their marriage in amicable terms. Killed or euthanize our dog, then lied about that he died of natural causes. Given the dog was old and blind, but B pleaded that she wanted a weekend with him, and then the next night sent me a fake text that he passed away during the night at like 3 AM because he coughed and then just stopped breathing. That crap wasn't true. I found out later after finding and calling the vet she brought him to that she badmouthed me about and that he was suffering and needed to be put to sleep because he was in agony and I was supposedly letting him suffer. She had him out to sleep like the day she took him home, like 3 hours afterwards. Never got to say goodbye due to that B. This is awful. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. What a crap person. Kidnapped my 3 boys from my house when I went on my first post-divorce date. Our loved and trusted babysitter was with them. I left dinner ready and kids bathed and already in their jammies. Left for the movie theater when I got a text from my babysitter that she was sorry for not doing the dishes after dinner. So I texted back that okay, I can do dishes later, but you've got a couple hours as well. The movie hasn't started yet. She was at home as my ex-husband had shown up. Lied and said he was supposed to have the boys that night and that I had said it was okay. I was livid. I knew he was a bit crazy, but I had no idea he was capable of this. I stepped out of the theater, called him and he said if you are going to be dating strangers and endangering the lives of my kids, I will take them WTF. So I called the police. They did the report. We went to court and he was found in contempt for violating our parenting plan. We remained on good terms and still celebrate holidays and birthdays as a family. His 2 youngest kids, with his current wife, call me aunt and my youngest calls him uncle. Mad respect. So many people go insane during after divorce. It says a lot about you that you have handled it well and kept your relationships intact. He had his law enforcement officer friends run my new boyfriend. One of their wives told me when I called her to offer my support when I heard she and her husband were getting divorced as well. This absolutely terrifies me. He basically got everything. House, car, furniture. I just wanted out. 2 years later he is broke and homeless. Wanted to get back together. Sorry, But heck no. My ex has done a crap ton of weird stuff. Thankfully most of it not aimed at me. While we were separated and working on our divorce, he would come whine to me about relationship issues with my cousin, with whom he'd had an affair and for whom he'd left me. Mind you, he'd moved in with not just her but her common-law husband, and then was upset by how many other boyfriends she had. This is my cousin who has more babadaddies than she has babies. 2 of her offspring are simultaneously half-brothers and cousins. She's never been known for her monogamy. In other words, Billy claimed to have been in love with her since they were children, and this was magically supposed to make her return his affections. Among the best witnessed from a distance bits of this nonsense were him getting jealous of her visiting her husband and running her off the road in his work van, and generally hanging around screwing her instead of taking jobs. To the extent that there were trainees making more money than he was after he'd been there more than a year, and he was eventually invited to resign or be fired. Then there was the time he was doing armed security and, angry at how taking our children on a first date to Austin he expected to be allowed to stay over at this woman's apartment with his children and her children. And she was rightly horrified at the whole thing. Didn't go over well. Had an argument with his girlfriend at the time, not my cousin, but the ex-wife of a different cousin, and drove to her house in his work vehicle. This resulted in a firing, a restraining order, and loss of his rights to carry a gun. Then there was the girlfriend who insisted that if he really loved her, he'd move into the homeless shelter with her. So he fabricated being kicked out of his parents' house and spent the requisite month sleeping outside on the shelter's patio before intake. Then spent years longer than the relationship living in the shelter, only finally leaving to move in with a woman he'd met a month earlier, after ostentatiously asking our children's permission. As you can imagine, they felt they had no choice. Basically it's been 13 years of reeling from one relationship to the next, all overlapping, and the kids pulled into them from the very first second. He's currently trying desperately to find another girlfriend to move in with, as the current one is kicking him out to move to Virginia with a new boyfriend of her own. This after some time of subjecting the kids to loud arguments over his pee addiction and their dead sex life, and naturally blaming me for the fact that his 2 oldest children both refused to talk to him at all. 2 of my shortcomings as a wife, by the way, were being too classy. He quoted Confederate Railroad to me, and not providing the drama he felt requisite in a relationship. Whoa, well I'm happy for him that he finally got the drama he needed, but feel sorry for your kids and you. My divorce was pretty amicable, but a previous boyfriend took one of each pair of my pants and socks, so I had no matching pairs. Wife cheated on me. When I confronted her, she grabbed a kitchen knife and threatened me. I told her to go ahead. She put it in my chest just deep enough to draw blood and cut down to my belly button. I hit her on top of her head. She fell to the ground. I left and, after signing papers, never saw her again. It's been 24 years now. Thank you for the awards, peeps. Had no idea my idiot marriage at 20 years old would be the topic with the most upvotes. Those 12 months are full of good stories, looking back. We were living in a different state and she wanted to move back to her home state a year into our marriage. I really had nothing tying me down in that state, so I was down for moving if that's really what she wanted. It had been about 6 months into the move and she cheats on me with a coworker while I was working full time and trying to finish up my bachelor's degree. She tells me that she didn't feel the same way about me and that she needed to move out to do some thinking. It's driving me insane trying to think about what could have gone wrong. I had a suspicion about that coworker, but I didn't have any proof. I checked our phone account online and sure enough they were talking every night after work while I was out working. I followed her one time and sure enough she was going to this guy's house. I confronted her about it and she finally fessed up. So they continued dating after we finally divorced and I was able to move on with my life. She ends up getting pregnant by this guy and he disappears before their baby was even born. Karma definitely came back to bite her after the heck she put me through all alone in a new state with no friends, family around. Prior to divorce, he established a pattern of asking me to sleep with someone else, usually MFF threesomes, usually friends of his minors, getting increasingly demanding, moody until I conceded, then reacting with extreme insecurity, jealousy, possessiveness, and need for reassurance afterwards until it happened again. It destroyed me as well as all of my in-person friendships, and I still don't understand why he needed to go through that psychodrama over and over, or why I didn't leave sooner. To clarify, there is nothing wrong with swinging, polyamory, or ethical non-monogamy, but he really just wanted an on-demand peace service, and couldn't take no for an answer, and could not stand the thought of me having feelings for anyone other than him, yet consistently thought I was waiting to cheat on him or abandon him. Shortly before I filed for divorce, he broke into my apartment twice, once because he wasn't done talking and then because the apartment complex director told him I couldn't legally kick him out of the apartment, sexually assaulted me while I was sleeping, called the cops and DCF because I blocked him on Messenger after close to 24 hours of non-stop texting from him, and chose to publicly throw a couple of punches, 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 a couple. Then he assaulted me in the backyard while refusing to leave, and told the police I had attacked him. I filed a restraining order and divorce on the same day. 4 months after our divorce was finalized and he was granted full custody of our 3 kids for every school vacation, he decided to move halfway across the country to live with his mother. She's still taking care of him. His kids aren't particularly interested in talking to him and haven't seen him in over a year. I offered to pay for him to stay here over the summer so he could see them, but he said nah. This is a fair reflection of his level of engagement with his kids prior to divorce. 2. I don't doubt that he loves them, but he rarely chooses to spend time with them because it's stressful. The cops, lawyers, Office of Child Support employees, and the judge have all responded the same way to his endless victim spiel. A tired sigh, a roll of the eyes. He continues to think his situation is everyone else's fault and totally unique. He follows me here and has quoted some of my posts in court. Hi Brian. Eater. Thanks for the upvotes. Let me know if you've had a similar experience. He's texted to call me a lying W yet again. I've invited him to respond here, or please quit stalking my social media, as I've asked, or accept that we have different ideas of how things went, but we'll see. Stop stalking your ex and go get a life, Brian. Divorced men and women of Reddit, what was the final straw? When she refused to go back to marriage counseling because he makes me feel wicked because I won't stop seeing the other guy. There's pretty much nothing left to say. I think Pokemon Go was the final straw. We weren't married but together for 8 years with a kid. He had trouble keeping a job and hadn't had a full-time job in 9 months. He worked part-time and lost his job and had some bullcrap story. I think he was showing up late and tired from staying up all night playing Pokemon Go downtown all night. She was 3 months pregnant and I was 5 months out to sea. Man, you've got some strong swimmers. My father died in Asia. Last minute I had to bolt to his funeral. Packing my bags, she lay there in bed and said, I feel like you're just going on vacation. This was really upsetting. After his funeral, Buddhist, where I had to clean his week-old black and blue zombie face with palms and coconut oil, watch him doused in gas from a jerry can, and get set on fire with fireworks from a wand. She called me and started lighting me up about our credit card debt, and told me I shouldn't care so much because he was a crap father anyway. The next day I had to pick his bones out, put them in an urn, dress his ashes and clothes after shaping them into the shape of a body, and drop his ashes into a hole in a trash-ridden and marked grave in a small jungle wood area. Carrying his ashes to the jungle for some reason gave me enough of an existential jolt to think, what the frick am I doing? Took a year of deliberation, but I finally decided I deserved a more supportive partner. When my apartment neighbor asked me how I was okay with all of that. Okay with what? Oh, with being in an open marriage. I'm sorry, what now? Come again? Yeah, she told us you guys were in an open marriage when we saw her bringing guys home to your house while you were working. I'm sorry, what now? Come again? Awkward silence. Welp, thanks for letting me know, or I'd still be in the dark about this whole open marriage thing. I caught her emailing him real estate listings. They were apparently shopping online for a house together. When I realized that both my sons spoke to me in the same unpleasant, dismissive tone as my husband did, when my 10 years old asked me why I told them every day that daddy was cross and to try to keep out of his way. When I saw how much better he treated one child than the other, I hadn't realized All those things had become my normal. Somehow not having access to our money had become unremarkable. Being undermined and belittled in front of others was to be tolerated. I had no idea how much I worked to keep the peace and placate. I felt so guilty when it dawned me how much they were absorbing his behaviors and seeing them as normal. I woke up and saw my life with my old, single independent eyes and was both aghast and ashamed. I never, ever would have believed my life would become the mess it had. The thing is, mostly in other people didn't see it. He never socialized with people I knew and his friends think he is great. Even my mum thinks I exaggerate and should put up and shut up. I feel so isolated, but I refuse to put up with this crap any longer. My kids deserve an emotionally healthy example of relationships and love. When one of my husband's many girlfriends actually came up to me, apologized and said, "He told me that you knew about me and that you had an open marriage." I was already planning on leaving him because of the infidelities. She just made me move all that much faster. She told me she was pregnant with another man's baby. Pretty easy decision. Husband was out of town on a business trip. I had a surgery scheduled for the same time. Had the surgery and there were complications. It was supposed to be a day surgery and I should have been home that evening. Ended up in the ICU for 2 days and the hospital for 4 more. My friend called my now ex-husband and told him that I almost died and was in ICU and he needed to come home. His reply, "Well, she didn't die, so I'll be home when my business trip is over." After he got home and I got home from the hospital, he was nice enough to leave the hotel invoice on our dresser, a room with 2 occupants. She wanted to move back to her home country. My visa was denied and that was that. When I talked to his girlfriend on the phone and she didn't know he was married. When she threatened divorce in a very sensitive argument, I paused, agreed, and stuck to it. There were 2 things that stuck in my mind I just couldn't get past, but it was a lot of different things. I guess these 2 were the nails in the coffin. 1. Birthday dinner for my father-in-law. 5 minutes before we are leaving for dinner, my ex tells me, "Oh, dinner is just for our immediate family." I thought I was his family. It was very heartbreaking. 2. I spent a month caring for my dying grandmother, one of the most treasured people in my life. I was exhausted and devastated by the time she passed. I don't even remember the conversation, just his response of, "I really need your support right now. Your grandma's death really messed me up." I realized I was alone in my marriage and that it wasn't ever going to change. I had to walk away for my own health and sanity. If your husband doesn't consider you immediate family, then he doesn't understand what marriage is. He tried to kill my 8-month-old kitten by throwing it through a wall in our apartment. His reason? The little butthole wouldn't stop meowing. I hope your kitten is okay. Also, you dodged a huge freaking bullet. I was working night shift. She cheated on me with 5 men that she met on Tinder and freaking Craigslist. After I downloaded the contents of her phone, I found she was talking to 18 and freaking 5. So yeah, divorced. Picked up my ex-wife's cell phone and dialed the last number called. It was her boyfriend, which I knew she had. I walked over to my ex and put the phone on speaker, confronted him in front of her and they both just laughed. I told her, "Let's see if that guy comes to your rescue when you really need or if you're just a booty call." I brought in 100% of our income, which made it extra satisfying when I made the final exit out of the driveway. I asked her how they were doing and she hadn't heard from him since that day. I've related this story on Reddit before, but my ex and I had separated over her cheating, and while I was considering options, she shot the family dog. She didn't take the dog out back and give it a bowl of food and put it down. She was laying in the bed, looked over at the dog, and decided it needed to be dead, so she shot it right there in the bed next to her. After that, she took everything she could out of the house, but left the blood-stained mattress. So my abusive husband never hit, just accidentally stepped on my foot hard, accidentally ran into me and I hit the wall, accidentally pushed me down the stairs, etc, etc, etc. Final straw was when he accidentally shoved my daughter, not his child. When I told him if he ever touched my child again I would kill him, he got a restraining order against me. No problem. But with no job, all I had was a paid off car worth $20,000. So I found an apartment, got furniture and a job, all the while he's begging me to come back. Not gonna happen. With no one left to abuse, the son of a bee jumped off a bridge and killed himself. After a few years of horrible guilt and a ton of Prozac, I am finally doing super great. When my ex started threatening me and physically assaulting me in front of my kid, he also threatened to kill me if I left, and I believed him. Fortunately, I suppose, he was also sleeping around and found the perfect woman. So then he filed for divorce on the fast track and actually gave me a pretty decent deal on the property settlement custody agreement. Convincing our children to drink their own urine, he decided to practice urine therapy and I was disgusted and started to prepare for divorce, but when he got the kids involved I immediately knew it was over. Finding plane tickets and hotel reservations to go meet some dude she had been chatting with online. Turns out the guy wasn't the fishing boat owning Alaskan adventurer he claimed. He turned out to be a part-time theater ticket taker for a movie theater, living in his mom's basement. He got blind drunk at his birthday party and was trying to start fights, etc. So I got him home. Had the presence of mind to hide the car keys in the dryer. He wanted to go back out, so tore the whole house apart looking for them. Threatened me with a kitchen knife when I wouldn't give up their location. So yeah, marriage. Good times. I was going to get yelled at no matter what I did. Did the laundry, get yelled at for not folding the towels correctly, let her do the laundry, get yelled at for not doing the laundry. The final straw was I was sent to the grocery store for French cut green beans. They had French style green beans and cut style green beans. I spend more time than I care to admit scrutinizing the green bean aisle. I finally realized that green beans are 40 cents and I'm not taking an ass chewing over 40 cents. I bought both. She threw my laptop on the floor, which caused the screen to break. I took the laptop into the bedroom to inspect it. I brought it back out to show it to her. She accused me of breaking the screen. Wasn't the first thing of mine she broke, nor the first time she made a ridiculous accusation. I was in a seriously neglectful and abusive, verbal, psychological, not physical, marriage for the better part of 10 years. I tried everything that I could to try and fix it, and even though I was the one with the complaints, I still went into marriage counseling for 2 years and said I will do anything I can to try and change to make this better or to try and fix it. She would go into marriage counseling every single week and say the same thing. I want him to accept me as I am. In other words, she didn't want to change in any way. She didn't want to compromise in any way. She wanted me to accept being neglectful and abusive person that she had become. I should mention here that she is a severe narcissist. But the final straw, I had never even considered divorce or separation. It never even crossed my mind. For me, we were married for life and we just needed to figure out how to fix it. But one day in marriage counseling, when I was talking about something that she had done that was hurtful, she blurted out, "I think we should just consider separating." I was completely shocked and floored by this. I never even imagined it, and in that moment I realized that it was always me chasing her. For 10 years I've been chasing her. She's always running away. She never apologized ever for anything. She would get away with the most heinous behavior and I would crawl back to her and apologize and keep the relationship going, and I realized that moment that anytime things got tough, she would scream separation or divorce or run away, and that is no way to live. A good relationship takes two people that genuinely want to be in a relationship and are both willing to put in the work for that relationship and both willing to compromise for each other. This was not the case. This was a one-sided relationship which is always going to be doomed, and so I finally mustered up the courage after she said that and made the decision to walk away. Everyone deserves happiness and I just didn't want to live without the rest of my life like that anymore. He married someone else while he was married to me. Final straw. I think that straw is illegal. She decided she loved her girlfriend, who was also married, more than she loved me and our new baby. She left for the girlfriend, who subsequently left her husband and kids too. Both families ended up divorced. Both women lost the kids. They broke up a few months later. Schadenfreude. My mother-in-law left her husband after he bought her a compost bin for her birthday. She didn't want to be married or a mom anymore. She also wanted to see other people. I showed her the door and she ran like a bat out of heck. Left me and the kids. All I had to do to get custody was keep paying her cell phone bill and car payment. This was pretty much all she cared about. Too dang bad that was not part of the divorce agreement. I stopped paying the day after the divorce was final. She filed for divorce and then fled to another state. While temporarily separated from my dad, my mom had to unexpectedly leave the city and left my brother and I with her elder sister. Super sweet lady with a heart of gold. My mom had tried to contact my father but wasn't able to get a hold of him and left a message at his work and verbally told his parents. My dad was mad that we weren't left in his care and filed for divorce that week. He wanted a legal agreement that could be enforced in order to guarantee that he got the time with his kids that he felt he deserved. So his reason to file for divorce despite my parents trying to work things out at the time was that he thought a divorce would give him more time with his kids and on his own terms. That wasn't the long or short term outcome. The catch here is the reason my mom left town that week was in order to take care of my dad's sister and her kids. My aunt was suffering from depression and her husband had to take a work trip and was worried about leaving her alone with the kids. So my mom dropped everything and went there. My dad knew all of this as it was communicated to his parents. My aunt attempted suicide while my mom was there and luckily my mom was able to intervene and save her life. So my mom was saving my dad's sister's life while my dad was filing for divorce. This story has been corroborated by both my parents. It wasn't the final straw, but it was the first time divorce was mentioned, and it was the first time we admitted openly that we both wanted out. We were playing a D&D type board game and his character walked into a trap I'd set and took a massive amount of damage. He tried to institute his own version of take backsies, and when I refused because we were adults and he was cheating, he knocked the game board over and yelled, "That's it. That's the straw that broke the camel's back. I wanted divorce." Sadly, we worked things out and continued on through more miserable years until I eventually called it quits due to his online dating and his controlling behavior. That game still has a special place in my heart, though. I had just had my car repaired and repainted following his wrecking of the front end in a careless accident. He took it for a middle of the night joyride with his pot supplier buddy. While I slept unawares, he managed to accomplish the following. 1. Double parked in front of known drug dealer's house. 2. Caught the attention of a cop in a clearly marked SUV. 3. Drove 2 miles with cop following with lights and siren on. 4. Finally noticed cop and engaged in high-speed chase. 5. Totaled my car by crashing through a cornfield and into a freaking tractor. 6. Ran from the scene leaving an injured drug buddy behind. 7. Concocted idiotic scheme whereby he would pretend to have been carjacked. 8. Stabbed self in the chest with a goddamned pocket knife to lend credence to said scheme. 9. Suffered collapsed lung requiring hospitalization, followed by arrest. 10. Did not get visited in either hospital or jail by soon-to-be ex-wife. I didn't give a dang what happened to him, but I cried like a baby over the loss of my car. For about 3 months already he would only be home for 10 minutes after I got home from work. Just long enough to say hi to me and our infant son before taking off to party with friends until God knows when. The final straw when he thought it was acceptable to disappear for the entire weekend and get mad at me when I went looking for him. He had a seizure disorder and schizophrenia, so when he went missing in the past, happened multiple times, I had to go looking for him to ensure he was safe. Oh, but frick me for worrying. Good riddance. When she set me on fire. I still am dealing with trust issues and this is over 6 years ago. You think your entire life together is going great. Just got a puppy, new car and moving into an apartment we never dreamed we could get. She's finishing up classes at a 4-year college. We've been high school sweethearts since 9th grade, so over 7 years together. Not even 6 months into being married we go out to dinner and all is going great. Not even 30 minutes into the meal, she starts to get very emotional but won't say why. Concerned and worried for my wife, I excuse us and head home. Mind you, this entire time I had and everyone else thought things were going incredibly well. I felt on top of the world with our lives. I just don't find you attractive anymore. When I walked down the aisle 6 months ago I kept repeating to myself, don't do it, don't do it, but I couldn't let you down. There's someone at my work who just gives me the attention I need and I'm really attracted to him. We've spent some time together. Now this isn't one of those he didn't see the little things adding up or he's only telling one side of the story type situations. The rug and earth was ripped out from beneath me. Her family and friends all tried to talk to her and her parents apologized profusely. No one had a clue or believed it at first. I crashed at a friend's place and continued to try and talk to her about it and about seeing a counselor. She refused. I told her that both of us need to see someone together as well as individually. Still refused and called me an butthole for suggesting it. In retrospect, it's the best thing that has happened to me. I was able to focus on myself and I met my current amazing wife and I couldn't imagine being with anyone else. And now we have started a family and have a little girl. That fear of my entire world flipping upside down is still there and those trust issues have taken so long to work through. Many issues. The final straw was when his mother criticized me yet again in front of the entire family. When we were alone, I pointed this out to my now ex-husband. He told me, "You are just going to have to get used to it and get over it. We are married now. There's nothing you can do about it." He saw nothing wrong with how his family treated me and I refused to live the rest of my life being treated like that. Physical and emotional abuse, loss of consortium, and finally the painful punch to the gut when you finally need your spouse for the first time in a decade and find out she's not there for you at all, in any context. He got syphilis from a prostitute while I was working in the Arctic. When he told me that we were too young when we met, 21, and that he never got to live a bachelor lifestyle, he wanted to take a break so that he could date around and get it out of his system, then we would get back together. This happened about a month after we got married. Lived together 9 years, married for 6 months. Marriage only lasted so long because he realized that he wasn't attracting the dime pieces he thought he would and dragged his feet signing paperwork. Divorce lawyers of Reddit. What's the most outrageous reason someone filed for divorce? My aunt was dating an unemployed dude for a while. He was staying in her house rent-free. They got married and were getting ready to go on the honeymoon when the new husband tells her he's not going because he has to take care of his plants at the house. Big fight. Aunt goes on the honeymoon with her sisters instead. She comes home and tries to kick him out of her house. He refuses to leave. She tries to get the police involved. Dude is live streaming on Facebook how he is being trapped in his own home. Police tell my aunt there is basically nothing they can do. Can file for eviction after a divorce. Dude gets to live in her house with his precious plants for like 3 months until everything legally gets worked out. Paralegal. A couple got divorced over a cat. Wife called cat Snowball because of white fur and only wanted the cat to eat wet food or chicken breast. Husband called cat Lily again because of white fur and believed it should only eat dry food. These two argued for a year over custody of the cat but did not give a crap about their human kids aged 15 months, 4 years, and 6 years old. Not a lawyer, but I have been aching to tell this story for a while. So this girl I went to school with marries this rich guy from Ohio. She moves in with him and they seem to get along well. 6 months later she files for divorce. Up to that point, all I've heard from her was how good it was going. Anyways, it turns out our buddy had a fetish for urine. He asked her to urinate on him in the tub. At first she agrees to it as she thought it was a one-time thing, but he kept asking for it more and more. She tried to decline it respectfully but he wouldn't get any of the hints. She finally used the tub being too small as a reason. Next day she comes home with 24 construction guys and their heavy equipment tearing the bathroom walls. A week or so later, they finish up the bathroom. She comes home to a sign left on the fridge with a note to drink up. She got some watering to do. I don't know what exactly she put down as the official reason in the paperwork, but that was definitely her biggest reason to walk out of that relationship. Oh, I forgot to add, he also wanted to bring a horse to do the deed as well and at times asked her to make animal sounds while she stood on top of him. My aunt had a case where the wife had glued all of the outdoor hoses together so he wouldn't spend more time washing his vehicle anymore. When the glue didn't work she just cut them all up. When he bought new ones they filed for divorce. My 90-year-old client, the husband, and his son retained me to initiate divorce proceedings with his 88-year-old wife. They'd been married 60 years. The wife had recently taken to beating him with his own cane because their daughter poisoned her into thinking he was hiding money from them. The battle came down to husband and son versus wife and daughter. At their first court appearance, my client showed up in an old 1950s style pinstripe suit and fedora. He was a farmer his whole life and this was clearly the only suit he owned. He was such a meek and lovely old gentleman. I had to pass my client on to a new lawyer midway through the proceedings because I accepted a job in a different country, but I understand the divorce was eventually granted. This one hurts. Imagine spending that much of your life with someone and then it breaks. 60 years is no joke. I would have been devastated. Colleague handled a case where money was not an issue but the kids were. Neither parent wanted them. My mom worked in abuse and neglect counseling and juvenile justice. There are a lot more cases like this than I'd care to admit. Parents divorce and neither side wants a kid. Some of them are that neither side wants one kid but will fight over another kid. It ends up totally screwing them over because they have to live with the fact that their parents didn't want them. I represented a P actress webcam model who filed for divorce from her husband who also did the P webcam model business. He would do gay P on the side because the pay was better. She was hesitant about it, but dealt with it because the pay was decent. Both sides had an agreement that it wasn't cheating as long as it was for work. One day she came home early and found her husband in bed with 2 men. They were not filming. That was too much for her. Needless to say, the old conservative judge couldn't wrap his head around this one. I'm imagining explaining the situation to my grandfather and I'm having a hard time because I think he would have a stroke before I finished explaining. When I clerked for a judge, we had a week-long divorce trial between a couple. The husband was a wildlife photographer and the wife was a stay-at-home wife. No kids, who helped remodel the home. Anyway, husband was mauled by a grizzly bear he was photographing, spent several months in the hospital and rehab and was served papers shortly after getting out. Now without an eye and with severe scarring on his face and side. She wanted half of everything. The non-scarred half at least. Not a divorce lawyer, but I had a friend whose parents divorced for irreconcilable differences over time spent playing a EverQuest. In my game design class, it was referred to as EverCrack. My dad was a divorce lawyer. He had a client who wanted to divorce her husband for 2 reasons. 1. He did not have enough hair on his chest. 2. He did not drive fast enough. Keep in mind this was in the 70s when chest hair was a bit more important. Crap, yeah. It would have been embarrassing to show up late at a pool party and your man not having a decent chest bush. My grandfather's brother was a judge who presided over state issue marriages from time to time. One couple he married returned 6 months later to confirm the wedding and end their trial marriage. When he thusly informed them that there was no such thing and that they had been married for 6 months, they subsequently broke up. That sounds nutty, but if you believed your so when they told you trial marriages were a real thing, the betrayal could very easily end the marriage. I didn't like her anymore 2 days after being married. In sickness and in heath, till disinterest do you part. She was kidnapped in Mexico and he refused to pay ransom. Eventually her family managed to pay and she was left on the side of the road. It is not outrageous as in petty but outrageous as how absurd that is. Honey, I love you, but we agreed to save up money so we can purchase a house. Your ransom would really set us back. I'm an intern but the judge I work for used to do divorce work. He has some crazy stories but this one is probably the most outrageous, though the divorce was pretty justified. Every morning this couple would sit in the bathroom together while one of them had their morning dump. One would sit on the toilet and the other on the rim of the bathtub. This particular morning the wife was on the toilet and husband on the edge of the tub. They started to argue about their relationship so the wife reaches down, pulls her tampon out and flings it at husband. I'm told the tampon stuck for a brief second to his forehead before sliding off. He filed for divorce that same day or the next. At first I read this as one shoots in the toilet while the other shoots into the bathtub as in they are both pooping simultaneously and rock paper scissors for who gets to use the toilet. I was so concerned. I knew a guy from a high school job who divorced his wife of 2 months because she would sleep with a nightlight but he could only sleep in total darkness, as they apparently never lived together until after getting married. He hated her nightlight so much that he would often sleep on the couch instead, but sometimes he would claim the bed for himself and lock her out of the bedroom for the night. This was an eccentric late 40s man working at a Burger King who acted like all the other high school co-workers were his best chums, and often told us these weird stories. I'm glad I don't work with him anymore. Failed exorcisms. Client had an inner ear condition that caused chronic vertigo, but symptoms could be treated with medication. Husband was an evangelical who was convinced his wife 1. Had become possessed and that her vertigo and general crankiness with his methods were evidence of demonic possession. 2. The medication she was taking was enabling the devil to hide inside her. And 3. The only proper recourse was exorcism. He would hide her meds until she got dizzy and then try various methods of exorcism. This included sweating it out, put under blankets while incapacitated and locked in a room full of space heater, freezing it out, pretty much the reverse with AC, fans, and bags of ice. Surprising it out, he would jump out and scare her like it was the hiccups, but instead of yelling boo he would recite the Lord's Prayer or Psalms. The final straw was that he tried to surprise it out of her by pushing her down the stairs when they were heading out for dinner. Note, this guy was some type of executive and they still went out to dinner after the stairs incident. She asked for the divorce at an Applebee's that night. I have often tried to picture that conversation, as she was adamant that he was a total sweetheart and never acted out of malice or anger. That one's just sad. My uncle has schizophrenia, and my grandaunt tried to convince my grandmother, his mom, to have an exorcist come instead of letting him stay on his medications. It's probably one of the reasons my grandmother stopped talking to them much. It pains me to think he could have gone through all of that if he'd been one of my grandaunt's son instead of my grandmother's. He had an argument with the new in-laws during the wedding and moved out at around 5 AM during the first night. I was a legal assistant when this case came in, but this lady divorced her husband of 2 months because he got her an iPad case for her birthday instead of the expensive jewelry she wanted. My client put his wife in an assisted living facility based on a misdiagnosis, the medication of which caused the wife to be unable to care for herself. While in the facility, my client shocker started dating another woman and methinks began using hard drugs. He used a lot of money on both of these things. She eventually got off the medication and got better. Suffice to say, she was not happy about what had transpired. Wasn't the reason but did happen during the course of the divorce. Neither side would follow the court orders. When they had to go back to court they were fighting over a pistol and the man's grandmother's bowls. I assumed for weeks that these bowls were some sort of heirloom or expensive china. When they finally brought the bowls in to swap they were freaking Tupperware. My husband's first marriage lasted 6 months. He found out she had been sleeping around with several of his friends and one of those friends finally felt so guilty that he fessed up. Husband actually wanted to work it out if he could, but when he tried to talk to her about it, she locked him out of the house and told him she wanted a divorce. "Why did you marry me?" he finally asked her. Her response? Because he was the only one she was sleeping with who could afford her dream wedding. Yup, B married him because she wanted a wedding and chose the person who could afford it. Mind you, he wasn't wealthy by any means. He just wishes his friend had felt guilty about say, 6 months sooner. I had some friends get divorced because she legit hated Dale Earnhardt and he legit hated Jeff Gordon. My douche cousin told his wife she had 3 chances to give him a son. Daughter was born first, strike 1. Son was born second. Then they find out the boy can't eat gluten. So my cousin divorced her and has made 0 effort to see his kids. Who's your cousin? Henry VIE. My great-great-grandparents had an interesting case. He was abusive, like pimp her out and then beat her for infidelity levels of abuse. This was the 1910s, though, and in our state you couldn't initiate a divorce for cruelty. In fact, the only possible grounds for divorce was infidelity. A few times, she tried just leaving him anyway. Once he came home from work and she, plus all 8 of their kids, were just gone. But he always found them, and since they were still married, he had every right to grab the kids and go back home with them. Finally, she moved out and went to live with another man. She flaunted the new guy around town until her no-good husband got embarrassed enough to sue her for divorce on the grounds of infidelity. Although she couldn't read or write, she put her ex on those papers the minute he served her. It was a major local scandal, very Catholic community. Divorce was rare, but she got what she needed to be safe. My client was the outrageous one, so my heart went out to his poor wife. He had OCD which manifested primarily financially, so he made their lives a penny pinching heck. Examples: he was obsessed with avoiding unnecessary driving, wear and tear on the car, gas expenses, so he cut the whole family's hair at home and never let them eat at a restaurant or go to the movies. Weirdest of all, he kept one toilet paper roll on him at all times and you had to get one square from him before you could go to the bathroom. He never gave more than one square. Wife finally got fed up and left him when 1. He gave her bangs during an in-home haircut, and 2. Their daughter was so traumatized by the toilet paper thing they couldn't potty train her. Also, he hated paying his divorce lawyer bill. He was also an old-fashioned mega Catholic who considered divorce a deadly sin. He viewed my whole job as an unnecessary and sinful expense. Not me, but a friend. My mum has divorced her husband because his mother still coddled him at age 40, with his consent. They lived with his mother, common in Asia. By coddle I mean that she would walk straight into their room after his shower and powder his back for him. They couldn't lock their bedroom door because his mother would come in as and when she wanted. If they locked the door, she would knock repeatedly asking what they were doing. I worked as a paralegal for a divorce lawyer. Case analysis was one of my main responsibilities. I crap you not. A recently married couple of 2 years broke it off because the husband would not stop feeding the dog. The dog got outrageously fat. Apparently she saw connection between the dog and future children. I am a lawyer that handles quite a few divorces, among other things, and I've seen all sorts of reasons for marriages ending. The only thing that is consistently true is that it is never for just one reason, and it is never one-sided. When you hear about people divorcing over one stupid argument or mistake, usually that's just the straw that broke the camel's back. That said, some of the lighter straws I've seen include a guy who is 100% convinced that his wife, our client, is actually a lesbian in love with his sister and just using him as a cover, but he also claims she is hooking up with me to pay for her legal fees, and with every male whose phone number is in her call history. A woman who is divorcing my client because he was too sad after his father died last year. My client had to break down her door to get his father's ashes a few weeks after he left the house and she refused to let him back in or give them to him. And a woman who claims my client was emotionally abusive towards her because he refused to yell at her and sat in silence ignoring her when she screamed at him. He has this recorded, time-stamped for the dates and times she insists the incidents occurred, and she's listened to them and his complete silence as she goes on tirades and insists this proves her point that he was emotionally distant and abusive. A friend of mine got married when she was 19 so she could drink at a bar. In Wisconsin you can drink underage with a parent or a spouse. Then when she turned 21 she got a divorce since she was legal to drink without him. Seems like an easy in and out transaction, but oh no. The biggest item they fought over was the garage beer refrigerator. Go figure. Not the most outrageous, but I had a client incur about 20 additional hours of billable hours because he and his ex-wife were battling and went to trial over their Star Wars collection. This was the only issue at trial. They were able to work out custody, child support, the house, but the Star Wars collection went to trial. The judge ended up splitting it in the most arse-hellish way possible, basically giving each side half of what they wanted and then mixing and matching everything else and breaking up collections. When speaking about it at a conference, the judge admitted she did it because if they were going to act like children, she would treat them like children. The thing is, the value of this collection was over $100K, so hardly kids stuff. Neither side had it in them to appeal, nor was the case law on either side given judicial discretion in property distribution. Worked in matrimonial law for a year and a half before I had to leave BC. It just overwhelmed me with how awful humanity is. I'll never forget filing papers that described her soon-to-be ex-husband's behavior, including master baits on the living room couch without closing the door and leaves sticky tissues everywhere with further description of their 3 young children potentially walking in on him. I have a friend who used to work as a clerk for a family court judge. The minute a new job opened up working for a criminal court judge she jumped on it, because, as she put it, dealing with murderers all day is one heck of a lot easier than dealing with divorcing couples all day. I do my student practice at my family's law firm. Young woman filed for a divorce because her husband drank 1 beer during weekdays after a day of work. The guy wasn't violent, doing drugs, or anything like that. He was just a normal, polite guy who liked to have a cold one after a 10-hour shift. They are very good couple and argue so rarely that this woman's friends told her to write down everything he did to upset her and reread it every day, so she had reasons to be angry. My mom, lawyer, set the woman straight, told her he just doing what all guys do and to find herself new friends instead of ones ready to sabotage their marriage. Not necessarily the most outrageous reason, but definitely some outrageous conduct. The saddest divorce we were hired to do, but ended up not doing for reasons that'll become apparent, was a woman in her 50s whose husband had really just let himself go. He was over 400 pounds, just did his third triple bypass, refused to do anything different, just smoked and drank all day long while watching TV. His doctors told him he was going to die in 6 months if he didn't change his behavior. He told them they were all morons and could go to heck. Meanwhile, his wife is this successful woman who makes over $10K a month on her hobby, while making 6 figures in her normal work. She lost all respect for him, all desire, and all love for him by watching his decline. For the past few years, she can barely stand him. It also sounded like there was some verbal abuse going on where he constantly accused her of cheating and gaslighting her while cheating himself throughout their marriage, and spending all his money on coke. The usual. His accusations ramped up considerably once she lost about 200 pounds the good old-fashioned way. We were working on her divorce and one of her provisions was that he keep her as the beneficiary on his life insurance, for obvious reasons. She assured us he would agree to everything she suggested in the paperwork if she talked him through it. One day, we get an email from her saying to hold the divorce, not because they were reconciling, but because he refused to keep her as the beneficiary on his life insurance if they divorced. So, she stopped the divorce, so that she could get the benefits when he inevitably dies in a few months. He got drunk at the wedding. She did not like it, and decided to divorce him right after the honeymoon, which she went without him. Moreover, this was all an elaborate scheme of divorce robbery, because the guy was loaded, and so was his entire family. They were loaded because they were a family of excellent lawyers, and he was a third-generation lawyer, with all the smarts and experience of his predecessors combined. Let's just say it did not go well for her. I am not a lawyer, but I am a court clerk. The magistrate I used to work with got a petition for divorce and the reason the wife gave was he should have been more forthcoming about his shortcomings in the bedroom. Not a lawyer, but my uncle's wife left him because he was spending most of the time at the hospital with my dying grandfather instead of spending time with her. I work with a guy whose wife is currently peed because he hasn't been taking sufficient care of the lawn for the last few months. He works weird night shift hours full time. She's a teacher currently not working since it's summer. Oh, and his dad is terminally ill dying in a hospital bed right now, but she still has the audacity to be about the lawn not getting mowed. Was allowed chewer at the dinner table. He developed a complex and literally needed out as he couldn't bear to eat with her. This sounds like a Seinfeld B-plot. Now, but my father's best friend divorced his wife over her cooking. Apparently, every day he would come home to amazing cooked meals. However, she couldn't cook at all and was ordering food from different restaurants. She even went as far as dirtying pots and pans to make it look like she cooked all day. She got away with this for almost a year before he caught on. This was back in the day before you could check your bank statements online, and since she did all the billing, he didn't notice how much money was missing that she was spending on takeout. Not a divorce lawyer, but got out of my first marriage because shortly after we got married he decided he didn't like the way I talked, and asked me not to talk when we were out in company unless I could talk straight. I'm not a lawyer, but I was once buying a computer from someone on Craigslist, and when I got to his house it was full of computers everywhere. There were monitors laying on the floor and half-built computers laying around. Full-built computers all over the place. And I'm talking expensive gaming computers, not your everyday all-in-one computers. We got to talking about why he had so many, and the guy said he was just obsessed with them, and he confessed that the reason his wife divorced him was because she said I was too obsessed with my computers. I'm not a lawyer, but I was once buying a computer from someone on Craigslist. Good enough for me. The dog he bought me peed on the carpet. To be fair, it really tied the room together. Taught the parakeet certain cuss words for his wife. The parrot lives with the man now. I thought about going towards family law, and then I realized I'm gonna have to deal with things such as who's gonna get the parrot and grandma's vase. Nope. Divorce lawyer in London had a client who indulged in some recreational drug use. His dealer lives in the same apartment building as him. Went down one day to pick up some of that sweet coke. When drug dealer, female, came to the door he could hear his wife in the background. Turns out that his wife also liked the high life and was getting her fix in with the neighborhood dealer. But it doesn't end there, because they all get on so well they start having parties and hanging out. Parties become drug-fueled orgies, and hey presto, each week the husband and wife put their kids to bed and head downstairs to the dealer's flat for a feast of drugs and flesh. A couple of months go by and the wife comes home and says she is leaving him to be in a full-time same-sex relationship with the dealer. Dude is now stressed AF, but he can't score no more from his dealer who stole his missus. Just a reminder, nobody in this story is as attractive as what you are thinking. It's not a ridiculous reason, it's a ridiculous scenario. Happened to a friend. Girlfriend wanted a cat even though it was against rules in that building. My friend caved and they got one. Then she brought another one home without asking what he thought about it. Didn't get that one fixed. It had 2 different litters. When it was all said and done they had 12 cats in a 2-bedroom house, and she didn't think it was a problem even though it drove him out of his mind. Now, but the story of the couple in Algeria always gets me. Groom sees his new wife the morning after the wedding without makeup, takes her for an intruder, and proceeds to sue for over $10K for psychological trauma. Smelly feet. Though there's no divorce in my country, only annulment, my client can't stand the smell of his wife's feet. Lucky for him, because incompatibility clause includes smelly feet. I was smelling the whole process and the judge laughed, examining the evidence of his wife having a smelly feet.